Chapter 1433. Buzz. After some time, Wang Chong opened his eyes. He had finally finished combining the 9 palaces and 8 gates, and his eyes snapped open. Success! The formation elder asked as he gazed at Wang Chong. Seeing Wang Chong nod, the formation elder's eyes brightened, a gratified look on his face. Not bad. After deducing this origin immortal formation, you basically have a complete grasp over how it operates, so it's very difficult for anything to harm you. However, you must pay attention to the fact that the formation you deduced will definitely differ from the real origin immortal formation, so you must remember not to be careless. In addition, they control everything from the shadows and can alter the formation's operating patterns at any time. You must adapt to the situation and adapt to the situation. Understood? Wang Chong nodded. The formation he and the formation elder had created together could predict 97% of the variations. The remaining 3% would be up to Wang Chong to adapt to the situation. There's still an hour before the formation opens. You need to enter the core as soon as possible during this period of time. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the outer circle of the formation. When that happens, there'll be no hope of breaking the formation. Senior, be at ease. It won't even take an hour. I've already calculated the shortest path to the core. It'll take around 10 minutes to reach the core. Chong-ya, I won't be going in with you. Your master knows nothing about formations, so not only will I not be able to help you, I'll even distract you. The demonic emperor old man walked over and said, a normal person would be worried for Wang Chong at a time like this. But the evil emperor was well aware that his disciple was different from others. He had experienced far more dangerous situations than this, situations that even the supreme experts of the martial arts world would find hard to imagine. In addition, this origin immortal formation was no trifling matter. It was constantly changing, and sometimes a difference of just 1 second could cause the two of them to be separated and thrown into different formations. At that time, Wang Chong would be distracted and his plan completely ruined. This was also the reason why the evil emperor did not choose to go with Wang Chong. But in the next moment, the evil emperor walked to Wang Chong's side and suddenly reached out with his palm, pressing it on Wang Chong's shoulder. In an instant, a huge amount of energy rushed into Wang Chong's body like lightning. This energy was so strong that it quickly lay dormant in Wang Chong's dantian. Storing it, Wang Chong was stunned for a moment before he understood something. This power has the same effect as a full-powered attack from me. It can help you at a critical moment. But remember, don't get caught up in a battle. You just need to destroy the formation. The evil emperor said with a hint of concern in his voice. Master, don't worry. I know what to do. Wang Chong bowed respectfully. When everything was ready, Wang Chong took a deep breath and looked ahead. Soon he stepped out of the formation. Buzz. The world around him changed as Wang Chong stepped out of the rest gate and into a strange space. But in the blink of an eye, there was a flash of light. Wang Chong raised his head and saw that his master, the evil emperor and the formation elder, were standing across from him, staring at him in shock. And his surroundings were exactly the same as the rest gate. The view gate. Wang Chong faintly smiled, not even glancing at his master or the formation elder. Of the 8 formation gates, the view gate was the most lethal and also the least dangerous. As long as one could see through the illusion, they posed no threat. This was also the safest path that Wang Chong had chosen from all the other formations. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong closed his eyes and used his psychic energy to make his way to the next formation gate. In the second formation gate, rows of stone pillars so thick that it would take several people to encircle them were suspended several thousand meters in the air. The stone pillars trembled and then exploded toward Wang Chong, their momentum shocking to the extreme. But before the stone pillars could fall, Wang Chong had already calmly made his way to the next formation gate. His expression was calm and his steps were leisurely strolling through the courtyard, devoid of any panic. More importantly, Each of his steps seemed to have been carefully calculated. Boom, boom, boom. The stone pillars smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Wang Chong had long since vanished, entering the next formation gate. From the rest gate to the core of the formation, one had to pass through countless formation gates, and Wang Chong had done his best to choose the ones that posed little threat. But in order to reach the core of the formation as quickly as possible and reduce the chances of being tossed out of the formation gate by that hidden vision, Wang Chong would sometimes choose a few relatively dangerous formation gates. But although it was dangerous, as long as he used the right method, Wang Chong could still leave before the formation did any harm or pass through the formation gate at a minimal cost. Buzz. But when Wang Chong stepped into the next formation gate, the situation was somewhat different. The moment he stepped in, he immediately smelled the thick stench of blood. Wang Chong opened his eyes and saw countless corpses strewn across the ground. Some of them had their arms and legs smashed by the stone pillars. Some had their chests pierced by arrows. Some were blackened from being poisoned. And there were even some who had been attacking each other even as they died. But without exception, every single one of them had been grimacing in fear before they died. Wang Chong couldn't help but be shocked by this sight. It was clear that these people had all died to the formation controlled by that hidden vision. As he continued forward, more and more corpses appeared. The formation's harvesting speed is getting faster. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel a little sorry for these corpses. These people were all experts of the martial arts world, but alas, they had all died here. Moreover, Wang Chong could sense that the faction behind the Origin Immortal Formation was clearly intent on killing the martial artists here. If I don't think of a way to stop them, it won't be long before everyone dies here. Wang Chong picked up his pace. In his ears, the rumbling of the formation grew louder and louder. Countless formations whizzed past close by, then quickly moved into the distance. Wang Chong's mind was constantly calculating as the illusory Origin Immortal Formation overlapped with the Origin Immortal Formation before him. Once the two completely merged, Wang Chong swiftly entered the next formation gate. "My lord, that brat's moving again." The moment Wang Chong moved, the three figures in the distant formation immediately noticed Wang Chong's movements. At almost the same time, they noticed the distant demonic emperor old man and the formation elder. "My lord, there's still a group of them that's biding their time. What should we do now?" One of the figures said. Wang Chong's group had originally been moving together, making it easier to deal with them. But now that they had split into two groups, they were instantly at a loss as to what to do. Focus on the little one. Throw him into the pain gate or the death gate. As for the demonic emperor and the formation elder, keep an eye on them. If they make any strange movements, immediately move. None of them will be able to escape today. The leader said, "Yes, my lord." The attendants immediately bowed in acknowledgement and retreated. Rumble. Wang Chong had been focused on analyzing the formation. But suddenly, without any warning, the formation began to rumble, and the surrounding stellar energy suddenly fell into disorder. Have they sensed it? Wang Chong stopped and raised his head toward the center of the formation. Although he couldn't see how the formation was operating, Wang Chong could sense that it was moving faster and faster. But this won't be able to stop me. Wang Chong inwardly smiled. As he approached the center of the formation, the path he took was the simplest and most direct. It was almost impossible to hide from the people controlling the formation. But to Wang Chong, these changes were all within his expectations. Wang Chong hastened his footsteps and headed forward. This kid's picking up his pace. He must have sensed something. My lord said before that this group of people seemed to understand a little about formations and were able to deduce the rules of the formation. It seems like this kid knows a little as well. A formation left behind by an immortal lord isn't that easy to break. Not even those formidable members of the Imperial clan can do it, much less this kid. Does he really think he can break the formation just by moving faster? I can't wait to see the scene of him being thrown into the death gate by the array and finally turning into ashes. In the center of the formation, two black figures silently watched Wang Chong. With a push of their palms, they accelerated the formation around Wang Chong. A moment later, the pain gate, the alarm gate, and the most dangerous death gate began to move, gathering around Wang Chong. In a flash, Wang Chong was surrounded by killing intent. No matter which direction Wang Chong moved in, he would fall into one of these dangerous formation gates. Even if Wang Chong entered the alarm gate, which was the least dangerous, they still had a way to make Wang Chong succumb to the endless attacks of the formation. In the face of this sort of attack, even a peak Imperial Great General would gradually exhaust all of their stellar energy until they were on the verge of death. But a moment later, the pair were stunned. Wang Chong faintly smiled, and then, as if sensing something, he suddenly stopped. Ever since he had left the formation, Wang Chong had been moving in a roundabout fashion toward the center of the formation. But now he was just standing there, his feet not moving at all. The two of them could even see him looking up at them, smiling. What's going on here? Chapter 1434. Are you starting to plot against me now? Wang Chong stared at a certain spot in the void with a faint smile on his face. True knowledge comes from practice. Although he had not been studying formations for long, Wang Chong's understanding of formations was growing at an alarming rate once he had established the model of such a formation and continuously verified and corrected it in practice. At that moment, Wang Chong could clearly sense that the surrounding formation gates had deviated greatly from his calculations. His instincts told him that he was now surrounded by many dangers and traps. Under such circumstances, no matter what he chose, he would still end up dead. If he was not careful, he might even end up in the death gate. Unfortunately, although these people were smart, they had forgotten one thing. Every formation gate was constantly changing, so it was impossible for it to stay in one position for a long time. No matter how many dangerous array gates were laid down, in the end, these array gates would be moved away. Wang Chong's expression was calm and confident, as if he had already seen through all the mysteries. 3, 2, 1. Now. Just as he counted to 1, Wang Chong's figure suddenly moved in the northwest direction. He stepped into the formation gate in the northwest and used it as a springboard to move forward rapidly. The view gate. At the sight of this, the two hidden figures in the center of the formation immediately had unpleasant looks on their faces. Around Wang Chong, that was the only chance of survival and the fastest way to lead Wang Chong out of this trap. In an instant, the two of them could no longer maintain their initial calm. Any cultivator that fell into this formation was like a tiny ant or duckweed in front of these people. They could be easily toyed with in the palm of their hands. However, the feeling that Wang Chong gave the two of them was that he was a cunning loach. Not only could he slip away from their grasp, but he could also see through their methods and intentions and play tricks on them. However, the more this was the case, the more the two of them could not tolerate Wang Chong. It looks like he is very good at planning. I'm afraid our methods won't be able to stop him. Since that's the case, let's mess up all the array gates around him. Let's see how he can calculate it. Let's change the positions of the 9 palaces as well. This will greatly increase the difficulty of his calculations. I don't believe we can't trap him like this. In an instant, the two of them activated the array formation again and changed the operation of their array formation around Wang Chong. Boom! Dangerous array gates kept surging towards Wang Chong, and the speed of the array formation was getting faster and faster. Southwest, 3 seconds. Southeast, 2 seconds. Qian Palace, 1 second. Qin Palace, 3 seconds. Wang Chong walked hurriedly, his robes fluttering in the wind. His left hand was making hand seals, and at the same time his mind was constantly calculating. At the same time his body kept moving forward, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, changing constantly. Sometimes he would even take a step back without any warning and enter another array door at the back. Throughout the entire process, His movements seemed completely irregular and unpredictable. However, in the center of the array, the two hidden figures saw Wang Chang's movements, and their expressions became more and more unsightly. Wang Chang's chaotic movements seemed meaningless, but in the eyes of the people controlling the array, everything was completely different. As the two of them activated the array formation, Wang Chang's surroundings had long since become turbulent, and he was in grave danger. But every time, Wang Chang was able to use an astonishing method to barely escape from the danger. The entire process was like walking on a tightrope. If there was the slightest mistake, he would immediately be consigned to eternal damnation. Time slowly passed, and after about 10 minutes, with a bang, Wang Chang took a step forward and appeared in another place within the array formation. Looking in the direction of the array formation, Wang Chang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. On the other side, in the center of the array, the expressions of the two hidden figures had long since become unsightly. Their auras were chaotic, and it was clear that they had expended a lot of energy. Activating and altering the operation of the array in this battle also consumed stellar energy. In this battle with Wang Chang, the two of them had used up half their energy, and in the end they had even lost. This was something they had never imagined. How could something like this happen? The two of them were both shocked and angry, but they were even more unconvinced. This was their territory, and no one could defeat them. I don't believe that I can't deal with him. Just when the two of them were prepared to activate the array, a cold and dignified voice rang out in their ears. Enough! Ignore that brat. Activate the array immediately and finish off these greedy martial artists. Yes, my lord. The two trembled as they hurriedly came back to their senses and bowed. What's going on? At almost the same time within the Origin Immortal formation, Wang Chang suddenly stopped. All was quiet, and the attack he had been anticipating had suddenly vanished. But at this moment, not only did Wang Chang not feel the slightest bit at ease, he even deeply frowned. For some reason, this abnormal calm made him feel a deep sense of danger. Rumble. As Wang Chang was thinking, an unprecedented boom came from the center of the array, causing the earth to tremble. What's going on here? This sudden boom immediately attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the array. The heaven-rending boom made all of them feel deeply uneasy. Alliance Lord, what should we do now? In another part of the array, Sikong Yuanjia and the others turned to Song Yuani. Unlike the others, all the elders of the Zhengqi League had sensed a thick ripple of origin energy in that thunderous boom. This origin energy ripple was enough to make even the illustrious elders of the martial arts world feel insignificant from the depths of their hearts. All of them felt nervous and uneasy. Song Yuani said nothing. His body was as straight as ever, his face as cold and aloof as ever. It was like nothing in the world could shake him. But deep in his eyes, Song Yuani had a pensive look on his face. He had originally believed that the Origin Immortal Mountain was concealing the world's #1 art. However, judging from the current situation, it was obvious that this was a trap. The true location of the Origin Immortal Mountain was still very far away. Now, the only reason left was to chase after the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. Advance! There's no chance to retreat. We can only enter the core and destroy it. This is the only path. Song Yuani said after a moment of thought. His voice was cold, but his expression was as resolute as ever. There was no turning back. Since they had already entered the formation, there was no going back. Even though Song Yuani didn't understand formations, he knew that entering the core of the formation was the most violent and most direct method to break the formation, even though he didn't understand formations. Although the Origin Immortal formation was dangerous, it was far easier for Song Yuani, who had the greatest defensive power. Let's go! Song Yuani expressionlessly said, and then he took the lead. However, in the next moment, rumble, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from behind him. Kaklak! The earth began to crack as something happened behind Song Yuani Buzz! Without any warning, the earth split open, and the formation gate behind Song Yuanyi split into 4. At the same time, all the members of the Zhengqi League were separated. Alliance Lord, save me! As Zhengqi League expert's eyes went wide as he looked in Song Yuanyi's direction and fearfully extended his hands. His expression was that of a drowning man gazing at a straw that could save his life. But a moment later, in a flash of light, the formation gate shifted, and the Righteous Alliance expert and the 10-some Righteous Alliance disciples around him seemed to be grabbed by an invisible monster and dragged away. In just a few seconds, they had vanished. Not good. Everyone be careful. Ah, Alliance Lord. At almost the same time, one Righteous Alliance expert after another vanished amid cries of alarm. Song Yuanyi's eternal spring stellar energy transformed into tentacles that tore through the air, but he only had time to pull out 4 or 5 experts from his alliance and hover them in the air. The area behind him instantly went blank, other than the elders and Righteous Alliance experts at Song Yuanyi's side. Even Elder Sikong Yuanjia had vanished into thin air under the activation of the formation. Damn it! Song Yuanyi finally lost his composure, his face contorting into a nasty grimace. At almost the same time, in a distant place, the people of the 5 Ancestor Alliance were in a similar predicament. In the blink of an eye, several hundred 5 Ancestor Alliance experts had been swept up by the crumbling formation gate and thrown to various other formation gates. Miserable shrieks lingered in the air. Bastard! Black Yin Ancestor Luo Qin let out a heaven-shaking roar, and his face paled as he unleashed several punches into the surroundings. The surging evil Qi covered the sky and covered the earth. After about 10 feet, it seemed to have hit an invisible barrier and immediately burst apart, disappearing into nothingness. Not long after entering the formation, the Black Yin Ancestor had been separated from the myriad ghost ancestor, Pale Wanchong. By now, the majority of his disciples had been rotated away. Luo Qin was infuriated, but before the Black Yin Ancestor could vent his anger, the earth rumbled and the space beneath his feet began to spin like a shooting star. At the same time, an enormous energy flung the Black Yin Ancestor out of the formation. Ancestor! Ancestor! The few remaining 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples next to the Black Yin Ancestor paled in fright. The 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples rose from the ground in an attempt to rescue the Black Yin Ancestor. Chapter 1435. Swish! The Black Yin Ancestor's face was ashen as he prepared to descend to the ground. But just as he was about to land, he saw a dense rain of arrows shooting toward him. Alarm gate! This was not the first time the Black Yin Ancestor had encountered this sort of attack. Attacks of this level were not enough to wound him. The Black Yin Ancestor flipped his palm, and a vast stream of stellar energy transformed into a wall of black glass in front of the Black Yin Ancestor. Bang, bang, bang. But as soon as the first arrow struck the wall, the Black Yin Ancestor grimaced. This was not the first time he had encountered this sort of attack, but it was different this time. The arrows struck the black glass wall of energy with incredible force. Rather than arrows, they seemed more like the blows of a heavy hammer. Even the black wall of stellar energy the Black Yin Ancestor had set up began to tremble. 1, 2, 3, as the dense rain of arrows struck the wall. The black wall of energy the Black Yin Ancestor had set up dimmed and then exploded. Not good. The great ancestor of the mysterious Yin sect punched out, shattering all the arrows. The Black Yin Ancestor's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his expression was grim. The formation had changed. All the attacks had been strengthened, becoming even more dangerous and lethal. Everyone trapped in the formation was in danger. Awoo! The Black Yin Ancestor's expression was savage as he howled like a wild beast. His dantian exploded, unleashing a vast amount of evil energy as he shot toward the center of the formation like a cannonball. Just who dares to make an enemy of this ancestor? Before he could finish speaking, he had already vanished. The Black Een ancestor was not skilled in formations, but at this moment even he could sense that someone was messing around behind the scenes, disrupting the operation of the formation. What was happening before him was definitely not normal. A series of blood-curdling screams could be heard one after another. Wang Chong grimaced at the screams of death coming from up ahead. Not only that, the entire formation began to operate in a completely different manner. Each array door was split into 4. In other words, the more than 10,000 array gates had now become more than 40,000. Moreover, they were operating faster and faster, changing more frequently and becoming more and more aggressive. They're preparing to exterminate all the warriors in the formation. Wang Chong's expression turned extremely grave as the winds howled and the air surged. Through the world of the origin of Qi, Wang Chong could see a vast power of heaven and earth, enough to make any martial artist pale in comparison, rolling over like a tide, from the core to the edge, sweeping towards every array gate. This huge energy, in a mysterious way, quickly reinforced the array door and at the same time increased the power of the various attacks inside. There's no time. Wang Chong's hair was flying upwards, and his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Those hidden factions had activated the final power of the formation and wiped out all the martial artists much earlier than he and the formation elder had calculated. Obviously, those people were getting anxious. They wanted to exterminate all the martial artists as quickly as possible. Too many martial artists of the martial arts world have gathered in this operation. No matter what, they can't be allowed to succeed. Wang Chong looked forward, his eyes sharp. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong sped up, his body flashing as he entered a formation gate and charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The formation began to change, and in Wang Chong's mind, the massive Origin Immortal Formation began to operate at a speed far greater than it had ever operated before. In this process, Wang Chong's psychic energy was rapidly being consumed. As a psychic energy practitioner, Wang Chong had an enormous amount of psychic energy, which was why Wang Chong was able to perform so many calculations in such a short time, even surpassing a formation grandmaster like the formation elder. Calculating a formation consumed psychic energy, especially when the Origin Immortal Formation was so complex. The faster he calculated, the longer he took, the more psychic energy he consumed. As Wang Chong performed calculations that were several times faster than usual, the psychic energy in his mind began to drain at an astonishing rate. But Wang Chong had no time to worry about such things. A scream came from up ahead, and in a flash of light, Wang Chong entered the next formation gate. Inside, he saw the martial artists, their faces covered in blood, struggling against the rain of rocks and arrows. It's over. We're all dead. Looking at the overwhelming attacks, all the cultivators were filled with despair. Hold on. You won't die yet. A thunderous roar resounded in their ears, and before they could react, the energies of Yin and Yang held out, wrapping around these martial artists and tossing them into the formation gates that Wang Chong had thrown. The three of you should work together and hold on for a while. You should be able to safely reach the edge of the formation. The rumbling voice was still ringing in their ears, but a moment later, Wang Chong was gone. The Origin Immortal Formation was becoming more and more dangerous the closer one got to the center, and the formation was changing faster and faster. But no matter how dangerous the situation was, Wang Chong was always able to calculate the slim chance of survival in the blink of an eye and pass through it with a confident and determined pace. As the Origin Immortal Formation changed, the formation projection in Wang Chong's mind began to revolve at an astonishing speed, the 9 layers of the formation moving at a dazzling pace. But no matter how the formation changed, Wang Chong could have the formation projection in his mind imitate it and search for the slim chance of survival to the center. Dish! An arrow as thick as a finger shot toward Wang Chong with devastating energy, but a moment later, Wang Chong dodged it by a hair. Kiki! Just when Wang Chong had passed through the gap between the pain gate and death gate and was just about to reach the open gate, he suddenly heard a chirping sound. This sound was like that of an insect, but it was also completely different. There was a metallic ringing to it, and it was also much louder. Wang Chong paid no attention. His brows rose as he hurried forward. However, in the next moment, there was a flash of light. A golden light suddenly appeared and shot toward his face. Where did this insect come from? Wang Chong frowned. He could tell at a glance that this was a golden beetle the size of a silver dollar, its wings spread open. Cautiously, Wang Chong took 2 steps back and thrust out a palm, sending a flood of energy toward the golden beetle. A moment later, Wang Chong's stellar energy struck the mysterious golden beetle. Wang Chong's attack was extremely powerful. When his palm landed, it had the weight of tens of thousands of kilograms. Even a rock would be easily shattered. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. When Wang Chong's palm landed, the golden beetle only swayed in the air for a moment before speeding up toward Wang Chong. Not only that, but at this moment, Wang Chong could clearly sense through the origin of qi that not only was the golden beetle unharmed, but the light around its body had also become much more powerful. It was as if a part of Wang Chong's palm had been absorbed by the golden beetle and entered its body. How is this possible? What kind of insect is this? Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and his expression was completely different from before. No insect could withstand his strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, not even those made of steel. Clearly, there was something strange about this insect. Buzz! As the golden beetle shot toward him in a streak of light, Wang Chong's heart chilled, and he immediately felt an intense sense of danger. Based on what the formation elder had said, the origin immortal formation was the world's #1 formation, and the closer one got to the core, the more dangerous it would be. Moreover, the formation was assuredly being protected by some powerful technique. This golden beetle was probably the defensive strength of the formation's core. 3 golden beetles, 1 in front and 2 in the back, stood in a triangular formation. They screeched like they had found food and lunged at Wang Chong. With no time to think, Wang Chong flicked his finger, sending a milky white strand of sword qi at the golden beetle in midair. Wang Chong had executed the art of god and demon obliteration at this moment. Kiki! Struck by Wang Chong's sword qi, the golden beetle at the very front immediately flipped over and slid backward, wisps of mist erupting from its back. And Wang Chong could see that this golden beetle's energy had been weakened by 1/3. It appeared to have sustained significant injuries. What a terrifying insect! To think that its defense would be so strong. Wang Chong grimaced at this sight. Even though he had seen many things in his 2 lives, he had never seen an insect like this. Not only was ordinary stellar energy ineffective against them, it was actually absorbed to increase their strength. The art of god and demon obliteration was said to be unparalleled in the world, and it was ranked second only to the origin immortal art. Even though it could pierce through metal, it could not kill these golden beetles. But even so, this sword qi could still injure the beetles, and it was probably the only way to injure them at present. Paw. Chapter 1436. Wang Chong's attacks were accurate, fast, and ruthless. Although he flicked his index finger repeatedly, each finger was carefully calculated, and each finger struck the golden beetles. Pa! 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 With a series of explosions, the 3 golden beetles emitted a puff of smoke every time they were struck by sword qi. After 4 finger strikes, one of the golden beetles was pierced through by Wang Chong's tiny sword qi, losing all signs of life and falling from the sky. 1, 2, 3! In but an instant, the 3 mysterious golden beetles immediately froze and fell from the sky, their abdomens facing upwards, motionless. Green blood splattered all around. After killing these 3 golden beetles, Wang Chong's figure flickered, and he immediately headed towards the next area. Big Brother Zhang, we're finished." Within the massive array, corrosive poison mist drifted about. A lone martial artist stood not too far away, his eyes filled with despair. GG. In front of him, small golden beetles danced about in the air, their bodies glowing with a misty brilliance. And not too far away from them, a martial artist let out shrill screams, their faces filled with terror as they constantly slapped at the golden beetles around them. Of those who could enter this place, there was not a single one of them who was weak, and all of them had incredibly thick stellar energy. But no matter how thick their stellar energy was, it could do nothing to these golden beetles. These strange insects gnawed at the protective stellar energy around their bodies like they were leaves, and then burrowed into the bodies of these martial artists through the small holes they had bitten. All the martial artists did their best, constantly slapping at these golden beetles. But even so, they were only able to send these golden beetles flying or smash them into the ground. Their bodies were as dense as steel, and even though they suffered such heavy blows, their bodies only swayed a little, and then they shook their wings and flew up again. To the martial artists here, this was like the deepest nightmare. In their lives, they had never encountered something so terrifying. What was even more frightening was that 7 or 8 martial artists had already had their stellar energy bitten through by these golden beetles and burrowed into their bodies, swimming around under their skin. Some of the cultivators fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. Some of them even tore at their flesh, wanting to tear the golden beetles out of their bodies. However, even though these martial artists tore themselves into a bloody mess, they were unable to stop these golden beetles from burrowing deeper into their bodies. Looking at this bloody scene, especially the way the golden beetles were swimming in his body, all the surrounding warriors felt a great impact. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. The shock they felt was even more intense than those martial artists whose bodies had been invaded by the golden beetles. Everyone was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Keep your spirits up. Have you forgotten what we agreed on back then? Since we came together, we should go back together. Stand up. No matter what, I won't allow you to give up. Within the array formation, a rough voice roared at the top of his lungs. It was a bare-chested, middle-aged warrior. His hair was disheveled, and his armor was in tatters. The broadsword in his hand was like a torrential storm, constantly hacking at the golden beetles in the air. That broadsword had long since been chipped, but the bare-chested, middle-aged warrior still refused to give up. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged forward again and again, blocking the golden beetles in the air for his brothers who were fighting shoulder to shoulder. The golden beetles were not afraid of stellar energy. In fact, they fed on stellar energy. No matter how strong an attack was, it would only do limited damage to them. Although this kind of ordinary sword attack seemed weak, it was actually more effective. However, even the most optimistic person could sense that the bare-chested, middle-aged warrior would not be able to hold on much longer. Once this broadsword was completely shattered by the golden beetle, this middle-aged warrior would suffer the same fate as the other warriors. Big brother, go quickly. Don't bother about us, we're already dead. No matter what, you must come back alive. Ah, an unaffiliated martial artist whose body had been burrowed into by a golden beetle roared. But halfway through his words, his voice turned into a wretched howl. The middle-aged warrior's heart was dripping blood, and he clenched his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. This group of people had come for the world's #1 origin immortal art, but now not only had they failed to obtain it, they were about to die here. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't be in this situation. The bare-chested, middle-aged warrior mentally roared, his heart aching as he watched his brothers besieged by the golden beetles. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Since we can't be brothers in this life, we'll meet again in the next. As the middle-aged warrior closed his eyes and prepared to commit suicide, a figure appeared in the array in a flash of light. Run. This place is dangerous. Sensing that someone else had come in, the middle-aged warrior who had been preparing to commit suicide came back to his senses and roared. Clang! He slashed down with his sword, cutting down 2 of the golden beetles, charging at him, and another one charging at the golden beetle behind him. Kiki! Just when the middle-aged warrior thought that he had cut down all the golden beetles, he suddenly heard a shrill sound. Just below the middle-aged martial artist's ribs, 2 golden beetles had pounced over at some unknown time, burrowing their way towards him. It's over. The middle-aged warrior's heart chilled, his face paling in despair. But a moment later, just when the middle-aged warrior believed that his death was certain, he heard a shrill whistle. The warrior opened his eyes and saw that the 2 golden beetles had at some point been struck by 2 bolts of sword chi and had been forced back through the air. Out of the way! Watch out for these beetles! Wang Chang's voice was like a bolt of lightning as he lunged forward from several dozen feet away, flicking his fingers as he did so. Plush, plush, plush. Several bolts of sword chi exploded from the bodies of the golden beetles, and then they dropped to the ground with their 6 legs facing the sky. Wang Chong killed the golden beetles with a few more flicks of his fingers, and at the same time he continued in another direction. Countless milky white sword chi cut down the golden beetles in the air with unparalleled sharpness, continuously striking the golden beetles in the air. Screeching sounds rang out. 1, 2, 3. 1 golden beetle after another fell to the ground. The art of god and demon obliteration was passed down from the Tang dynasty's god of war, So Yung-sun. It was now the only ultimate art that Wang Chong could use freely without suffering from chi deviation or aggravating his injuries. Thus, even though it consumed stellar energy, for Wang Chong, killing these golden beetles did not affect him much. 1, 2, 3. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 golden beetles had been killed by Wang Chong. Seeing this, the middle-aged warrior was dumbfounded, unable to even speak. He poured stellar energy into his broadsword and slashed at these golden beetles with all his might, but all he could do was push them back. But who could have imagined that this new figure would be able to kill a golden beetle with just a few flashes of sword chi? This was simply unbelievable. But at this moment, Wang Chong did not notice the change in the middle-aged warrior's expression. His attention was completely attracted by the golden beetles. At the beginning, he had only encountered 3 golden beetles, but there were more than 3 golden beetles here. With the strength of these warriors, they clearly could not withstand them. With no time to think, Wang Chong grabbed a warrior whose body had been burrowed by a golden beetle. With a slash of his finger, he dug out a piece of flesh along with the golden beetle beneath his skin. Poof, poof, poof. 3 flashes of sword chi. Before this golden beetle could do anything, it was immediately killed by Wang Chong. After that, Wang Chong killed a few more golden beetles in quick succession. In an instant, it was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The golden beetles that had been rushing towards the others all changed directions and rushed towards Wang Chong. In the void, there was a loud, squeaking sound. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry about us, go." Seeing this scene, the middle-aged warrior's expression changed. 20 to 30 of them could not deal with the swarm of golden beetles, and now all the golden beetles were rushing towards a single person. The degree of danger could be imagined. The other party had come for his group, and the middle-aged warrior did not want anything to happen to the other party because of him. "Fellow Taoist, don't worry, I'm fine." Wang Chong flicked his fingers repeatedly, and astonishing flashes of sword chi crisscrossed, constantly breaking through the air. Each wisp of sword chi struck a golden beetle, once, twice, thrice. In just the time of a few breaths, all the golden beetles had not even flown to Wang Chong's side when they were struck by Wang Chong. One by one, they lost their breath and fell from the sky. How is this possible? This time it wasn't just the middle-aged cultivator. Even the other idol cultivators also noticed this incredible scene, and each and every one of them was dumbfounded. However, at this moment, Wang Chong had no time to care about anything else. His eyes swept over the warriors who were still rolling and howling in pain, glancing at the beetles that were still swimming under their skin. With a thought, Wang Chong suddenly changed his tactics. Swoosh! 5 or 6 flashes of sword qi broke through the air, directly drilling into the warriors whose bodies had been penetrated by the golden beetles. Ah, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those golden beetles were harder than steel, and they could absorb gang qi. The other party's sword qi could pierce through these golden beetles with a finger, so one could imagine how sharp it was. If they were hit by this kind of sword qi, the consequences would be unimaginable. One by one, the warriors who could still move rushed towards Wang Chong, wanting to stop him, but with their strength, how could they resist? Uft, uft, uft. The next moment, something shocking happened. Wang Chong's sword qi only pierced the skin of those idle warriors, and the rest of the sword qi shot towards the golden beetles under their skin with surgical precision. Each golden beetle withstood Wang Chong's sword qi 3 times, and then was directly killed by Wang Chong's sword qi motionless. Chapter 1437. All of you, hurry and leave this place. This place has become very dangerous. The formation core has been activated, and an even stronger attack is coming. In 12 seconds, a limit gate will appear in the northwest. Once you enter, use your combined strength to resist the attack. The formation will bring you to the edge and allow you to escape this disaster. Wang Chong's voice resounded in everyone's ears. A moment later, with a slap, Wang Chong sent a majestic wave of stellar energy into the middle-aged martial artist's body, rapidly replenishing the energy he had consumed. Here are a few pills that can help you. You'll have to rely on yourselves for the rest. With these words, Wang Chong tossed aside the milky white, dove-shaped pill and immediately began to advance. Time was short, and if he did not find a way to enter the core and destroy the formation, Wang Chong was certain that an even greater danger would come. Not only would more martial artists die, even he and his master would not be able to escape. Brother, wait a moment. May I know brother's esteemed name? The middle-aged martial artist called out to Wang Chong, but in a flash of light, Wang Chong had vanished into the next formation gate. The middle-aged martial artist was momentarily speechless. Big brother! I recognize him. Suddenly, a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz came from next to his ear. This person is that fake young Master Qingyang, demonic Emperor Zhang, Wenfu's disciple, and also the Tang Dynasty's king of foreign lands. Wang Chong! What? The king of foreign lands? It's him. Zhang Shangguo was struck dumb by his sworn brother's words. It was Unfettered Gold Crow who told us to join him. It's him, the unfettered martial artist confidently said. In an instant, the surroundings were deathly silent, and everyone was speechless for a long time. Time was short, and as Wang Chong made his way toward the core of the formation, his footsteps began to slow. The closer he got to the core, the greater the danger, and the more formidable the traps. Boom, boom, boom. Huge stone pillars fell from the sky. Each pillar was so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. When they hit the ground, the earth shook. This was no longer a purely physical attack. Wang Chong could sense an intense energy fluctuation coming from within the stone pillars. An endless amount of energy was pouring into the stone pillars, greatly increasing the power of the attack. Ah! A shrill scream rang out as a warrior was struck by a falling stone pillar and turned into dust. Within the array formation, there were simply too many cultivators being attacked. Even Wang Chong could not take care of everyone. Follow me. Wang Chong activated the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. A powerful suction force swept through the air, pulling in the martial artists trapped in the formation. After being rescued from the brink of death, he was quickly thrown into the nearby formation. Wang Chong did not even have time to explain anything to them, nor did he have time to help them recover from their injuries or replenish their stellar energy. This was because Wang Chong had no time to do such things. Every moment they spent in the array formation was an additional moment of danger. I'll save as many as I can. Everything will depend on their own fortune. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Along the way, he had seen far too many martial artists die miserable deaths. At this time, there were countless more struggling martial artists in the array. All Wang Chong could do was reach the core as quickly as possible, destroy it, and save all the martial artists once and for all. And during this time, Wang Chong could only save as many as he could see. Gigi. As Wang Chong passed through a formation and avoided the rain of stone arrows, he heard the sound of metal scraping against metal. From all around him, golden beetles seemed to be attracted by something, abandoning their opponents and lunging at Wang Chong. Unlike the first golden beetles that Wang Chong had seen, these beetles each had a halo of golden light around them, and their bodies were filled with intense ripples of energy. Moreover, they were obviously much bigger than before. These are all obtained by absorbing the stellar energy of martial artists. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, every time these golden beetles killed a martial artist, they would absorb a significant amount of stellar energy and grow much stronger. The most obvious change was in the halo around their bodies. The halo around the golden beetles was so dazzling that it was hard to tell how many martial artists they had killed. Pa! 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 Wang Chong flicked his finger 3 times, striking a beetle in the air. But then, something astonishing happened. In the past, he could kill a golden beetle with 3 fingers, but this time, only the halo around their bodies was torn apart by Wang Chong. They continued charging at Wang Chong without slowing down. Seeing this, even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel apprehensive. These golden beetles had clearly been strengthened. At this rate, he would probably need 5 or 6 fingers to kill 1 golden beetle. Gigi. On the other side, there was a loud whistling sound. Countless golden beetles seemed to have been provoked and lunged at Wang Chong. Even Wang Chong found it difficult to defend against such a large number of them. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong summoned the other magic treasure in his body, Heavenly Mandate Battle Armor. With a flash of light, a dark red armor immediately appeared on Wang Chong's body. Helmet, mask, gauntlets, the entire armor wrapped around Wang Chong, leaving only a few gaps between the armor pieces. But with a thought from Wang Chong, clang. All the gaps in the armor were sealed shut, leaving behind no more openings. Bang, bang, bang. The next moment, the sound of collisions came from outside the armor. 1 golden beetle after another slammed into Wang Chong's body, but all of them fell off. What is that? In the center of the formation, 3 hidden figures had been watching Wang Chong this entire time. When they saw that he had suddenly put on a set of savage red armor, their leader's brow rose and his face paled. The 2 attendants behind him also revealed a look of shock. The golden beetles were no ordinary items. They were an ancient species. Not only could they break through a cultivator's stellar energy and dilute their power, but they were also incredibly strong. They could devour iron and steel, and ordinary armor could not stop them. But now that Wang Chong was wearing the armor, he seemed completely unaffected. "My lord, the martial artists of the martial arts world can't possibly have a treasure like this, and I've never seen him wear this armor before. He must be in cahoots with those people," one of the attendants suddenly said. A gloomy look appeared on the faces of the 3, and the eyes of the leader at the very front were brimming with killing intent. "All treasures consume stellar energy. I'd like to see just how long he can last against the attacks of the stellar-piercing golden beetles. Keep an eye on that kid and increase the intensity of the attacks. No matter what, we can't let him get close to the formation core." The leader's expression was frigid as he spoke. Yes, the 2 attendants quickly left with the order. At this moment, Wang Chong had no idea what was happening, or perhaps he had no time to pay attention to anything else. The golden beetles were constantly crashing into him and bouncing off him, but they were all blocked by the Heavenly Mandate Battle Armor and could do nothing to him. But at this moment, Wang Chong couldn't find it in him to be happy. The Heavenly Mandate battle armor consumed a massive amount of stellar energy, and in Wang Chang's current state, once he used the Heavenly Mandate battle armor, it would be no different from attacking someone else. For Wang Chang, whose stellar energy was in conflict and on the verge of cultivation defect, this was an enormous danger. This was also why Wang Chang hadn't used the Heavenly Mandate battle armor before. Not only that, even if the Heavenly Mandate battle armor could block all the attacks of the Golden Beetles, it still had an irremediable flaw: the time limit. The Heavenly Mandate battle armor can't last more than an hour, but in my current state, I won't even be able to last 10 minutes. No matter what, I have to reach the formation core before that happens and break the formation. Wang Chang quietly said within the Heavenly Mandate battle armor, his face ghastly pale. From start to finish, Wang Chang's stellar energy had been constantly consumed, and his meridians were growing more and more disorderly. For the first time, Wang Chang felt an intense sense of danger. Those people hiding in the shadows had clearly increased their attacks in an attempt to kill everyone. Even his master and the formation elder might not be safe. No matter what, he had to break the formation. I've already reached the 3rd layer of the core. As long as I can pass through these 3 layers, I'll reach the core. Wang Chang said to himself as he turned the model of the Origin Immortal Formation in his mind. The size and complexity of the formation far surpassed Wang Chang's imagination, and his psychic energy was being consumed at an astonishing rate. Moreover, the closer he got to the center, the more complex the calculations became. The formation elder had been correct. The Origin Immortal Formation had far too many variables, and the calculations were far too complex. Unless one was the person who had laid down the formation, outsiders would find it very difficult to use calculations to break it. If he hadn't constructed the model of the Origin Immortal Formation, he would have needed an astronomical amount of calculations to calculate the core of the formation. Even with the model, it was still a waste of energy. Rumble. As he was calculating, another rumble came from the core of the formation. Wang Chang raised his head and saw that another tide of energy was surging toward him through the world of energy. Those scoundrels are messing around again. Wang Chang narrowed his eyes, a sharp light in them. He had heard this sort of boom at least 6 or 7 times now. With each boom, the formation's power would increase, and its attacks would become sharper and more powerful. Their situation was worsening, becoming more and more dangerous. I have to speed up, Wang Chang said to himself. Kiki. Chapter 1438. Roar. The moment he entered the formation gate, he heard a series of explosions. Wang Chang raised his head and saw furious roars coming from within the formation gate. Peak Imperial martial experts, all of them wearing the infinite immortal crane robe, had formed a tight sword formation to fend off the rain of arrows and rocks, as well as the roiling lava underground. Careful! Zhou Chang, hold on. The Alliance Lord will definitely come to save us. That's right. No matter what, we can't give up. Let's destroy this formation together. These martial artists were in an extremely bad situation. Not only did they have to deal with the attacks of the formation, they also had to deal with the attacks of the Golden Beetles. But these martial artists had excellent teamwork, and it was clear that they had paid a terrible price to discover the weakness of the Golden Beetles. The warriors kept swinging their swords, slashing the Golden Beetles around them with all their might. Not a single one of the 30 to 40 beetles was able to break through their blockade. Every time they got close, they would be sent flying. Most eye-catching of all was the massive black Qilin in the center of the group. This massive Qilin was as thick as a mountain, and its massive feet were constantly beating against the ground, shattering more than half of the incoming attacks. A significant portion of the Golden Beetles had also been attracted by it. The Black Qilin was sacrificing itself to help the Imperial martial experts. The Jingqi League, Elder Ouyang. As Wang Chang stepped into the formation, his face froze in surprise. He had never imagined that he would encounter Ouyang Changheng, and the experts of the Jingqi League in the center of the Origin Immortal Formation. Although they seemed to be able to hold on, even Wang Chong could tell that their situation was extremely grim. Ouyang Changheng's black qilin probably didn't even have half of its power, and the experts of the Jingqi League under his protection were all pale, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads and dripping down their backs. Even the ground beneath their feet was soaked. It was clear that these people's stellar energies would not be able to last much longer, and the moment there was an opening, the golden beetles would immediately take advantage of it. The consequences were unthinkable. "Who goes there?" "It's you." "It's fake young Master Qingyang." "What nonsense are you talking about? He's the successor of the evil emperor, a demon of the evil path." Suddenly, a loud roar sounded in his ears. When Wang Chong barged into the array door, he also attracted the attention of the Jingqi League members. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of swords clanging could be heard. A considerable portion of the swords were aimed at Wang Chong, who had suddenly appeared. The atmosphere was extremely tense and hostile. For this little devil to appear at this time, he must be up to no good. "Even if we die today, we won't let him have it easy." "Bastard! He wants to ambush us. Kill him. If worst comes to worst, we'll take him down with us." The imperial martial experts of the Jingqi League roared in fury. Although Wang Chong was wearing the heavenly mandate battle armor, his entire body concealed within this strange and mysterious armor, they had still been able to recognize him at a glance. Outside the array, Wang Chong had used this armor to fight against Jingqi League Lord Song Yuani and Black Yin ancestor Luo Qin, so they had a deep impression of it. While they were completely focused on dealing with the traps, none of them had expected Wang Chong to appear. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu's reputation in the martial arts world was well known. No matter what Wang Chong's background was, he had long ago become associated with the evil path and demon in their minds. Normally, they would have been fine, and they wouldn't have been afraid of him. But now they had consumed most of their stellar energy and were about to run out of energy. How could they not be alarmed and angry? Wang Chong's expression chilled at this sight. He had just been considering whether or not to save these people, but if they really dared to attack, they couldn't blame him. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud roar came from above their heads. At this crucial moment, the Black Qilin elder Ouyang Changheng of the Jingqi League suddenly spoke, his voice harsh. "Anyone who dares to attack young Master Wang will be punished according to the League's rules." These words took the Jingqi League experts by surprise, and even Wang Chong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "But elder, he's the demonic emperor's disciple," an imperial martial expert of the Jingqi League uneasily said. His distraction had almost allowed a golden beetle to charge in. "If you encounter the demonic emperor and his disciple, kill them on the spot." This was the Alliance Lord's order. No one had expected Ouyang Changheng's order to be the exact opposite. "No buts. All of you stand down. Young Master Wang once saved our Jingqi League. If not for him, you would have already died to the Black Yin ancestor. We are the Jingqi League, not the Evil Dao Alliance. We won't do something like biting the hand that feeds us. I don't care about the Alliance Lord's orders. But within this formation, none of you are allowed to attack young Master Wang." Ouyang Changheng's voice was stern and brooked no argument. Yes, although they were unwilling, no one dared to oppose the elder's order. Wang Chong had been watching from the sidelines this entire time, and he was also rather surprised by this sight. He had been expecting another battle, but Ouyang Changheng's attitude was completely different from what he had expected. "Young Master Wang, I'm sorry. Righteous and evil have always stood against each other, and the Alliance Lord's attitude is not something I can change. I hope that young Master can understand." Ouyang Changheng's voice came from the Black Qilin's mouth. "Elder is too polite," Wang Chong sternly said. Ah, at this moment, a wretched scream came from the southeast. An imperial martial expert had been caught off guard and a golden beetle had charged past his sword and burrowed into his stellar energy. The Imperial martial expert was already at the end of his rope, so there was no way he would be able to resist. In the blink of an eye, the golden beetle gnawed at his stellar energy and burrowed into his body. Ah, save me! Save me! The Imperial martial expert collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain as he wailed. Huang Tong! Everyone turned pale with fright. However, before they could rush forward, in the next moment, like dominoes falling, a brass fell, and the originally tight defensive circle immediately showed a flaw. Golden beetle after golden beetle burrowed through the gap. Clink-clang! Clink-clang! The sound of the sword clashing against the golden beetles rang out incessantly, and some of the golden beetles were sent flying. But the more they did this, the greater the chaos. Without the formation, no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't block the attacks of the golden beetles. Screams rang out as more and more Imperial martial experts of the Jingqi League fell to the ground. Right at this time, another wave of sharp whistling sounds rang out. The sky darkened, and tens of thousands of arrows and rocks whistled over. A new wave of formation attacks came at this moment. All the arrows and rocks were accompanied by the sounds of wind and thunder, and they were even more powerful than before. Not good. Ouyang Changheng was stunned by this sight, but there was no time to think. Roar! With a deafening roar, Ouyang Changheng's black qilin clawed at the arrows in the sky. But in the next moment, Aya! There was a shrill scream as an extremely large golden beetle, glowing with blazing light, followed Ouyang Changheng's stellar energy and burrowed into his shoulder. Unlike the other golden beetles, the mist around this giant golden beetle was actually dark red, like an agate or a gem. Ouyang Changheng's movements were thrown into disarray, and countless arrows, imbued with destructive energy, began to rain down on him. Each of these arrows was as heavy as lightning, and Ouyang Changheng immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he withstood the attack of thousands of arrows. The black qilin in the sky also toppled to the side, the stellar energy around its body rapidly dimming. Elder. The Jingqi League experts cried out in alarm at this sight and threw themselves at Ouyang Changheng. Their expressions panicked. They had lost all of their usual composure. They didn't even have time to worry about the attacks coming from behind them. The closer they got to the core of the formation, the more powerful the attacks. The only reason they were still alive was because of Ouyang Changheng, but not even Ouyang Changheng could hold on for long. Ah! Cries of alarm filled the air as more and more golden beetles rushed in. Even some of the golden beetles at Wang Chang's side followed. Seeing that Ouyang Changheng and the other Jingqi League experts were about to die to the golden beetles, Wang Chong had no time to think. His body blurred as he lunged forward. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, the two golden and red halos around Wang Chong exploded. At the same time, a powerful attractive force exploded from Wang Chong's body. The sky of arrows and rocks hurtling toward Ouyang Changheng, and the Righteous Alliance members were all torn apart by some sort of energy and shot out of the formation like a torrential downpour. Yin-Yang transformation. Without thinking, Wang Chong unleashed the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. The attacks that the Jingqi League experts were facing instantly crumbled. Squeak! A golden beetle squeaked and lunged at a Jingqi League expert. But halfway there, it was immediately pulled toward Wang Chong by a powerful force. The attractive force that Wang Chong had unleashed was so powerful that not even the golden beetles could resist it. They were all pulled toward Wang Chong. Clang! 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 Hundreds of golden beetles slammed against Wang Chong's heavenly mandate battle armor, clanging loudly. Elder Ouyang, an eye for an eye. This is all I can do for you. In 10 breaths of time, retreat into the stop gate. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, it will bring you to the 7th and 8th levels. This is your only chance to retreat. If you go any further, you'll most likely die. Wang Chang's voice resounded in everyone's ears. "This is the last thing I can do for you." Before the Jingqi League experts could understand the meaning of Wang Chang's final words, Wang Chang's right arm, wrapped in dark red armor, suddenly pulled at the sky. Chapter 1439. Bathed in this heaven-earth Yuan Qi, everyone's auras rapidly grew. What? Suddenly, the hidden leader and his subordinates in the air at the center of the formation were flabbergasted, their faces filled with disbelief. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. How is this possible? He can actually absorb the energy of the formation. The energy that Wang Chong had pulled out to help Ouyang Changheng and the others was none other than the energy of the world that they had used to open the gate and charge in to strengthen the formation's attacks. Even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to believe that such a thing could happen. No matter what, this kid must die. Release all the stellar-piercing beetles. I want to see just how much more ability he has. The leader roared, his face filled with rage. Originally, his target had been the martial artists in the formation, but now Wang Chong had replaced them, becoming their absolute target. In an instant, all the golden beetles were released to deal with Wang Chong. Within the formation, Wang Chong had attracted all the golden beetles and immediately charged into the next formation gate. At the same time, Wang Chong's body exploded with waves of sharp sword qi, blowing up several golden beetles in the air. Upon smelling the aura of their own kind, the golden beetles were stimulated into a frenzy. All of them swarmed toward Wang Chong. Bzzz. In a flash of light, Wang Chong and the golden beetles disappeared from everyone's sight. Behind them, within the formation, there was a moment of deathly silence. Everyone looked at each other, unable to say a word. This was especially true for those Jingqi League experts who had cursed at Wang Chong. Their faces were filled with shame, their expressions complicated. In the end, you've saved us yet again. Ouyang Changheng sighed inwardly as he looked in the direction that Wang Chong had left. Did you all hear that? Everyone get ready. In 10 breaths, we'll leave immediately. Ouyang Changheng took a deep breath and quickly regained his composure. Although he had managed to save Ouyang Changheng and the others with just a few punches, the actual situation was not as easy as he had imagined. Every time Wang Chong used the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the condition of his body worsened. In just a few moves, Wang Chong's condition had worsened considerably. Looking through Wang Chong's heavenly mandate battle armor, one could see that Wang Chong's face was pale. Alarm gate, stop gate, view gate, open gate. After passing through 2 more formations, I'll be able to reach the core of the formation. Wang Chong thought to himself. This time, Wang Chong did not encounter many warriors. Once one got too close to the core of the origin immortal formation, death was almost assured. No martial artist could reach such depths. Wang Chong relied on his enormous calculation and deduction abilities to go deeper and deeper. The attacks from all around him kept getting stronger, but most of them were dodged by Wang Chong. Boom! The earth rumbled and space shuddered. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had broken through another formation and reached the second layer of the origin immortal formation. In front of him, waves of blood-red light rushed toward him, dyeing the surrounding space red like glass. And at the edge of the formation, Wang Chong saw massive dark red stone slabs for the first time. These stone slabs were 10 samzhang tall, and their surfaces were carved with special inscriptions. Moreover, all of them were moving. Astral-absorbing stone. Wang Chong recognized them at a glance. He had only learned of these special and top-class metal stones from his conversations with the formation elder. In ancient times, almost all the powerful formations near the core would use a special material like the astral-absorbing stone. Using this metal stone as the core of a formation could create a special zone that would cause any martial artist who entered to lose stellar energy at a faster rate. This was also designed to protect the core of the formation. Although Wang Chong had heard about it from the formation elder, This was his first time seeing it. In the modern era, where the art of formations had been lost, this sort of thing basically didn't exist anymore. It seems like I'm right. If I go forward, I'll reach the core of the formation. Leading straight to the formation, Wang Chang's body swayed as he broke through the formation and continued forward. More and more golden beetles gathered around him, their screeching growing louder and louder. At a glance, there were hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Unlike before, these golden beetles seemed to understand that Wang Chang's heavenly mandate battle armor would be difficult to break. So they changed their strategy and began to circle around Wang Chang. But even though they had given up on attacking, they were only getting more and more dangerous. These golden beetles were like crouching beasts, eyeing their prey. The moment they found an opening, they would immediately deal a fatal blow. Moreover, these golden beetles continued to circle around Wang Chang, completely blocking off Wang Chang's vision. All he could see was a black mass. At this point, Wang Chang could only use psychic energy to replace his eyes. But even so, there was still a significant gap between using psychic energy and what he could see with his eyes. Whoosh! A moment later, a pure black flame imbued with destructive energy soared out of Wang Chang's body. The fearless golden beetles hissed and hissed as they fell from the sky like raindrops. Not only that, even the golden spotted wings on his back had been scorched black. This scene greatly surprised Wang Chang. He had only planned to burn the beetles away because they were too densely packed together and he couldn't see anything. He hadn't expected that the fire of Mara he had obtained from the mysterious black-robed men would have such a powerful restraining effect on the golden beetles. The moment the fire of Mara appeared around Wang Chang, all the golden beetles seemed to be greatly frightened and scattered. Using this rare opportunity, Wang Chang immediately leapt forward. Under the countless attacks of poisonous smoke, arrows, rocks, and giant pillars, he sped up and headed for the core of the formation. Behind him, the golden beetles circled once in the air and chased after Wang Chang like maggots. Boom! The void shook again. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chang passed through another layer of formation and arrived at the first layer. The fluctuations of the world's origin energy around him grew more intense, and the dangerous aura also multiplied. Wang Chang didn't stop, quickly heading for the core of the formation. Buzz! Just as he was about to reach the core, the golden beetles chasing after Wang Chang suddenly shuddered, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. They all retreated and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wang Chang frowned, greatly surprised. He had seen the ferocity of these golden beetles before. Even though he had used the fire of Mara, he had been unable to chase them all away. That kind of maggot-like attack was enough to make any cultivator tremble in fear. But now, these golden beetles had actually retreated on their own. This was really not like them. But this is good. At least I can save some stellar energy. With a thought, Wang Chang instantly dispersed the heavenly mandate battle armor on his body. Although the armor's defense was extremely powerful, it also consumed a shocking amount of stellar energy. Without the threat of the golden beetles, Wang Chang could last even longer in the formation. Wang Chang suppressed his thoughts and quickly headed for the center. After a short while, he passed through the last array gate. His surroundings suddenly fell silent, and Wang Chang finally saw the center of the formation. From a distance, Wang Chang could immediately see the stone pillars at the edge of the formation core that looked like the ribs of a massive beast. Each of these stone pillars was crystalline and translucent, wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, all of them like daggers stabbing into the sky. From a distance, the surface of these stone pillars was painted with mysterious black runes. These should be the source of the formation's power. Through these stone pillars, the entire formation guides energy to the surroundings, causing all the formation doors to constantly change and become extremely dangerous. These stone pillars were very important to the formation, but it was not easy to reach here. Just the massive calculations alone were enough to keep the majority of cultivators outside. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong flew over. The formation eye of the formation is like the eye of a storm. Although there's a storm outside, the danger here is not so great. Wang Chong thought to himself. The surroundings of the stone pillars were calm and tranquil. Wang Chong quickly passed through them and appeared around the massive stone pillars. As his gaze swept over the words on the stone pillars, Wang Chong raised his eyebrows as he immediately recognized them. Bird seal script. Wang Chong looked at the black words on the stone pillars and was greatly surprised. Previously, when investigating the Confucian sect, Wang Chong had come into contact with these words from the spring and autumn period. However, they were different from what Wang Chong had seen in the ancient records. These words were somewhat similar to bird seal script, but they looked even more ancient. Wang Chong did not understand the meaning of these bird seal script, but Wang Chong could sense that these words contained an extremely powerful power. As Wang Chong continued to read, he saw some other characters and symbols on the stone pillars. Suddenly, his eyes flitted over a special symbol at the bottom of the stone pillar, and his pupils constricted, his face paling. How is this possible? It's that symbol. Wang Chong's body shuddered as he stared at the bottom of the stone pillar. It was the symbol of an ancient beast. The ancient beast's head had long since disappeared, leaving behind only two sinister-looking curved fangs and a lower jaw. There were some tiny tadpole characters on the lower jaw, making it look extremely ancient. The strangest thing was that there were actually traces of black mist seeping out from the tip of the ancient beast's fangs, giving off an indescribable sense of mystery. Why are the symbols of the Doomsday altar here? What's going on here? What does the origin immortal formation and the origin immortal lord have to do with all this? Chapter 1440. Wang Chong had originally believed that his trip to the Northwest was purely to find the world's #1 art and then borrow the power of the origin immortal art to balance his stellar energy and cure his cultivation defect. But he had never imagined that he would see a symbol related to the other worldly invaders here. For a moment, Wang Chong's eyes became dazed, his thoughts drifting back to a long time ago, to a memory that he had forgotten. Wang Chong thought of many things the other worldly invaders had not come from the same direction. Of all the entrances, the most famous one was the one in the northwest that Enyaliuishan had personally opened with a sacrifice. It was also known as the Doomsday Altar. That was the first entrance to the other worldly invaders on the continent. Later on, the other worldly invaders opened several more entrances and crossed through space. Before the final battle, Wang Chong had led his men to that place and personally witnessed the Doomsday Altar that Enyaliuishan had created. The huge altar was 60 to 70 meters tall. In the center of the altar, there were several huge golden stones. They were scarlet like blood and transparent like amber. Many different styles of summoning runes had been carved into the most important golden stones. And one of the 7 most important runes in the core was exactly the same as the one before him. No one had ever seen these 7 runes before, nor did anyone understand what sort of power they contained. But these 7 runes were clearly of utmost importance in summoning the other worldly invaders. Just who was this origin immortal lord? What relationship did he have with those people? Why did his formation have the same runes as Enyaliuishan's? Could it be? Wang Chong muttered to himself. At this moment, he thought of many things. The formation was still the formation, but in Wang Chong's mind, it was completely different. Kacha! Without any warning, Wang Chong struck out with his palm. With a cracking sound, the massive stone pillar in front of Wang Chong immediately snapped in half. Boom! The moment the pillar fell, the earth quaked and the entire origin immortal formation shuddered. What happened? Outside the core of the formation, at the 4th and 5th layer, next to Song Yuani, the experts of the Zhengqi League raised their heads, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They had heard the rumbling of the array several times, and each time it came from the core of the array formation. Every time it sounded, the power of the entire array formation would increase. But for some reason, the rumbling of the array formation this time gave them a completely different feeling than the previous few times. Alliance Master, the power of the formation has weakened. It seems like someone has reached the core of the formation. An elder of the Zhengqi League said, I wonder who it is. To be able to reach the core of the formation so quickly, such strength is not to be underestimated. Another elder of the Zhengqi League chimed in. Song Yuanyi didn't say anything. He just frowned slightly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Buzz. Meanwhile, on the perimeter of the formation, the ground quaked. The evil emperor and the formation elder stood side by side in a stone formation that the formation elder had created, both of them looking in the direction of the formation's core. The power of the formation has weakened. That child Wang Chong has probably reached the core by now. The formation elder suddenly said. The demonic emperor old man nodded, his eyes emotionless. Aren't you worried at all? The formation elder suddenly asked. The origin immortal formation was fraught with danger, and Wang Chong could suffer cultivation defect at any moment. The evil emperor seemed a little too calm. I'm not worried, the evil emperor indifferently said, his face still as calm as an ancient well. When old Qin Tu saw this, he immediately became furious. Zhang Wenfu, just what kind of master are you? Have you forgotten? Based on what that kid Wang Chong said, there's another faction hiding in the center of the formation? Those people could come out at any moment. I know. If you know, then why are you so calm? The formation elder angrily said. His disciple had entered a dangerous place, but the master was completely unconcerned. This was no master at all. If not for the fact that he was no match for demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu and had some misgivings about Wang Chong's talent in formations, he would have wanted nothing more than to snatch Wang Chong away and make him his disciple. I know what you're thinking. The evil emperor looked forward, his expression calm and his eyes firm. It's not that I don't care about him, but he's my disciple and I believe in him. Buzz. The formation elder was taken aback by these words, and then he suddenly understood. He turned his head and fell silent. At that moment, the formation elder failed to notice a ripple in the demonic emperor's eyes, a bright light flashing through them. If Wang Chong had been an ordinary disciple, the demonic emperor truly would have been worried. But in just 2 short years, Wang Chong had grown from the true martial realm to the peak of the great general realm, close to the subtle realm, and he had even accomplished a series of incredible feats. And all of this was the result of Wang Chong's own efforts. The formation elder had not looked after him in the process. Chonger, no matter the time, your master will always believe in you. You will definitely surpass your master, and nothing in this world can stop you. My lord, it's bad. That kid has begun to destroy the formation. If this continues, he'll destroy all the stone pillars. In the depths of the formation, several figures had been watching Wang Chong this entire time. Everyone in the formation was struggling to break free. Even the Zhengqi League Lord Song Yuanyi, Black Yin ancestor Luo Qin, and even the demonic emperor were trapped. The only person who could approach the core of the formation and threaten them was Wang Chong. A youth of 17 or 18 seemed to have a chance of breaking the origin immortal Lord's formation, let alone anyone else. Not even these people could have imagined such a thing. That's right, my lord. We have to stop him. Without the stone pillars, our control over the formation will be greatly affected. The formation's power will also be greatly reduced. Another follower agreed. Keklak. The earth quaked, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had destroyed another stone pillar and sent it crashing to the ground. In an instant, the 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. My lord, should we go out and stop him? One of the followers anxiously asked. The leader's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he stared at the youth destroying the stone pillars, his eyes seething with killing intent. No. The leader did not hesitate to reject the decision. Although we can control a portion of the formation's power and even alter its rules, when it comes to the core, the immortal lord has long ago decreed that as long as the other party reaches the core, we are not to interfere. When he said the last sentence, the leader's face turned slightly ugly. The expressions of the two attendants behind him also became extremely unnatural. Although they could use the other parts of the formation, there were some rules that even they did not dare to disobey. But, my lord, are we just going to watch as he destroys the formation? Isn't that even more contrary to the immortal lord's final wishes? One of the followers clenched his fists, his face brimming with unwillingness. An indescribable silence reigned, the three of them silently watching Wang Chong destroy the stone pillars at the edge of the formation core. It's not that easy. Those stone pillars are only the very edge of the formation. Destroying them will only weaken a portion of the formation's power, but it won't be enough to affect its core. And a formation left behind by the immortal lord is not so easy to destroy. Even if he gets here, he won't be able to enter the true core. When he said the last sentence, the leader standing at the front seemed to be hinting at something, and a meaningful look appeared in his eyes. The two people behind him were stunned for a moment before understanding something. Their expressions suddenly became much more relaxed. Although destroying these stone pillars won't destroy the formation, it can at least improve the situation of Master and the other martial artists. Crack! At the edge of the core, Wang Chong destroyed the last stone pillar. Looking at the huge, Fong-like stone pillar falling heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, he immediately felt much more at ease. Now only the core of the formation is left. Wang Chong's figure flickered, and he immediately headed toward the core of the formation. A moment later, Wang Chong finally arrived at the core of the formation. Here, dark red smoke billowed into the sky, and the strong fluctuation of vitality was surging like a tide. Even ordinary people could feel it. The terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth was enough to make any martial artist pale in comparison. Now only the last layer is left. Wang Chong quietly said to himself as he looked forward, through the dark red smoke. One could see that flames were blazing, and in the center of these flames was a massive golden sphere. This golden sphere was 70 to 80 meters tall, majestic, divine, and dignified. It gave off a completely different feeling from the rest of the formation. And beneath the sphere, Wang Chong could faintly make out several dark corridors, sinister and unfathomable. It was clear that entering these corridors would allow one to enter the formation. But this sight only made Wang Chong even more cautious. The Origin Immortal Formation was known as the world's #1 formation, and it was fraught with danger. The safer a place seemed, the more dangerous it actually was. Clap! With a flick of his finger, Wang Chong crushed a rock he had picked up while passing through the formation gates into several pieces and tossed them into the dark red smoke. Chi! The moment the rock fragments entered the thick smoke, they immediately emitted a corrosive sound. It was as if the 3 rock fragments had been splashed with sulfuric acid, quickly turning black and shrinking. When these rock fragments passed through the smoky area and entered the blazing area, they were immediately burnt into black ash and completely evaporated. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Chapter 1441. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Wang Chong flicked his index and middle fingers, flicking out a broken sword he had obtained from the Jingqi League. The speed of a sword was much faster than a rock, but at the same time, the speed of a sword made of steel was also much faster. The moment the broken sword entered the area of dark red smoke, it corroded at an alarming rate and turned black. The rest of the sword immediately melted into a fiery red liquid the moment entered the burning area, dripping to the ground. Even though Wang Chong had mentally prepared himself, he could not help but feel his eyelids twitch at this sight. The swords of the Jingqi League were not made from ordinary steel. The fact that the dark red smoke could rapidly corrode these broken swords showed just how powerful it was. As for the raging flames behind them, even ordinary armor would be incinerated in an instant. These poisonous flames were left behind by the immortal Lord. Every single one of them is incomparably powerful. Whether it be divine weapons or armor, they will all turn into muddy water the moment they enter. Since ancient times, no one has ever been able to pass through these traps. Even we would die without the restrictions left behind by the immortal Lord, let alone the others. He can't possibly pass through these traps. The leader stood at the forefront in midair, looking down at Wang Chong from above, waiting for Wang Chong's final decision. If he advanced, he would die. If he retreated, he would also die. No matter what, these warriors who were trapped in the formation were doomed. Behind him, the two attendants remained silent. All three of them watched Wang Chong, waiting for his next move. Everything can finally come to an end. The two of them thought to themselves. Almost at the same time, in the distance, clang. Wang Chong muttered to himself for a moment, then immediately moved forward without hesitation. Just as he was about to enter the area of dark red smoke, there was a flash of light. Wang Chong donned the heavenly mandate battle armor and stepped into the smoke under the astonished gazes of the three attendants. Wang. The three attendants were shocked at this sight. Humph, I overestimated him. No matter how good the armor is, there will always be gaps. The thick smoke and flames can penetrate through all the openings. This kid is dead for sure. The two attendants shook their heads as they looked at Wang Chong. Originally, they thought that Wang Chong would retreat after seeing him test the waters several times. But the final result was the opposite of what they had expected. Wang Chong had no chance of survival once he stepped into this area. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Everyone stared at the black shadow in the thick smoke, waiting for him to fall. Stone of Destiny, seal the armor. Wang Chong focused his mind and paid no attention to the changes in the outside world. The moment he stepped into the core region, he quickly sealed up all the gaps in his armor. The entire heavenly mandate battle armor immediately turned into an isolated space that isolated everything outside. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the poisonous smoke was rapidly corroding the heavenly mandate battle armor. However, all of the corrosive power was blocked. Thick smoke filled his vision, and he could no longer see anything with the naked eye. Wang Chong spread out his mind power and quickly moved forward. There's only 5 minutes left. I have to hurry. Wang Chong thought to himself. Although it seemed easy on the surface, and he had successfully blocked out the corrosive smoke, Wang Chong's heart was extremely heavy. Although the heavenly mandate battle armor seemed powerful, it consumed a lot of stellar energy. In his current state, Wang Chong could not last long. Whoosh! Wang Chong's figure flickered as he sped forward. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the poisonous smoke and entered the burning area. The moment he was about to enter, Wang Chong noticed that on the border between the two regions, there were several large crystal pillars arranged in an orderly fashion around the golden sphere. On these crystal pillars, Wang Chong once again saw the black fangs and bone marks that he had seen on the Doomsday altar. There are more and more of these marks. Wang Chong thought to himself. All of this gave him an indescribably bizarre feeling. The origin immortal formation was still the same origin immortal formation, but in Wang Chong's mind it was filled with endless mysteries and mysteries. Clack! A foot covered in tough steel armor stepped into the blazing flames. In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong had entered the sea of fire. An indescribably scorching heat came from the bottom of his feet, and every part of his body began to seethe. Not even the heavenly mandate battle armor could completely block out this heat. For a moment, Wang Chong felt like his entire body was on fire, and even his breathing was scorching hot. There are advantages and disadvantages. The heavenly mandate battle armor is sealed, but the air I can breathe is limited to the armor. I won't be able to last very long with this little bit of air. I have to get through as fast as I can. Rumble. The earth quaked. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong strode toward the massive golden sphere that was 70 to 80 meters tall. With every step he took, there was a loud rumble that shook the mountains and the earth. Impossible. In the core of the formation, the three hidden figures watched as Wang Chong strode toward the sphere, their bodies trembling and their eyes going round. How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. Whether it's in the central plains or the western regions, there's no armor that can stop the smoke and fire of the immortal Lord. Impossible. The three of them could not believe their eyes as they stared at the approaching figure in the raging flames. Every one of them felt an unprecedented impact and shock. The origin immortal formation was a myth that all of them firmly believed in, and the defensive measures left behind by the origin immortal Lord were also barriers that all of them firmly believed in. But now, all the things that they firmly believed in were being broken, and it was by a young man who was only 18 or 19 years old. Boom, boom, boom. The black figure moved faster and faster through the roiling red flames. As the trio watched in fear, Wang Chong passed through the sea of flames and arrived in front of the golden sphere. In that instant, the three of them felt a chill in their hearts. It's too late. He's about to break the formation. We can't stop him. As they stared at Wang Chong's tall figure, their eyes turned ashen. The unbreakable legend of this formation that had lasted for centuries was about to be destroyed by Wang Chong. Go in. Wang Chong was so focused that he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. As he stared at the dark passage that was several men tall, Wang Chong rushed in and entered the passage of the golden sphere. 1 step, 2 steps. The passage was quiet, none of the traps that Wang Chong had imagined. Wang Chong had been extremely cautious at the start, but a moment later, he sped up toward the core of the formation. Boom! Just as Wang Chong was 7 or 8 feet into the golden sphere, something strange happened. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. At the same time, countless sharp metal teeth appeared on the walls of the passage, as if they were the teeth of a monster. Tens of thousands of them suddenly closed in on Wang Chong. The metal spikes scraped against the heavenly mandate battle armor, producing an ear-piercing screech. Not good. Wang Chong sped up, rushing in. At the same time, his stellar energy erupted, shaking off the surrounding metal teeth. He wanted to rush into the core of the formation before the metal teeth closed in. But the next moment, the world spun. An entire world seemed to be upside down. Not only that, but even the passage had been bent like a bowstring. A powerful force wrapped around him and flung him toward the end of the passage. Boom! There was a massive boom, and the world seemed to spin as Wang Chong finally charged out of the sky full of sharp metal teeth. Under the tremendous force, it crashed heavily onto the ground with a loud boom, raising a cloud of dust into the air. Boom! Before Wang Chong could react, the sky whistled as a powerful aura descended from above, smashing down on his head. Dust billowed as a massive stone pillar, so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it, was narrowly dodged by Wang Chong and smashed into the ground. Shock gate! Wang Chong's eyes widened at the sight of this massive stone pillar, and his expression changed. The core of the formation did not have these kinds of attacks. Only the 8 outer gates would have these kinds of stone pillar attacks. He only remembered that he had been thrown out of the center of the formation. How had he ended up in a place like this? But before Wang Chong could think, rumbling came from overhead, getting closer and closer as a 2nd and 3rd stone pillar came crashing down from above. The stone pillars, pulsing with enormous ripples of energy, smashed into the ground, creating massive craters and sending up clouds of dust. The 3rd layer, it's actually the Qian Palace's shock gate. How could it be like this? Wang Chong raised his head, his mind rapidly turning as he calculated where he was. He had clearly entered the core of the formation, but when he came out, he was in the 3rd layer on the outskirts. The origin immortal formation had actually bypassed the first and second layers and used some unknown method to throw him on the outskirts. Kiki! A metallic screech rang out in his ears, pulling Wang Chong back to his senses. A swarm of golden beetles stared at Wang Chong and began to swarm toward him, clanging against his heavenly mandate battle armor. I don't have much time. Wang Chong's heart chilled, but he had no time to think. He charged out of the formation and toward the core. Boom! A moment later, with a resounding boom, Wang Chong was thrown out once more. This time he was in the fourth layer of the origin immortal formation. The third time he charged in, he was thrown to the second layer of the formation. It was like some invisible barrier was keeping Wang Chong at bay. My lord, what's going on here? In the air above the formation, two subordinates glanced at each other in dismay. In all of history, no one had ever ventured so deep into the depths like Wang Chong. Thus, for a moment, not even they knew what was going on with Wang Chong going in and out and being tossed around like that. If my guess is correct, this should be the universe puzzle, and the final barrier left behind by the origin immortal lord. The leader, who stood at the forefront, pondered for a moment and suddenly laughed. Chapter 1442. In theory, the universe puzzle can be broken as long as one has astonishing talent, but it's not something that can be done in a short amount of time. At the very least, they don't have time. With these final words, the leader turned his head in another direction. If one looked down from the sky, one would realize that the energy of the world bursting out of the core of the formation was not being evenly distributed throughout the formation, but following a special trajectory, changing left and right in and shape, forming a massive yin and yang diagram within the origin immortal formation. This enormous energy was slowly rotating, and it seemed as if yin and yang were harmonizing and contracting inwardly. When the universe is harmonized and yin and yang are intertwined, the formation will explode with its strongest power and wipe out these martial artists. At that time, no martial artist of any level will be able to survive the formation. The leader, standing at the very front, turned his head toward Wang Chong and sneered. This was a contest of time. In the end, it was no longer important how powerful Wang Chong's armor was, nor was it important how many stone pillars he had destroyed. What was important was that he would still die here. The powerful armor on his body would also become their sacrificial offering. Get ready. Once the people in the formation are pulverized by the energy of the world, we'll leave. The leader, who was standing in front, said, Yes, my lord. Time ticked by, second by second. In the center of the formation, Wang Chong stood in a daze. Through the armor, one could see that his face was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression was extremely unsightly. He had clearly reached the center of the formation and was only a step away from breaking the formation. But Wang Chong still couldn't find his way in. He had tried 3 times, but the formation had thrown him out each time. Wang Chong's stellar energy was rapidly depleting, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. There's no time. The heavenly mandate battle armor will disappear in another 30 seconds. Without the heavenly mandate battle armor, I won't be able to pass through these flames. Within the armor, Wang Chong's face was solemn and his heart was thumping. He had never felt so nervous before. This was his last chance. If he failed to break the formation and was thrown out again, he would never be able to enter the formation again. Wang Chong was wearing his armor. Cold sweat dripped down from the tip of his nose, then his lips and his neck. Every drop of cold sweat was like a ticking clock. It was also a countdown to Wang Chong. The formation left behind by the origin immortal lord was far more difficult to break than he had imagined. Where is it? Where is it? Any formation can be broken. There is no such thing as an unbreakable formation. How can I get to the core of the formation? Wang Chong stood motionless in front of the huge golden ball like a statue. In that instant, time seemed to come to a standstill. Wang Chong's mind was filled with thoughts, thousands upon thousands of them. They flashed through his mind like lightning. Chonger, Your senior, Zhou, asked me to pass on a message to you. Taiji produces yin and yang, and yin and yang produce the four images. All formations are not isolated, but one. As long as you comprehend the final secret, you will definitely be able to enter the core of the formation and destroy it. At this moment, a familiar old and mellow voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Master. Wang Chong was surprised to hear this voice. This was a message his master had sent to him through the world of energy. But for the message to be delivered so clearly to him, it had to be extremely close. It appeared that his master and the formation elder had been thrown out of the rest gate and brought to the third or fourth layer by the formation's power. Master, your disciple understands. Wang Chong quickly focused and closed his eyes, a pensive look on his face. While Wang Chong was thinking, elsewhere, the evil emperor slowly opened his eyes and left the world of energy. Wang Chong's guess had been correct. The evil emperor and the formation elder had truly been thrown out of the rest gate and brought to the third or fourth layer by the origin immortal formation's power. A rain of stones, arrows, and flames rained down on them, but they all brushed past them several dozen feet away and struck somewhere else. The origin immortal formation model that Wang Chong had comprehended at the end had given the formation elder a great deal of inspiration, allowing him to understand the formation even more thoroughly and use its power better. Although this area seemed dangerous, the two of them weren't in that much danger. Old scoundrel, what did you mean by those two messages you had me pass on? The demonic emperor old man turned his head to the formation elder. How could I know? I was just giving him some general knowledge about breaking formations. If I knew, I would have told him long ago. The formation elder worriedly said. The formation still hasn't been broken, so I'm guessing that the little fellow must have run into some trouble. Moreover, the origin immortal formation was left behind by the origin immortal true lord and is known as the number one formation in the world. Its core is bound to be filled with dangers and defenses. All I can do is help as much as I can. What? The demonic emperor old man was flabbergasted by these words, his face instantly paling. He had believed that the formation elder's message had come from a place of inspiration, but the formation elder was just trying his luck and spouting nonsense. This is troublesome. The evil emperor turned to the core of the formation, his eyes extremely grim. Brother Zhang, don't worry. That child Wang Chong is extremely talented. Although the origin immortal formation is the world's number one formation, once he comprehends its mysteries, he might be able to break it. The formation elder weakly consoled. At this moment, Wang Chong had no idea what the truth was. His eyes were closed as he stood motionlessly in front of the golden sphere, his mind rapidly working. Taiji gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the four divisions. Everything is one. Wang Chong was thinking about the last two words the formation elder had asked his master to tell him. Countless images were spinning through his mind. But unlike before, the origin immortal formation in Wang Chong's mind was now operating in a completely different manner. Wang Chong tried to examine the formation from a different angle. Taiji gives birth to yin and yang. Yin and yang give birth to the four divisions. Isn't the metal sphere at the core of this formation a giant Taiji? Wang Chong suddenly remembered something, and as this thought flitted through his mind, the origin immortal formation in Wang Chong's mind underwent a massive transformation. Rumble! A metal sphere identical to the one in the center of the formation, but several thousand times smaller, suddenly rose from the core of the formation. The moment this metal sphere appeared, the formation gave Wang Chong a completely different feeling. If his original model of the formation was only 8% complete, with the addition of this metal sphere, it was 9% complete. No, I'm still missing a few stone pillars. As he thought about the stellar absorption walls and the fire-red crystals around the metal sphere that he had destroyed, Wang Chong decided to add these extremely important stone pillars to the formation in his mind. With the appearance of these stone pillars, Wang Chong suddenly found a new way to operate the formation. Yin and Yang, for divisions, yin and Yang. With a thought, Wang Chong began to operate the tens of thousands of formation gates of the Origin Immortal Formation according to the two different methods of Yin and Yang. A moment later, the countless formation gates began to flip like dominoes. Time ticked away. There were only 10 breaths of time left. The formation in Wang Chong's mind spun faster and faster, and the calculations in Wang Chong's mind were on the order of 10 million. 7 seconds. Boom! The Origin Immortal Formation in Wang Chong's mind suddenly froze. At this moment, Wang Chong could clearly see that the entire Origin Immortal Formation, with a metal sphere as its core, had taken the shape of ants. If one looked down from above, they would see that it was a Taiji diagram. At that moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood. No, the path into the formation isn't one of those tunnels, but this that represents the yin-yang Taiji diagram. There aren't that many true entrances to the formation, only 2. Wang Chong's eyes quickly focused on the place where this passed through the metal sphere. 2 seconds. Wang Chong could sense that the heavenly mandate battle armor was rapidly weakening, and Wang Chong could even sense the fierce flames outside. This heat was tens of thousands of degrees, enough to melt even the toughest steel. And without the protection of the heavenly mandate battle armor, he would be doomed if he fell into the sea of flames in his current state. 1 second. At the last moment, Wang Chong finally reached the place where the metal sphere and this intersected. The only thing in front of him was a smooth metal wall with no passageway, but without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong smashed his way through. Buzz! Unexpectedly, the sturdy steel-like barrier in front of him rippled like water. Wang Chong felt his body loosen as he charged in with his armor. That sturdy metal barrier was actually an illusion. Rumble! Just as the heavenly mandate battle armor was about to disappear, Wang Chong finally passed through the final layer of defense and rolled into the core of the formation. In that instant, the 3 figures in the air who witnessed all of this were dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word. After what seemed like both a second and like countless centuries, Wang Chong slowly opened his eyes and finally saw the core of the world's #1 formation. Unlike Wang Chong's imagination, the interior of the metal sphere was extremely spacious. Chapter 1443. The war banner was only 3 foot tall and made of some unknown material. Several ancient characters had been written on it in flamboyant calligraphy. Wang Chong didn't recognize these ancient characters, but he could still recognize their meaning from their shape. The Origin Immortal War Banner. A thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind when he saw this banner made of some unknown material. The formation elder had once said that all powerful large-scale formations had a special object serving as the center of the formation, just like the 9-dragon blood war banner. The center of the Origin Immortal Formation was clearly this war banner. As long as I pull out this banner, I can destroy the formation, Wang Chong said to himself. After expending so much energy, he had finally reached this place. Boom! At this moment, a massive boom resounded in his ears. As Wang Chong watched, the world swayed as a dreadful energy erupted from beneath the altar. This energy poured into the war banner, causing it to rapidly transform. In the blink of an eye, it had become a blood-red crystal pole more than 20 feet long and as thick as a bowl. Even the triangular yellow banner had swelled to several dozen times its original size. Bang! A majestic energy surged out of the Origin Immortal War Banner in a pillar of light and into the ceiling of the dimension. A moment later, Wang Chong sensed that this dreadful energy had divided into thousands of strands that surged toward the outside of the formation. Rumble! At the same time, everyone heard the familiar rumbling of the earth from all directions. The power of the entire formation was strengthened once again at this moment. It's over. We're really done for. The formation's gotten even stronger. We can't survive. In a certain part of the formation, An unaffiliated martial artist kneeled on the ground, his eyes brimming with despair as he looked in the direction of the rumbling. Are we really going to die here? I can't accept this. Someone save us. I don't want to die here. In another part of the formation, a martial artist, covered in wounds, was kneeling on the ground. It's gotten stronger again. All of us are going to die this time. Bang, bang, bang. More and more people fell to their knees, their eyes filled with despair. After going through a long battle, they had consumed a lot of their aura energy, and even the pills they had on them had been used up. In the face of the endless increase in the power of the array, no one could resist it. Ancestor, those bugs are here again. A hoarse voice filled with fear echoed in the void. In the third layer of the formation, the 5 Ancestor Alliance experts were covered in wounds, their eyes brimming with fear as they stared at the approaching golden beetles. In front of them, the Black Een ancestor, Luo Qin, seemed to see nothing at all. His robes flapped in the wind as he stared gravely at the center of the formation. While these golden-armored beetles were formidable, the true danger for the Black Een ancestor lay in the core of the formation. It's too powerful. It's impossible for anyone to break this formation. I was too simple-minded. The Black Een ancestor said to himself. Even a titan of the evil path like him had expended a great deal of energy to get here from the outer perimeter of the formation. The attacks from the various formation gates were endless, and for the first time, the Black Een ancestor felt like he would never be able to defeat them. Just the outer perimeter of the formation was so powerful, so the Black Een ancestor found it difficult to imagine just how terrifying the core was. Song Yueni, so breaking the formation, not even you can do it. The Black Een ancestor turned his head in another direction, countless thoughts flashing through his mind. At this moment, the Black Een ancestor had no idea that Song Yueni was looking in the same direction as him, lost in thought. Alliance Lord, many of our brothers have been injured. We might not be able to advance any further. A Jingqi League expert behind Song Yueni called out. Under Song Yueni's lead, they had already reached the second layer of the origin immortal formation. Just a little more, and they would reach the core, but they were already finding it very difficult to continue. The attacks from the various formations were getting stronger and stronger, and even with Alliance Lord Song Yueni's leadership, they had reached their limit. If they continued, even if they could reach the core, they would probably all be dead. Song Yueni said nothing, only silently gazed into the depths of space-time. No one knew what he was thinking. Squeaking could be heard as golden beetles flew through the air. Some of them were even gnawing on Song Yueni's eternal spring, stellar energy. But these people were afraid of the golden beetles that seemed especially effective against martial artists. Although they could gnaw at Song Yueni's stellar energy, their speed was extremely slow. It was like what they were gnawing on was not their favorite stellar energy, but sturdy metal and stone. This was the first time these golden beetles had encountered an opponent that they found difficult to chew on. This fact alone was enough to leave countless martial artists in the world in the dust. Song Yueni's stellar energy engulfed the Jingqi League experts behind him, drawing over almost all the golden beetles. But even though he treated these dangerous golden beetles like they were nothing, Song Yueni's heart was still heavy and not optimistic. Although he could deal with the golden beetles, he could not deal with the endless attacks from the formations around him. They had been forced into the alarm gate, the pain gate, and even the death gate time and time again, causing the Jingqi League experts at Song Yueni's side to suffer grievous losses. The ground was stained with blood, and the Jingqi League experts were pale and on their last breaths. It was clear that they would not be able to advance any further. Song Yueni could truly abandon them and advance alone, but all the experts of the Jingqi League here would probably be killed. For a moment, this titan of the righteous path was caught between a rock and a hard place. Is there really no other way? Song Yueni held his hands behind his back and muttered to himself as he gazed at the core of the formation. For the first time, he had encountered such an indecisive choice. Boom! The earth trembled and another burst of energy erupted. Boundless energy once again rushed out from the core of the Array formation in all directions. At this moment, the entire world was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were heavy as they waited for the final judgment. Buzz! While everyone was trembling in fear and silently waiting for death, a slender palm, white and slender, gripped the Origin Immortal War banner on the altar at the core of the formation. It's time for everything to end. Wang Chong stopped in front of the altar, his other hand gripping the Origin Immortal War banner. Everything returned to normal after the eruption of this wave of energy tide. The Origin Immortal War banner had also returned to its original size. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong began to pull on the Origin Immortal War banner. I can't pull it out. Wang Chong raised an eyebrow in surprise. He pulled, but the war banner did not budge, as if it had taken root on the altar. After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong increased his strength. 800 Jin, 5,000 Jin, 10,000 Jin. Wang Chong continued to increase the strength on his wrist, but the result remained the same. Wang Chong quickly changed his strategy. His dantian vibrated as he used the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the fire of Mara, the fire of Lu Wu, and even the art of god and demon obliteration. Finally, he heard a crack from the base of the altar, and the Origin Immortal War banner began to sway. Wang Chong immediately increased his strength, and the war banner began to sway even more violently. Finally, with a heaven-shaking boom, Wang Chong watched as the base of the war banner loosened, a massive crack splitting the altar in two. Soon after, when the altar cracked open, a deafening sound of thunder came from the core of the formation and spread throughout the entire formation. What's going on here? When the countless cultivators in the formation heard the rumbling thunder, they were startled awake. As they looked at the sky, they exchanged glances with each other. No one knew what was going on, but they could sense that with that peal of thunder, a crack had opened in the sky, allowing the energy of the outside world to seep in. Not only that, but everyone could sense that the aura of the entire formation had suddenly become much weaker, and it was still weakening. What happened? Did someone break the formation? Everyone glanced at each other in dismay, then turned to the core of the formation. The formation would not weaken for no reason, and this was completely different from what they had expected. At the same time, Song Yuanyi, Luo Qin, and the myriad ghost ancestor Pale Wanchang all turned to the center of the formation. Unlike the others, the three strongest experts who had entered the formation were certain that someone had entered the core of the formation and was destroying it. So fast! Just who is so formidable that they've already entered the core of the formation? At this instant, the three of them were surprised and bewildered, and all of them were visibly moved. The three of them understood just how difficult it was to enter the core of the formation. Even someone like Song Yuanyi, whose stellar energy could ignore the golden beetles, was incapable of breaking through the first layer of the formation, much less anyone else. Could it be the myriad ghost ancestor? Song Yuanyi narrowed his eyes, a pensive look on his face. In the entire Five Ancestor Alliance, if there was one person who could break the formation, it was that low-key Pale Wanchang, who was even stronger than the Black Yin ancestor. From the moment they had entered the formation until now, Song Yuanyi had not seen him. Could it be that fellow Song Yuanyi? Chapter 1444. Based on what he knew, the only person in the martial arts world who could break the world's #1 formation was Song Yuanyi. As for the demonic emperor and his disciple, whether it was Song Yuanyi or Luo Qin, they had chosen to ignore them. How could the demonic emperor, who had stirred up countless storms of blood in the martial arts world, break the formation for someone else? The two of them would never believe this. But a moment later, something happened that left these titans of the martial arts world in disbelief. There was a massive rumble as endless rays of light shot out from the core of the formation. In the sky above the Origin Immortal Formation, everyone could see the back of a familiar young man. He seemed to be holding a war banner in his hand that he was trying to pull out. Although they couldn't see his face, they still recognized him at a glance. The demonic emperor's disciple! The fake young Master Qingyang. Cries of alarm rang out from various parts of the formation. The battle between Wang Chong and young Master Qingyang had attracted far too much attention. Many people remembered this audacious young man who had challenged young Master Qingyang in front of Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor. The Black Yin ancestor and Song Yuanyi in particular had nasty grimaces on their faces. As titans of the martial arts world, the two of them had believed that the other had entered the core and broken the formation. But to their surprise, the person who had entered the core and helped all the martial artists was actually the person they despised the most, the person they had subconsciously ignored, Wang Chong. This result was like a fierce slap to the faces of the two of them. Ha ha ha, Zhang Wenfu, did you see that? That kid really did enter the core. Ha, good. As expected of the demonic emperor's disciple. At the same time, on the other side of the formation elders' eyes lit up at the sight of Wang Chong's massive figure, and he jumped up in excitement. For a moment, he even suspected that Wang Chong had failed. But in the end, he didn't expect that Wang Chong actually did it. He actually broke the world's #1 formation. And just the thought of how he had taught Wang Chong his knowledge of formations made the formation elder feel incredibly proud. This was enough to keep him proud for the rest of his life. Don't celebrate too early. Before the formation is completely broken, everything is still unknown, the evil emperor said calmly. He did not seem to be moved at all, but his quivering eyelids betrayed his true emotions. At this moment, in the core of the formation, Wang Chong could only see the light from the war flag. He did not know that his every move in the core of the formation had been seen by everyone. Just a little more. Wang Chong was completely focused on the Origin Immortal War banner in front of him. As the core of the formation, the Origin Immortal War banner that communicated with the energy of the world was constantly loosening. He had already used up all his strength, and his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Even the energy in his body was in disarray. But Wang Chong had no time to worry about such things. Just a little more, and I'll be able to break the formation. After what seemed like both a second and countless eons, Wang Chong felt his body relax as he finally pulled out the Origin Immortal War banner. In the instant that the war flag was pulled out, a series of crisp cracking sounds rang out. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the entire altar, and then it violently exploded. As the core of the formation was destroyed, the entire formation began to sway. Explosions came from all directions, resonating with the destruction of the core. Wang Chong sensed that the dangerous Origin Immortal formation had suddenly become like a punctured ball, its majestic ripples of energy rapidly weakening. Bang! Soon after, heaven-shaking cheers came from all around the formation. Sensing the change in the formation, the martial artists felt like they had just survived a calamity, all of them excited. Some of them even dropped their weapons and slumped to the ground. But at this moment, in the core of the formation, Wang Chong had no time to worry about these things. Pulling out the Origin Immortal War banner and destroying the formation was tantamount to resolving the crisis. The formation would still need some time before it completely collapsed, and Wang Chong's attention was completely focused on the object revealed by the altar after the formation was destroyed. It was the statue of a small, black beast the size of a fist. The beast had a savage expression on its face, seeming ready to pounce on its prey at any moment. As Wang Chong looked over, he immediately noticed the lower jaw of the beast and the two sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. Wang Chong's heart began to thump. The lower jaw and fangs of this beast were identical to the runes on the Doomsday altar. Is this the true body of the vicious beast from the Doomsday Seal? Wang Chong blinked as he muttered to himself. Everything here gave him an indescribable feeling. There was an indescribable sense of mystery. As he stared at the statue, Wang Chong's feeling grew stronger and stronger. This origin, immortal lord of unknown origins, was assuredly inextricably linked to the apocalypse of the invaders. No matter what, I have to find out the truth. Find out what exactly is going on, Wang Chong said to himself. Until the very last moment, no one had been able to understand the secrets of the doomsday altar that had summoned the otherworldly invaders and destroyed the Tang dynasty and the civilization on the continent. This included how it had been constructed, what materials had been used, what vital components had been used, and how it had been constructed. But this time, Wang Chong had an intense feeling that he had unwittingly come into contact with some crucial truth about that calamity. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and quickly noticed something on the head of the pitch-black statue. It was a red pearl the size of a thumb, as translucent as agate. There seemed to be transparent lava flowing within the pearl, and Wang Chong could sense vast ripples of energy coming from it. For a moment, Wang Chong sensed that this red pearl was like an endless pool of water that could contain boundless energy. But a moment later, Wang Chong awoke from this illusion. He turned his gaze and quickly looked not far from the little beast and the bead. After the altar was broken, another thing was exposed. It was an old, mottled, mysterious scroll that seemed to be made of gold, but was not made of gold and was not made of cloth. The scroll was extremely clean, and at a glance one could see that it was densely covered in golden threads, and one could faintly see many mysterious runes and characters. With a thought, Wang Chong opened his palm and sucked the scroll into his hand. This is the diagram for the origin immortal formation. Wang Chong unfurled the scroll, and with just a glance, his eyes immediately lit up in delight. The scroll depicted an extremely detailed diagram for a large formation. There were more than 10,000 formation gates, countless mechanisms, and the energy circulation channels of the formation. Everything that one could imagine was there. It was even more complex than the origin immortal formation that Wang Chong had deduced in his mind. Wang Chong read line by line, and even some of the secret functions that had not been activated were recorded in detail. Wang Chong had already deduced 90% of the origin immortal formation structure and operating principles, and now that he had this diagram, he understood the entire origin immortal formation like the back of his hand. So, the people who were operating the spell formation from behind the scenes were hiding here. At the center of the diagram, Wang Chong coldly chuckled. With a wave of his hand, he swept up the statue of the black beast and the origin immortal war banner. Whoosh! His body swayed, and then he appeared at the edge of the core region, at the inner wall of the metal sphere. He pressed his palm against a protruding metal brick on the inner wall, and there was a loud clack. A spiral-shaped metal staircase spiraled down from above, instantly revealing a brand new path. Wang Chong's body swayed as he leaped up the stairs, shooting like a bolt of lightning toward the top of the metal sphere. Buzz! As he flew forward, Wang Chong unleashed the great yin-yang heaven creation art. The world was now free of its restraints, and the vast energy that was dispersing through the world was drawn toward Wang Chong like birds flying into a forest. This dispersing energy was the only source of stellar energy that Wang Chong could use to replenish his stellar energy. Clang! As he flew upward, Wang Chong put on the heavenly mandate battle armor and used the origin of energy to communicate with his master, the evil emperor. A few moments of rest, and the energy he had absorbed was enough for Wang Chong to last until his master, the evil emperor, arrived. But a moment later, there was a flash of light, and by the time Wang Chong had reached a hidden space at the top of the metal sphere, the metal platform that had stood 70 to 80 meters in the air had vanished. Not far away, there was a huge, blood-red crystal barrier and a broken mechanism, showing that they had once been here. I'm too late. Wang Chong walked up to the crystal barrier, and when he saw the messy footprints on the ground, he immediately understood that he had found the right place. It was obvious that these people had noticed him and left early. Just who are these people? Wang Chong frowned in confusion. He had originally believed that there would be a short battle, but now that he had calmed down, Wang Chong began to sense that something was fishy. Now that he thought about it, these people had been up high, so they should have been able to observe his movements. In other words, they should have had several chances to stop him. But for some reason they had all given up. Even when he had pulled out the war flag and destroyed the formation, they had still not appeared in the face of such dire consequences. This was the complete opposite of their actions of activating the formation and wanting to kill everyone in the formation. This was far too abnormal. It's not that they're unwilling, but that they can't. Since these people can control the origin immortal formation, they must have some kind of connection to this place. The only reason why they didn't appear despite the danger of destroying the formation is probably because of themselves. The premise for these people to be able to control the formation must be some kind of inviolable constraint or oath. Wang Chong quickly understood after a few moments of thought. Chapter 1445. Kill. Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard an earth-shattering rumble. Thinking of this, Wang Chong turned his head around. From his altitude of 70 to 80 meters, he could see countless martial artists tearing at each other through the tens of thousands of formation gates. And Wang Chong could immediately see the black Yin ancestor and Song Yuani fighting nearby. Elsewhere, he could see his master and the formation elder battling with myriad ghost ancestor Pei Wancheng. Although the array had stopped operating, the struggle in the world of sex had only just begun. Countless people were heading in Wang Chong's direction. Crack! As Wang Chong was looking down at the formation, he heard a heaven-shaking boom, and then a golden light came from overhead. Wang Chong's heart thumped as he looked up. A moment later, he was greeted by a shocking sight. A massive golden hand had reached down from above the origin immortal formation, its 5 golden fingers gripping the dome of the origin immortal formation. Soon after, another mountainous hand reached down and gripped the other side of the dome. Rumble. There was a heaven-shaking boom as the 2 massive hands exerted force, forcing the dome of the origin immortal formation open. There was a series of thunderous booms, and under the shocked gazes of countless people, the sky was suddenly torn open, and the dome was almost completely torn apart. Countless streams of energy and light poured out of the fissure, illuminating the entire formation. Not only that, the formation, which had already been on the verge of collapse, began to crumble even more violently under the influence of this powerful external force. Hong long long. The earth trembled, and cracks continuously spread out, causing the entire formation to shatter into pieces. Aya! Many martial artists screamed in panic as they were thrown into the sky. The formation has been broken. Let's see where you can run. Hand over the item. Just as the cultivators in the formation were in a panic, a dignified voice suddenly came from the crack in the formation. It was incomparably cold. Alarmed, Wang Chong focused his eyes and saw that in the center of the fissure, between 2 golden palms, a black-robed figure was shooting toward him. It's them. Wang Chong's heart trembled as he instantly recognized this figure. It was the faction of the men in black that had been pursuing him. Wang Chong was extremely familiar with the energy of these people. The square box the Sin the High Priest had given him was rapidly heating up, and the black figure in the sky was rapidly approaching him. The black figure in mid-air was rapidly approaching him. Without a doubt, these black-clothed men were indeed coming for him. Buzz! Within the formation, the scattered spiritual energy of the world gathered and surged into Wang Chong's body, rapidly strengthening his energy. Wang Chong's great yin-yang heaven creation art had already reached a dangerous level. No matter what kind of energy he absorbed, it could worsen his cultivation defect. But at this moment, Wang Chong couldn't worry about such things. In the temporary base of the Zhengqi Alliance, Wang Chong had personally witnessed the strength of the 3 bamboo hat men, and this man in black had single-handedly torn open the origin immortal formation. It seemed like he was even more formidable than the 3 bamboo hat men. But in this situation, Wang Chong had no time to worry about such things. Clang clang. At almost the same time, Halos flew out from under Wang Chong's feet. Wang Chong looked up at the sky, his stellar energy seething and his expression grim. The heavenly mandate battle armor had run out of time, and without it, Wang Chong wasn't very confident in his ability to deal with these men in black. But now, Wang Chong had no other choice. Fighting was his only option. Bang! Wang Chong's entire body tensed as he stepped forward, ready to fight at any moment. At the very least, he only needed to hold out until his master and the chief of Wushang arrived. But a moment later, something unexpected occurred to Wang Chong. The moment Wang Chong's right foot stepped forward, the ground beneath him loosened, and the rumbling of gears came from the ground. Before Wang Chong could react, he felt the stellar energy he had just gathered in his body leak out like water from a broken dam, bursting into the ground beneath his feet. If one looked down from the sky, one would see that a miniature formation around Wang Chong had suddenly lit up, and Wang Chong just happened to be in the center of this formation. Boom! A burst of light soared into the sky, and before Wang Chong could react, his vision darkened, and then the world began to spin. A moment later, everything in front of him began to spin like flowing water. At the last moment, Wang Chong saw the black-robed man in the sky tremble and accelerate toward him. At that moment, Wang Chong clearly saw that the black-robed man's face was wearing a golden, three-eyed deer mask. It was an extremely bizarre sight. Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the giant golden sphere flashed, and Wang Chong disappeared, leaving behind only an empty platform. And at almost the same moment that he disappeared, boom! A majestic golden stellar energy descended from the sky, fiercely crashing into the place where Wang Chong had been standing. This power was earth-shattering, mountain-toppling, and sea-overturning. Perhaps even a mountain peak would instantly crumble and be reduced to dust, much less a few pieces of metal. But what was surprising was that when such a massive power crashed into the metal sphere, it only slightly distorted and deformed the platform at the top. The entire metal sphere did not change much. Damn it! There was a flash of light, and a strong gust of wind whistled down from the sky, slapping against the platform above the metal sphere. At the same time, the black-robed man wearing the strange golden three-eyed deer mask stood where Wang Chong had been standing. We're too late. The black-robed man wearing the golden three-eyed deer mask gritted his teeth. "My lord, what do we do now? This time we finally broke the formation, but it seems like they were prepared and slipped away in advance." Behind him, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. The other two black-robed men were like large birds, spreading their arms and landing behind him. The two of them exuded powerful auras, clearly indicating that they had extremely high cultivation levels. The eyes of the black-robed man with the golden three-eyed deer mask flickered, and his body exuded a dreadful aura that caused the air in a radius of 100 feet to twist and distort. From a distance, everything seemed blurry and indistinct, as if it could not endure his dreadful power. The origin immortal formation has been broken. They can't escape. No matter what, we have to get that thing. The man with the golden three-eyed deer mask coldly said. Buzz. At this time, a rapid air-piercing sound came from behind. In the distance, a tall and slender figure wearing a black robe with a bone flute on his waist could be seen. He was moving as fast as lightning towards the top of the metal ball where the three black-robed men were. Fellow Taoists, this one is an Eastern Turkic king, Ashina Bagushu. Greetings. Ashina Bagushu's voice came from the distance. Countless martial artists had poured into the origin immortal formation this time, but Ashina Bagushu had remained a distant spectator. Now that the formation was broken, this Eastern Turkic king had arrived faster than anyone else. Upon hearing Ashina Bagushu's voice, the three men in black on the high platform turned their heads, their eyes cold. "My lord, should we kill him?" One of the men in black coldly said, his eyes cold and piercing. "There's no need. Our target is not him. so there's no need to complicate matters. With just a glance, the man in black with the three-eyed deer mask immediately turned his head and ignored this Eastern Turkic king. It was as if Ashina was an insignificant ant in his eyes. Whoosh! In a flash of light, the man transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from the top of the metal sphere. Soon after, the other two men in black also soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Interesting. Not long after the three left, Ashina lightly landed on the high platform like a leaf. He looked in the direction where the three men in black had left, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. I didn't think that there would be such a faction in the Central Plains, but it seems like they don't belong to any faction. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Ashina had always believed that he was the oriole, but now that he had attacked, he realized that there was more than one oriole. Whoosh! In a flash of light, Ashina leaped down from the platform and into the metal sphere. The altar has collapsed, and the core of the formation was taken by that brat. I really didn't think that the number one formation of the Central Plains wasn't broken by Song Yueni, but by the nameless king of foreign lands of the Tang dynasty. Ashina quietly said to himself. There was nothing in front of him except for a collapsed altar. Everything else had been looted. The moment the Origin Immortal Formation shattered, light radiated in all directions. Although Ashina was outside the formation, he had still been able to see that young figure. It had to be said that even a supreme king of the Eastern Turkic Khaganate like him was left dumbfounded by the result. The Origin Immortal Lord wouldn't leave behind something meaningless for no reason. The key to the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury is probably in that boy's hands. Ashina thought for a few moments, and then he suddenly smiled and vanished. Tap! Tap! As Ashina vanished, two light footsteps landed on the metal sphere. With the sound of flapping robes, two figures with storm-like auras appeared at the edge of the high platform at the same time, wearing wide robes and large sleeves. We're too late. They've already left. The last one seems to be Eastern Turkic King Ashina right? He probably has an ulterior motive for appearing here. This matter has nothing to do with us. The urgent task is to find the demonic emperor and his disciple. They can't have gotten far. Chapter 1446. Xie Guangding was the last to arrive. The moment the formation was broken, he had rushed to the front, intending to work with Song Yueni to deal with demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu. But the demonic emperor had reacted even faster. Before Xie Guangding could arrive, he had already left with the formation elder. That brat has already obtained what was in the formation. Although they managed to escape, that master and disciple couldn't have gotten far. Xie Guangding coldly said with a wave of his robe. The northwest was only a small area, so it wouldn't take much time to find them. Moreover, they had brought along the formation elder, who wasn't very skilled in martial arts. This matter won't end so easily. Let's wait and see. Song Yueni indifferently said. With a flick of their sleeves, the two searched the area and quickly left. One person after another passed through the stilled formation gates and arrived at the metal sphere at the core of the Origin Immortal Formation. These martial artists searched the core of the formation inside and out, but after finding nothing, they reluctantly left. After a long time, groups of people continued to enter and leave, but as the crowd slowly receded and many people left in disappointment, two figures walked forward, one in front and one behind. I didn't think that the world's #1 formation would be broken so easily. Behind young Master Qingyang, the white-robed guard with a sword on his back raised his head and sighed. Ha! Any formation can be broken, and the Origin Immortal Formation is no exception. Young Master Qingyang held his hands behind his back and smiled. Young Master speaks correctly. This subordinate was foolish. The guard hurriedly lowered his head and bowed, his expression extremely respectful. Young Master Qingyang only smiled and stepped into the destroyed metal sphere. The metal sphere was empty, and young Master Qingyang's group had not found much. Young Master, there's nothing here. I truly didn't think that this place would really be broken by that person. The white-robed guard behind him said. Young Master Qingyang was taken aback by the guard's words, and a glimmer of light flashed through his eyes. Although the guard did not elaborate, both of them were well aware of who that person was. Young Master Qingyang and his guard had not entered the formation this time. It was precisely because they were outside that they could sense just how dangerous this formation was. The undulating, blood-curdling screams came one after another, causing one's heart to palpitate incessantly. Even outside the formation, they could smell the thick scent of blood. This time, I've underestimated the people of the world. The world of sex has never had much contact with the imperial court, nor do they think much of the martial artists in the court. But who would have thought that the Tang dynasty had such a powerful figure in the court? Young Master Qingyang sighed. Not long ago, he had thoroughly lost to this young marquis of the Tang dynasty in a battle of words in front of all the people of the world, and in the battle of breaking formations, the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect and Song Yuani, the leading figures in the world of sex, had also been rendered speechless. For young Master Qingyang, this battle had completely refreshed his impression of the people of the imperial court. Li Zhen, not long ago, someone called Unfettered Gold Crow, was recruiting experts for the Tang dynasty. Do you remember which marquis he served? Young Master Qingyang suddenly turned his head and asked. A pensive look appeared in the guard's eyes. Your subordinate remembers that not long ago he also tried to recruit us, but your subordinate refused. It seems that the person he served was called, yes, the King of Foreign Lands. At the end of his speech, the guard's expression was resolute and decisive, but his expression slowly became strange. The people of the sex were proud, and the majority of them were unwilling to submit to the imperial court for the sake of power. Thus, even though Unfettered Gold Crow had sent out invitations to the martial arts world, very few people had accepted them. Even if there were, the majority of them were not very strong and were solitary figures. As for the people of the various sects, there were almost none. Li Zhen had never imagined that the King of Foreign Lands that Unfettered Gold Crow had spoken of would appear in the Northwest, and at such a young age. So many people had been trapped in the origin of mortal formation this time, and no one had been able to break free, not even Song Yuani's group. But in the end, it was this king of the imperial court who had broken the formation and saved them all. This was undoubtedly a heavy slap in the face, a ruthless slap in the face of those who thought highly of themselves and looked down on the imperial court. It really was him. Young Master Qingyang nodded and muttered to himself. But given his status, why would he pretend to be me? Young Master Qingyang's brow deeply creased as if he was lost in some riddle. Behind him, the powerful guard, Li Zhen, also frowned deeply. For a moment, master and servant were stumped by this simple question. Cree! At this moment, a shrill whistle resounded in their ears. The two of them came back to their senses and raised their heads. They saw a signal arrow soar into the sky and explode, transforming into the image of a bloody axe. At the same time, a clamor of voices came from nearby. Let's go. The ancestor has ordered us to do everything we can to find that demonic emperor disciple and seize what he has. Several disciples of the 5 Ancestor Alliance shot off into the distance. Young Master Qingyang and Li Zhen glanced at each other, and then they grimaced as they stepped out of the metal sphere and began to flee. Wave after wave of people came and left. Gradually, the number of people in front of the Origin Immortal Formation dwindled, and by nightfall, the massive Origin Immortal Formation was only left with a scant few people. With this, the operation had come to an end. Several thousand martial artists had participated in the operation, some dead and some injured, but in the end, not a single one of them had obtained the Origin Immortal Art. Once the bustling was over and night fell, The ruins of the origin immortal formation were quiet, but no one knew that somewhere else, tensome figures were standing on the summit of a mountain, silently observing everything. The night breeze swept past the dozen or so black shadows, making flapping sounds. However, none of them said a word. If one looked carefully through the darkness, one would realize that these tensome people all had cold and aloof expressions. They were all staring at the ruins of the formation, their eyes bursting with hatred. That damn thing! If not for the immortal Lord's final order, we would have long ago swarmed him and torn him to pieces. After a long while, a voice brimming with hatred broke the silence. "Can you find out where he was transported to?" Another figure took a step forward and said, "We can't. That formation was left behind by the immortal Lord, so logically speaking, only descendants of the immortal Lord like us should be able to use it. But this brat isn't even one of us, yet he was able to activate the formation. To tell the truth, I still don't know what's going on. His method of activating the formation is completely different from ours, so we have no way of finding out where he went. Perhaps all of this was left behind by the immortal Lord." Another black figure spoke. As soon as his voice fell, everyone in the surroundings frowned deeply. "Don't let your imagination run wild and make wild guesses." At this moment, a dignified voice rang out. The leader, at the very front of the group, suddenly spoke up. "It's not that easy to find someone left behind by the immortal Lord's final order. The origin immortal art has been buried for who knows how many centuries. When has a fated person ever appeared? In comparison, I'm more suspicious that he was sent by those people. The struggle between us has not been going on for just 1 or 2 60-year cycles. That young man might have been specially trained by them to deal with us. No matter what, we have to find him. We can't let him live," the leader sternly said. Hearing the leader's words, everyone immediately thought of something, and their eyes became piercingly cold. In a gust of wind, the group vanished from the summit like ghosts. Darkness, absolute darkness. After some time, with a soft groan, Wang Chong finally awoke from his unconsciousness. His eyes were not fully open, but a weak light was shining in from outside. "Where is this?" Moving slightly, Wang Chong felt as though his entire body was falling apart, and excruciating pain assaulted him. Wang Chong's eyes opened a sliver. In front of him were countless grains of sand, their surfaces reflecting a weak light. Following the source of the light, Wang Chong raised his head and saw a blood-red bead the size of a thumb floating in the air, exuding a gentle light. "It's that bead." Wang Chong's brows rose as he recognized this blood-red bead. This bead had originally been embedded in the head of the small beast statue, but for some reason it had broken free and was floating in the air. It was different from when Wang Chong had first seen it. In this bead, Wang Chong felt an extremely strong energy fluctuation. What is going on? Wang Chong moved his body, one hand holding his head as he recalled what had happened. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have stepped on something at the top of the metal ball, and then the world spun around him, and he didn't know what happened next. He didn't expect to wake up again and find himself here. Wang Chong's gaze swept past the blood-red bead and continued forward. In the next moment, in the distance, Wang Chong finally saw something unexpected. It was a 3-foot-tall stone tablet, its entire body exuding an orange-yellow light. "What is this?" Wang Chong frowned and sat up, the stellar energy in his body gathering bit by bit. When the stellar energy in his body recovered a little, Wang Chong stood up shakily, grabbed the blood-red bead in the air, and walked toward the stone tablet. About 3 feet in front of the stone tablet, Wang Chong stopped. This was a very ancient stone tablet, and there were mysterious golden patterns on it. Many parts of the tablet were covered with a layer of green moss, making it look very mottled. Last time, when I talked to everyone about the Dragon Marshal game, some of my brothers said that it was too inconvenient to play it on the computer. Coincidentally, A friend recommended a mobile game called Expedition Mobile to me, and I have already tested it. My brothers who are lacking in games can download it and play it. This game is also adapted from a client-side game. You can fly freely without any restrictions, and the war between guilds is also very exciting. The most interesting thing is that you can fly into the sky to get married, and it is said that you can even consummate your marriage in the sky. Chapter 1447. In front of the stone stele, Wang Chong saw a human skeleton lying on its side, one hand still gripping the stele as if it had wanted to obtain something from the stele before its death. The skeleton and the base of the stele were covered in spider webs. It was apparent that both the skeleton and the stele were very old. Wang Chong shook his head, his mind growing more and more confused. Everything before him was shrouded in an indescribable mystery. Most importantly, Wang Chong had no idea why he had appeared here. A moment later, he focused his gaze on the stele. The dense lines of tadpole-like characters on the stele immediately attracted Wang Chong's attention. These characters were extremely complicated, unlike any other currently used language. But the bird seal script characters on the stone pillars of the Origin Immortal Formation were rather similar. It's something left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. Coming to his senses, Wang Chong recognized it. These characters were of the same origin as the ones in the formation, clearly the work of the Origin Immortal Lord. But Wang Chong didn't understand why, when he stepped onto the platform, he had been transported to this place instead of somewhere else. Moreover, he didn't recognize any of the characters on the stele. Even if he could see them, he wouldn't be able to use them. But a moment later, Wang Chong seemed to think of something, and his lips curled into a smile. Although I don't recognize them, that doesn't mean I can understand their meaning. Tap! Wang Chong walked over, squatted down, and placed a palm on the stele, lightly stroking the characters. All was quiet in his mind, but a few moments later, a familiar voice spoke. Notice, user has discovered ancient characters. Would you like to translate them? Warning. Translating these ancient characters will cost 100 points of destiny energy. Translate. Hearing the stone of destiny's words, Wang Chong closed his eyes and replied without hesitation. A moment later, a hazy light passed through Wang Chong's palm and enveloped the stele. At the same time, the translated information surged into Wang Chong's mind. After the spring and autumn period, thousands of years passed. Only 5 people were able to see the words written on the stele. After 5 people, the monument will collapse. The first line of words translated by the stone of destiny shocked Wang Chong. Spring and autumn. 1,000 years. This stone tablet is actually so ancient, and the 5 of them could see it. What did that mean? Could it be that when the Origin Immortal Lord left behind the stele, he had predicted that 5 people in the future would be able to see the inscriptions he had hidden here? But what does this inscription mean? Wang Chong frowned. This was completely different from what he had expected. However, before he could think about it carefully, the next moment, more translations poured into his mind. I set up this stele. 100 years later, when the spring and autumn period has passed and the Warring States period no longer exists, the first person to obtain my scroll of wisdom, destroy 6 states, assist a wise ruler, unify the world, establish Great Qin, and become the Prime Minister. Seeing this, Wang Chong's eyelids twitched. Great Qin? Prime Minister? As far as Wang Chong knew, 1,000 years ago, there had only been one Prime Minister of the Great Qin Empire, Li Si. It was precisely this person who had assisted the Emperor Qin Shi Huang in unifying the world, unifying the writing system and measuring system, that for the first time, the Central Plains had truly become a complete empire, and the system of counties and commanderies he had created was still in use even now. Could it be that he had been the first person to enter this place, and he had even taken away the scroll of wisdom left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord? The second person chased after the north of the desert, suppressed the Hu, and became the king of great generals, the Han replacing the Qin. Wang Chang's eyes widened in shock. The Origin Immortal Lord had even managed to guess the dynasty. But the Han dynasty had two king of great generals, and Wang Chong still didn't understand which one the Origin Immortal Lord was referring to. The third person was a peasant, herding wild horses and stumbling here. The heavenly Tao was benevolent and spared his life, but his greed was insatiable, luring the Hu into this place and hiding here. But he only has himself to blame for his actions. The fourth person was a young man. When the stone of destiny reached the fourth person, it suddenly broke off. Wang Chong's brow creased in surprise. When he opened his eyes, Wang Chong realized that when the fourth person was written on the steel was actually broken. Looking carefully, Wang Chong realized that the skeleton on the ground was holding the steel with one hand and had actually dug out the fourth and fifth lines of the steel. How could this be? Wang Chong had never expected this. No matter how formidable the stone of destiny's abilities were, no matter how powerful the riddle of destiny was, complete words were needed to be translated. Now that the words were broken, it was impossible to read the rest. Wang Chong continued to read, but all he could read was the last line. The fifth person, heaven and earth, are dust, no freedom. The steel will crumble and vanish. 3 people have already been here. The skeleton on the ground should be the peasant mentioned in the Origin Immortal Lord's prophecy. But I don't know if I'm the 4th or 5th person on the steel. Wang Chong quietly said to himself, feeling like 100 claws were clawing at his heart. Based on the steel's inscription, the Origin Immortal Lord from 1,000 years ago had probably possessed some sort of divination ability. He had even been able to predict what would happen after his death. Moreover, each line of the steel seemed to be able to predict the fate of that person. Alas, the bones on the ground had been scratched out, making it impossible for him to read them. I didn't think that there would really be someone in this world who could predict what would happen after their death. Wang Chong muttered to himself. Wang Chong only knew a few things because he had experienced it himself. But this was not the case for the Origin Immortal Lord. It seemed like this long-vanished legend possessed some sort of ability that no one else knew about. But the heavenly Tao is fickle. Not even the Origin Immortal Lord could grasp it. That's why the bones on the ground have destroyed the steel. Alas, even the Origin Immortal Lord was wrong. Although I've come here, I've only seen the steel and gained nothing else. Wang Chong quietly said to himself. Based on the steel's inscription, the Origin Immortal Lord had probably left behind some sort of arrangement for everyone here, which was why Li Si had obtained the Scroll of Wisdom to assist his sovereign. But it seemed like whether Wang Chong was the 4th or 5th person, he still hadn't obtained anything from the Origin Immortal Lord. Buzz! Wang Chong faintly smiled, but just as this thought flitted through his mind, something else happened. An enormous attractive force suddenly emerged from the steel, and before Wang Chong could react, Wang Chong's right hand seemed to grow out of the steel. Streams of stellar energy flowed through his palm and into the steel. A moment later, as Wang Chong stared in shock, rays of light erupted from the steel, each ray of light carrying a string of tadpole-like characters swimming around. This time, before Wang Chong could even react, the stone of destiny in his head had already begun translating the words. Abandon oneself to obtain oneself. Abandon oneself to obtain the Origin Immortal. Wang Chong muttered to himself as he recited the 2 lines on the steel. Before Wang Chong could react, the space above the steel changed once more. All the characters vanished, leaving behind only a ball of primal origin energy. The origin energy surged and spun like a vortex, quickly transforming into yin and yang. A few moments later, yin and yang transformed into 4 small beasts, a vermilion bird, a black tortoise, an azure dragon, and a white tiger. The 4 little beasts held each other's head and tail as they growled in a low voice. Then they turned into an octagonal formation. It's the Origin Immortal Formation. Stunned, Wang Chong immediately recognized what it was. The final image that had appeared was that of a miniature Origin Immortal Formation. Wang Chong stood in a daze, the stellar energy in his body rumbling. Wang Chong's psychic energy had already been stagnant, but at this moment it seemed to be stimulated and began to swell like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. His psychic energy had already been enormous, but now it was growing at an even more astonishing rate, and it was even showing signs of becoming real. Even if Michael, who was already dead, were to see this scene, he would also be shocked. Not only that, the chaotic stellar energy in Wang Chong's body had suddenly calmed down. Moreover, Wang Chong could clearly sense a pure energy pouring into his body through his pores. Unlike other energies, this energy did not conflict with the great yin-yang heaven creation art. On the contrary, it nourished Wang Chong's flesh and tendons, and it also helped Wang Chong consolidate his cultivation and push him toward the subtle realm. But Wang Chong had completely forgotten about all this. As he stared at the constantly shifting images and characters in the air, Wang Chong seemed to understand something. Origin Immortal, Origin Immortal, Wang Chong muttered to himself. In his daze he seemed to grasp something, but in his haste he seemed to grasp nothing at all. Wang Chong fell into a state of chaos and became motionless. After a long, long time, Wang Chong finally came back to his senses. I'm still missing something. Wang Chong gave a long sigh and opened his eyes. There were some opportunities that could not be determined. The words on the stone stele had been left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. As the creator of the Origin Immortal art, his cultivation had probably reached an unfathomable level. And the two words Origin Immortal on the stele were undoubtedly a summary of his life's comprehension of the martial path. Although he had reached a very high level of cultivation, he was still lacking compared to the Origin Immortal Lord. This sort of thing can't be forced. I should first meet up with Master and the others, Wang Chong quietly said to himself. After taking one last look at the stone stele, he found nothing else. Wang Chong quickly turned his head to look around. Only now did Wang Chong realize that he was in a cave. This cave was 10-some meters in diameter, and the surroundings were pitch black, making it impossible to tell where he was. I wonder how I can get out of here? The Origin Immortal Lord was able to divine the heavens and see the future. I wonder if he left behind any arrangements. Chapter 1448. But just as this thought flitted through his mind, there was a boom as the ceiling of the cave next to Wang Chong collapsed. Dirt and gravel fell from above, revealing a hole several feet wide. A stone staircase could be seen at the entrance. Wang Chong was struck dumb by this sight, and then a complicated look appeared in his eyes. Before this, Wang Chong had known almost nothing about the Origin Immortal Lord. Moreover, as the king of foreign lands that had been personally conferred by the Holy Emperor an existence close to the subtle realm, the Origin Immortal Lord was very powerful. But Wang Chong felt that no matter how strong he was, he could not be much stronger than him. But the moment the cave entrance collapsed, the Origin Immortal Lord gave Wang Chong an unfathomable feeling, completely different from before. The Origin Immortal Lord seemed to know his every move, even his thoughts. Not even 1,000 years of time could obstruct his eyes. Senior, many thanks. Wang Chong quickly flew up the stairs and out of the cave. Whoosh! The moment he left the cave, he heard a howl that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. At the same time, countless grains of sand battered Wang Chong's body and then fell back down. Wang Chong could only see a vast expanse of yellow sand. This is the Chishi Desert. In shock, Wang Chong recognized his surroundings. This was the Mohian Desert of Chishi. The Origin Immortal Formation actually transported me here. A hint of surprise flashed through Wang Chong's eyes. As the sky darkened, Wang Chong took a moment to determine the direction and swiftly headed north. Not long after he left, unbeknownst to Wang Chong, the ancient and mottled stone stele in Mohian Chi's underground cave began to crack, and then it shattered into countless fragments that fell to the ground. The origin immortal formation was to the northwest of the Mohian Desert, and Wang Chong was flying in that direction. Around 6 hours later, Wang Chong sensed 3 familiar energies. Almost at the same time, an old voice filled with excitement suddenly entered his ears. Chong-ah! In the north direction, under the thin starlight, 3 figures flew all the way in the direction of Wang Chong. Master! Wang Chong's face was also filled with surprise. He immediately headed towards his master and the others. Ha ha ha, Wang Chong, it's really you. The moment they met, the short formation elder gave Wang Chong a fierce hug, an excited look on his face. Little guy, we've been looking for you for a long time. Although Wang Chong was not his disciple, the formation elder treasured Wang Chong even more than the evil emperor. Wang Chong had only been learning formations from him for a short period of time, but he had already broken the world's #1 formation. The formation elder now viewed Wang Chong as a treasure. Master, how did you find me? Wang Chong did not notice the formation elder's strange expression. He looked at his master in surprise. We searched almost the entire northwest, but we couldn't find any trace of you. In the end, it was your master who said that we should see if you were in the Mohian Desert. Although this place is uninhabited and rarely visited by birds and beasts, it's the only place we haven't searched. An elderly voice came from the side as Chief Wushang slowly walked forward, leaning on his white cane. He looked at Wang Chong said with a gratified look on his face. The Chief Wushang had no chance of entering the origin immortal formation. He had been separated from the demonic emperor and the others, and in the end, it was only after the demonic emperor and the others had left the formation that they encountered him in the northwest. Cree! At this moment, the shrill cry of a bird came from the sky. The 4 of them raised their heads in unison. In the deep darkness and shrouded in dark clouds, it was impossible to see anything clearly. But in the dim starlight, they could see a large bird spreading its wings and flying off in another direction. Chong-er, this isn't the place to talk. Let's leave first. The evil emperor looked away and narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely grave. Master, what's going on? Is it the people of the Jingqi League? Wang Chong said, had also sensed that something was wrong. It was already very late, and Wang Chong had believed that he could at least chat with his master for a little while. But it seemed that while the origin immortal formation had been broken, the matter in the northwest was far from over. It's not the people of the Zhengqi League who are looking for us. The evil emperor shook his head, his expression solemn. It's all the martial artists of the northwest, including the 5 Ancestor Alliance and the Zhengqi League, who are looking for you. The formation left behind by the origin immortal lord is rather unique. Everyone saw how you broke the formation in the core. What? Wang Chong was stunned by these words. In our search for you, we encountered several groups of people and exchanged blows with them, but their target is not us but you. Everyone believes that you have grasped the key to the origin immortal formation. Chief Wushang added, not only that, the news of the Northwest has already leaked out, and many old fellows of the martial arts world who usually don't show themselves have heard the news and rushed over. Your master's prestige in the martial arts world was enough to suppress some people, but not even your master can stand up to them now. The formation elder looked at Wang Chong and said. Both of them wore the same grave expression. Wang Chong instantly fell silent. It was obvious that many things had happened while he had been unconscious and transported away by the origin immortal formation. Although the origin immortal formation had been broken, the situation in the northwest had become even more grim. Let's go. They'll be here soon, the evil emperor said concisely. The group of them made their moves and quickly headed into the distance. As he left, the demonic emperor, old man, casually flicked his finger behind him without even turning his head. In the next instant, there was a mournful cry, and that eagle, which had already flown several thousand meters away, suddenly fell from the sky like a kite with its string cut crashing into the ground. We're too late. They've already left. Relax. They can't have gone far. Not long after Wang Chang's group left, several figures appeared where Wang Chang's group had been standing, their eyes as cold as winter as they scanned the area before vanishing. Bang! A stone the size of a millstone was tossed to the ground, followed by a second, a third. Tensome, irregular stones were scattered around the area in a certain pattern. Then, with a series of rumbling sounds, surging astral energy poured into them, and the dozen or so stones immediately disappeared. The formation has been set up. Once you enter, your auras will be isolated. You should be able to hide from the 5 Ancestor Alliance and Jingqi League for a while. The formation elder's voice resounded in their ears. He waved his sleeve, and a door appeared before them. The scenery inside and outside the door was completely different. Enter. The demonic Emperor Old Man was the first to enter the formation, and the others followed closely behind. With a boom, the formation closed, and the demonic Emperor Old Man and the others vanished. Even if he walked closer, it was empty and he couldn't see anything. Within the formation, for people were seated cross-legged, with Wang Chong in the center and 3 elders around him. Chong'er, what happened in the formation? Did you really obtain the key treasure left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord? Once everything was settled, the evil emperor was the first to break the silence. Since the Origin Immortal art was involved, it was not appropriate for the others to speak, so the demonic emperor was the most suitable person to ask. It's a long story, although I truly did obtain the treasure in the Origin Immortal formation. Your disciple does not know if it was the key treasure left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord. Wang Chong had always been magnanimous and respectful to his master, so he did not hide anything and explained everything that had happened in the Origin Immortal formation. The Origin Immortal War banner, the Origin Immortal formation diagram, and the red pearl were all taken out by Wang Chong and placed in front of his 3 elders. Anyone else would have treated these 3 treasures with utmost importance and would have never revealed them. But these 3 were his respected masters, so Wang Chong naturally had nothing to hide. The Origin Immortal War banner. It really is the Origin Immortal War banner. There's even a diagram. With these 2 treasures, we'll have the world's #1 formation. These are priceless treasures. The formation elder was the first to lose his patience. He grabbed the Origin Immortal War banner and then the formation diagram on the ground, his eyes wide with excitement. To the formation elder, who had spent his entire life studying formations, these 2 treasures were fatally enticing, far more than the world's #1 Origin Immortal art. Wang Chong silently smiled at this sight. He was not at all surprised by the formation elder's reaction. If not for this, it would have been more surprising. Unlike the others, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang said nothing, but their gazes coincidentally fell on the blood-red pearl on the head of the black beast statue Wang Chong had taken out. Let me take a look at that pearl. The demonic Emperor Old Man's eyes were bright as he extended a hand. A moment later, the blood-red bead rose into the air and returned to his hand. With a thought, the demonic Emperor Old Man sent a stream of stellar energy out of his body and into the blood-red pearl. Rumble. There was an intense rumbling as the pearl in the demonic Emperor Old Man's hand began to glow and float 6 or 7 inches above his head. At this moment, even the formation elder put down the formation diagram and war banner, all 4 of them focusing on the pearl. All of them could sense that this thumb-sized and unremarkable blood-red pearl exuded powerful ripples of energy. These ripples were enough to make any expert pale in comparison, and even the energy in the evil emperor's body paled in comparison. Yesterday, a brother left me a message saying that he had already started a family in that expedition game and was asking for blessings. Brother, aren't you moving a little too fast? Blessings, blessings. Brothers who are still single, do you see? If you can get out of singlehood by playing a game, hurry up and go. Remember to include the word Imperial Clan in your name. Let's see if you can meet a female fan. IID Imperial Clan Huang Fuqi will be waiting for you in the new server, Flying Star. I hope that all of you can find the person you like in the game. Chapter 1449. As expected, the demonic emperor Old Man sat cross-legged, but a bright light flashed through his eyes. The moment Wang Chong had taken out this pearl, he had sensed that it was extraordinary, and this pearl had confirmed his conjecture. This is an energy condensation pearl, the demonic emperor Old Man suddenly said. A few moments later, he had more or less understood the functions of this pearl. Several hundred years ago, there were rumors of 1 or 2 energy condensation pearls like this in the martial arts world. They could help a martial artist store a portion of their stellar energy so that they could use them in battle. Although the evil emperor usually did not reveal himself, he knew all the stories of the martial arts world like the back of his hand. Strictly speaking, this sort of item is no longer within the realm of martial arts, but a type of ritual tool. This sort of ritual tool can't normally appear. One has to have reached the pinnacle of strength to be able to use it. Ordinary imperial great generals are far from qualified. Buzz. Wang Chong was deeply moved by these words, and his eyes quickly focused on the blood-red pearl. This was the first time Wang Chong had ever encountered such a treasure. Chongar! Although this pearl can increase your cultivation, it can store energy. For the current you, it is most useful. The demonic emperor Old Man waved his hand, and the energy condensation pearl shot through the air toward Wang Chong. Wait a moment. Just as the energy condensation pearl was about to fly toward Wang Chong, a surge of energy suddenly shot out and intercepted the energy condensation pearl. Brother Wenfu, look, the chief of Wushang suddenly said. But instead of taking the energy condensation pearl, he lowered his head to the ground. This sudden action left Wang Chong, the evil emperor, and the formation elder dumbfounded. But all 3 of them were well aware that the chief of Wushang was already past his prime and was usually benevolent and amiable. He would never suddenly decide to steal the energy condensation pearl. All 3 of them lowered their heads and followed the chief of Wushang's gaze to the ground. This is... With just a glance, the formation elder's eyes widened and he paled. At almost the same time, the others also noticed that something was wrong with the ground. White specks of light began to twinkle on the ground. But the red light exuded by the pearl was so intense that these white specks were impossible to notice unless one looked carefully. These spots of light were densely packed, faintly forming a complex pattern on the ground. What is this? The evil emperor's brow creased, his expression completely different from before. He had originally believed that this was a rare treasure left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord that could help Wang Chong deal with his cultivation defect. But it was now apparent that the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure was far more than this. What a strange diagram! The formation elder also frowned, a pensive look in his eyes. These strange white specks of light had completely captured his attention. The Origin Immortal Lord was extremely famous and respected in the martial arts world. Since he laid down the Origin Immortal Formation and placed down these energy condensation pearls, he couldn't have done it for no reason. He must have some deeper meaning. The chief of Wushang looked at the diagram of white specks of light on the ground and said, "The Origin Immortal Lord is extremely famous in the martial arts world." The cross-legged Wang Chong seemed to be rather moved by these words. "Master, that treasure map is still on you, right? Take it out and give it a try." Wang Chong suddenly turned to his master, the evil emperor. These sudden words took the 3 elders by surprise, but the evil emperor quickly raised his brow, apparently thinking of something from Wang Chong's words. The surroundings were abnormally quiet, and the evil emperor quickly took out the damaged Origin Immortal Art treasure map. This treasure map had been obtained from the Black Dragon Bandit, and it had already been damaged when it first came into his hands. At the start, Wang Chong and his disciple had all sorts of ideas about how to use this treasure map, but the appearance of the Origin Immortal Mountain had completely destroyed their initial plans. The incomplete treasure map became a useless piece of trash. But the Origin Immortal Mountain in their eyes was now a damaged Origin Immortal formation, and everything had changed. The damaged treasure map was quickly placed under the energy condensation pearl. No one knew exactly what to do, but the Formation Elder and the others understood Wang Chang's intentions. "Let me do it." The Formation Elder quickly took the treasure map and began to fiddle with it. Easy. The white specks of light shone on the treasure map, quickly revealing the silver threads on its surface. These silver threads had clearly been buried in the treasure map, and it was only now that they were exposed to the light of the white specks of light. Not only that, as the Formation Elder adjusted the treasure map, more and more silver threads appeared on the map, each of them beginning to weave together into a different image. At this moment, the treasure map was completely different in everyone's eyes. The mood instantly turned strange. The evil emperor and the chief of Wushang were especially focused. They had studied this treasure map for a very long time, but they had never imagined that the materials used to make this treasure map would be so special. "Brother Wenfu, it seems like this is the true secret of the treasure map. This treasure map is not incomplete, but the part we obtained was only this big in the first place," the chief of Wushang suddenly said as he looked at the silver image on the map. "Wang Chong, kid, it seems like you've guessed correctly this time." The Formation Elder sat cross-legged on the ground, and with a flick of his hand he immediately placed the silver diagram on the treasure map beneath the energy condensation pearl, overlapping it with the region formed by the white stars projected by the energy condensation pearl. In the next moment, rays of light burst forth. Under the gazes of the four people, rays of resplendent starlight shot out from the treasure map, interweaving into a dense mass of light spots in the air. "This is a star map." Before anyone else could react, the Formation Elder's expression flickered as he gasped. He specialized in formations, and he was particularly skilled in the transformations of the 9 palaces, and the calculations of the 9 palaces involved astronomical and geographical phenomena. The Formation Elder often calculated the stars, so he was extremely familiar with them. The specks of light shooting out of the silver threads on the Origin Immortal Art treasure map were a complete mess to others, but the Formation Elder could tell at a glance that these specks of light were star maps. "This is the Supreme Palace enclosure of the 3 enclosures. This is the Supreme Palace enclosure to the left. This is the Supreme Palace enclosure to the right. And this is the stars of the Southern Official Palace. It looks like a young bird, and it represents the imperial court and the 5 emperors. This is the left enforcer, and this is the right enforcer. They both represent the celestial emperor's true form." The Formation Elder pointed at the specks of light in the air and recited a long list of star names. The Formation Elder was extremely familiar with the constellations in the sky, but the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang had strange expressions on their faces as they glanced at each other. Which martial artist would study the stars? The specks of light the Formation Elder was pointing at were meaningless to them. Only Wang Chong had a pensive look in his eyes. In the apocalyptic era, he had read many books and had some understanding of the stars, though he was not as knowledgeable as the Formation Elder. "Brother Zhou, why don't you just tell us what this star map means?" The demonic emperor said. "Haha, it's very simple. This treasure map isn't incomplete at all, but only this big. If my guess is correct, there should be at least 6 pieces of the complete treasure map. As the saying went, when the 6 pieces were combined, the complete treasure map would be revealed. And through this star map, we can lock onto the exact location of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. Kid, you've done a great service this time. So many martial artists have rushed forward to find the secret of the Origin Immortal Art treasure map, but you've managed to dig them all out." The Formation Elder looked at Wang Chong and chuckled. The more he looked at this kid, the more he liked him. In terms of strength, courage, intelligence, and meticulousness, he was truly one in 10,000 in the younger generation. What a pity. How did that old scoundrel Zhang Wenfu manage to pick it up? The formation elder turned his head to the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu, a strange expression on his face. The evil emperor's expression was stiff and inflexible, but the chief of Wushang couldn't help but chuckle. He had already heard the formation elder grumble several times on the way here, wanting to snatch Wang Chong away from him. But even if we find the secret of this treasure map, it's still useless. If, as you say, we need 6 pieces to complete the star map and find the true location of the Origin Immortal Arts treasury, then our journey to the northwest will be for naught. The evil emperor said, if it were just for himself, finding the Origin Immortal Art wouldn't have mattered. But Wang Chong was his only disciple, his most cherished disciple. No matter what, he had to find the true Origin Immortal Art for his final disciple. In the past, just 1 piece of the treasure map would naturally be useless, but it's different now. Have you forgotten how many people were drawn to the northwest by the appearance of the Origin Immortal Formation? The corners of the Formation Elder's mouth perked up into a mysterious smile. The Formation Elder's gaze swept over the trio, a profound look in his eyes. Senior you, it can't be. Wang Chong's body trembled as a thought flitted through his mind. He immediately guessed at what the Formation Elder was up to. This was far too bold. The Formation Elder silently smiled. The next day, a piece of news swept through the northwest. As it turned out, the Origin Immortal Formation was a seal left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord to protect an extremely important treasure within. Only by obtaining this treasure would one be able to find the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury. The second piece of news was that the Origin Immortal Lord had 6 pieces of the treasure map. Once all 6 pieces were combined and the treasure in the Origin Immortal Formation, one would be able to find the true location of the Origin Immortal Arts treasury. And according to the dictum left behind by the Origin Immortal Lord, anyone who obtained his treasury would become the world's #1. Even if it was a country bumpkin who obtained this treasure, he would be able to become the #1 expert in the world. Chapter 1450. Have you found out where the news came from? On a high mountain, Song Yuni stood with his hands held behind his back as he looked at Elder Feng. The Jingqi League was tightly organized, and its factions were spread throughout the world. Each elder was responsible for a region, and Elder Feng was the eyes and ears in the Jingqi League responsible for gathering information. Replying to the Alliance Master, we've already looked into it. These few pieces of news have already spread like wildfire in the northwest. Even the disciples of our alliance are discussing this matter. We've already investigated, and the news didn't come from our Jingqi League or the 5 Ancestor Alliance. No one among the unaffiliated martial artists knows what's going on either. Given the current situation, I suspect that the demonic emperor and his disciple were the ones who spread the news. Elder Feng bowed as he respectfully said, if Wang Chong and the others were here, they would definitely be flabbergasted. This Elder Feng was far more efficient than they had imagined. In just a few short moments, he had pointed all the clues at them. Humph! Zhang Wenfu seems to care a great deal about this disciple of the imperial court. When the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art is cultivated to a high level, it's very easy for one to suffer cultivation defect. Based on that kid's performance last time, he's mastered this evil art to the point where he's not the least bit inferior to Zhang Wenfu's. If my guess is correct, the flaw in that evil art has already been exposed to him. For this disciple, the demonic emperor is sparing no effort. Song Yuani indifferently said, his expression extremely cold. Alliance Lord, now that the demonic emperor and his disciple have released this piece of news, many people will flock to it, Elder Feng said. It's useless. With me here, they'll never be able to obtain the world's #1 art. Song Yuani decisively cut off Elder Feng's words. Yes. Seeing Song Yuani's expression, Elder Feng's expression froze, and he didn't dare to speak any further. Haha, interesting, truly too interesting. There was a fake Origin Immortal Treasury, and now there's a real one. This trip to the northwest was truly fun. Meanwhile, on another mountain, the Black Een ancestor Luo Qin, the myriad ghost ancestor Pale Wanchong, and many other elders had gathered. Luo Qin's eyes were sinister, an amused expression on his face. "Old Five, you have the most ideas. What are you going to do about this?" the myriad ghost ancestor asked. "Haha, that kid broke the origin immortal formation, and the crucial treasure fell into his hands. Everyone can see that. The most important thing now is to find him." Luo Qin cackled. "Didn't he say that there are 6 pieces of the treasure map? Only by gathering all 6 pieces can we open the origin immortal treasury? Since that's the case, we should just take both the treasure and the treasure map." At the end of his speech, the Black Dark ancestor cackled. "Are you going to guard the main road out of the northwest?" "Old ancestor, we've sent people to all the important roads. Moreover, the sky is constantly being watched by eagles day and night. As long as they appear 10 li from one of these roads, we'll immediately receive news." A 5 ancestor alliance elder lowered his head and deferentially said, "The art of eagles was not something that the imperial court would only use in battles. In this aspect, certain sects used secret arts to train their eagles, making them even more formidable. They were also more skilled in tracking down individual or small groups of martial artists. In 3 days, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I want you to find any trace of that kid," the Black Een ancestor harshly said. "Yes, old ancestor." A few moments later, the several hundred experts of the 5 ancestor alliance began to scatter like a swarm of bees. The Zhengqi League, the 5 ancestor alliance, and all the sects large and small were searching for Wang Chong and his disciple. While these titans of the martial arts world were searching for Wang Chong, the unaffiliated martial artists were also in a state of turmoil. Even though they did not have the grandeur of the Zhengqi League or the 5 ancestor alliance, the news of the origin immortal art had still attracted countless martial artists from the martial arts world. Although many martial artists had lost their lives in the origin immortal formation, more and more martial artists had arrived in just a few short moments. Even some warriors from the western region, who were nearby, were attracted by the commotion. Not only had the number of martial artists gathered in the northwest not decreased, it had only increased. Standing on any of the peaks, one would see piles of tents as far as the eye could see. And even more martial artists were on their way. Although the origin immortal art was like a thunderclap resounding in everyone's ears, it was still too abstract and difficult to fathom. No one had managed to obtain it in several hundred years. So why did they think that they could obtain it now? But now, not only had the origin immortal formation and the deaths of so many people not dampened their enthusiasm, the Northwest had become the center of attention of the entire martial arts world. Nothing could make the origin immortal art more realistic than the vast origin immortal formation and the corpses of countless martial artists. In particular, that final piece of news, "Whoever obtains the origin immortal art will become the world's #1, was enough to make countless martial artists go crazy. At this moment, in the southeastern region of the region, no one noticed that 23 unaffiliated martial artists had gathered together and were silently waiting. These 20 to 30 unaffiliated martial artists all had their temples bulging and their bodies seething with energy like a storm. They were clearly all imperial martial experts. At this level of martial arts, one could be considered a true expert. Imperial martial was actually a martial emperor. There wasn't a single person capable of reaching this level who wasn't a famous expert of the martial arts world. But all these imperial martial experts were gathered together in an orderly formation. Their brows were lowered as if they were silently waiting for something. Time slowly passed. These people had been gathered here for more than an hour, but none of them seemed impatient. On the contrary, their heads were lowered even more, and they seemed even more respectful. "Are you sure? The 4 Ns martial lord will really come?" "Yes. The 4 Ns martial lord has always been in seclusion and rarely appears in the north. Will he really make an exception and come here?" "There's no doubt about it. I just received the martial lord's token not long ago." The martial artists whispered to each other, and when they heard the words martial lord's token, they immediately fell silent, their expressions even more respectful. It was common knowledge in the martial arts world that the Four Ends martial lord did not belong to any sect. He had always been a loner, and his movements were erratic. But even so, the Four Ends martial lord had an enormous reputation in the martial arts world. His influence was no less than that of martial arts titans like Song Yuanyi and Luo Qin. In the eyes of unaffiliated martial artists, the Four Ends martial lord possessed a supreme status. He was one of the few supreme experts like Song Yuanyi. Moreover, the Four Ends martial lord had been famous in the martial arts world for a long time. He had 20 personal disciples, each one of them astonishingly talented. He had formed his own faction in the martial arts world, possessing extraordinary influence and many followers. Gallop! At this moment, the clattering of hooves came from the distance, the clattering of hooves and the clattering of hooves. Even the ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. Pieces of sand started to shake like a sieve. A martial lord has come. At this moment, one of the imperial martial experts suddenly raised his head and looked forward, his expression incomparably excited. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in shiny red armor with a cape flapping behind him could be seen on the horizon. He was riding an extremely sturdy Fergana horse that was taller than a grown man and was galloping towards him. The galloping of the horse's hooves was like a peal of thunder. Although there was only one person, when the figure charged over, his body suddenly emitted a mountain-toppling and sea-overturning aura. Even the air on the horizon seemed to grow blurry as this person charged forward. This was enough to make any martial artist secretly apprehensive. Not only that, as the warhorse approached, a majestic aura of extreme yang, like a blazing sun, could be felt from the distance. The martial lord really has come. Sensing the surging heat around them, the crowd grew excited. Even from tens of thousands of feet away, they could still feel this burning aura. In the entire world, only the Four Ends martial lord's ultimate ardent young divine art could do such a thing. Nay, with a fierce neigh, a long and narrow figure was thrown forward, enveloping the crowd. At some point, that figure had appeared in front of them. The atmosphere was solemn, paying respects to the martial lord. Everyone lowered their heads, their expressions filled with reverence. There was silence all around. The storm-like aura floated in front of everyone without any movement. But in a daze, everyone felt a fierce gaze, dignified like a wall, condensed to the point of being tangible, slowly sweeping over everyone's bodies. After a long while, they heard a cold and aloof voice in their ears. "Rise! Tell me everything you know about the origin of mortal art." This person was seated on the back of a tall war horse, his head held high and his expression disdainful, powerful waves of energy surging around him. Yes, martial lord! Without the slightest hesitation, they recounted everything they had learned about the origin of mortal art. What followed was a long period of silence. "In 3 days, I want to know the whereabouts of the Tang dynasty's king of foreign lands." A dignified voice resounded in everyone's ears. In the next moment, there was a rumble as the war horses brushed past the imperial martial experts and galloped off into the distance. Dust churned behind it. The northwest was getting more and more lively as more and more experts gathered, all of them searching for traces of Wang Chong. Chapter 1451. Ha! This trip to the northwest is truly getting more and more interesting. The Eastern Turkic king, Ashina-Bagushidu, looked down the mountain with a profound look in his eyes. Bagushidu's robes fluttered in the wind. I originally thought that everything was over with the destruction of the origin and mortal formation, but it seems that it's far from over. Na Lu, have you gathered any useful information from the martial artists of the Tang dynasty? Bagushidu asked without turning his head. My lord, all the martial artists of the Central Plains and the tribal experts of the Western regions are searching for the Tang Dynasty's king of foreign lands, but they still haven't found his whereabouts. Although I find it rather strange, considering that they have someone skilled in formations at their side and that the king of foreign lands was able to destroy the origin immortal formation. Your subordinate believes that they have used some sort of formation to hide themselves. The person called Lu sternly said. The person called Neru sternly said, her voice crisp and clear. She was actually a Turkic girl, but her face was covered by a black veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Since this news has spread, he won't leave so easily. When the time is right, he'll appear sooner or later. But a few days ago, I had you spread the news of the origin immortal art. How is it going? Bagushido asked. Your Highness, there is probably no one in the martial arts world of the Tang Dynasty that doesn't know of this matter. It's not just the Four Ends martial lord. Even Jili Laozu, who sits on equal footing with Song Yuanyi, is coming to the northwest. Oh, that's even better. Bagushido couldn't help but smile at these words. I heard that this Jili Laozu once had a quarrel with Song Yuanyi, and the two of them have never liked each other in the martial arts world. It would be best if we can attract this person over. That's right. Perhaps we can use this chance to use the origin immortal art as a catalyst to remove a powerful foe for our Eastern Turkic Khaganate and weaken the strength of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Behind him, several Eastern Turkic attendants bowed in unison. Although Song Yuanyi was known as the leader of the righteous path, the sects in the Central Plains were also strictly divided into regions. Song Yuanyi was merely the lord of one of the regions. It was just that that region happened to be the largest among all the regions. Meanwhile, Jili Laozu ruled over another region, located in the northeast of the Tang Dynasty and adjacent to the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. From a certain perspective, he was a major enemy of the Eastern Turks. Disregarding everything else, just making the cultivators of the Tang Dynasty of the Central Plains kill each other was enough to make this trip worthwhile. That's right, my lord. The Khagan has sent word that the Empire has already reached an agreement with the Tang Dynasty's Confucian sect. All obstacles in the Tang Dynasty's imperial court have basically been swept away. Only the Tang Dynasty's king of foreign lands is left. As long as he's here, everything is still full of variables. Khagan knows that your Highness is unwilling to interfere in court matters, but this matter is of utmost importance. I hope that my lord, for the sake of the Empire, will spare no expense in eliminating the king of foreign lands of the Tang Dynasty. A guard behind him suddenly spoke up. Tell the Khan that I already know about this. Bagushido chuckled, unmoved by these words. If he wanted to do something, it was because he wanted to, and not because of any other reason. Even the Khan couldn't order him around. The guard stared at Bagushido and clenched his teeth. The Khagan has said that if this matter is completed, he will make your Highness the supreme state preceptor and restore the boundless sect status in the Eastern Turkic Khaganate. The guard lowered his head and said, "Easy." Bagushido paled at these last words, his expression completely different from before. Did the Khan say that himself? Bagushido sternly said, "Yes." Behind him, the guard bowed. A deathly stillness reigned, and even his subordinates fell silent. Go back and tell the Khagan that I agree to this matter. After a long while, Bagushido finally spoke. Time slowly passed, and from sunrise to sunset, the various factions began to search for Wang Chong. At this moment, Wang Chong, the evil emperor, the formation elder, and the chief of Wushang had gathered together. What's going on here? We truly were the ones who released the first 2 pieces of news, but what's with the 3rd piece? Within the stone formation, the 4 looked at each other in dismay. Although Wang Chong's group had intentionally released the news of the energy condensation pearl and the 6 pieces of the treasure map, the news of the world's number 1 had nothing to do with them. In truth, not even the first 2 pieces of news combined were as shocking as the last. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. It seems like there are quite a few people besides us who want to fish in troubled waters. If my guess is correct, this news was released by those with ulterior motives. The chief of Wushang said, "No matter what, we have to get the origin immortal art." As he spoke, he shot a glance at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was like a hidden bomb that could explode at any moment. There were no signs of this kind of thing. And given how profound Wang Chong's great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was, not even the evil emperor could guarantee that he would survive. But no matter what, we have to be careful of those hidden factions. Those people controlling the origin immortal formation and those men in black who appeared at the very end might be hiding in the shadows. If we're not careful enough, they might take advantage of us. Chong'er, do you remember what those men in black looked like at the very end? Are you sure that they're not from the same group that pursued us? With these final words, the evil emperor turned to Wang Chong. When the origin immortal formation was broken, a group of men in black had forced open the formation and charged toward the core. At the time, only Wang Chong had seen their faces. "Master, although I don't know what's going on, your disciple is certain that they're not from the group that pursued us." He had already told the elders in detail what had happened that day, and all the details were still vivid in his mind. I was on the platform at the time, and I thought that they were coming for me, but I quickly realized that something was wrong. Although they were wearing the same clothes and had the same aura as our pursuers, they didn't seem to recognize me at all. Instead, they mistook me for the person hiding in the core of the formation. Wang Chong sternly said, "Your disciple has carefully thought about it. Based on the current situation, besides those pursuing us, there should be another group in the northwest that seems to be coming for the origin immortal formation. These two groups are different, and they probably haven't interacted much with each other." The evil emperor said nothing, only slightly creased his brow, a pensive look in his eyes. Wang Chong had told them about these two groups from the very start, but this was a very important matter. If the men in black had split into two groups, and there were two groups lying in ambush in the northwest, the situation would be completely different. He also had to consider the implications of this. Moreover, while they were doing all they could to open the origin immortal treasury, there would always be two groups of people eyeing it from the shadows. No one would be able to rest easy. "Zhang Wenfu, don't think too much. We have to find a way to deal with that kid Wang Chong's weakness. As for those men in black, do you really need to fear them, given your reputation as the demonic emperor?" On the side, the formation elder appeared rather relaxed. "I hope so." The evil emperor lowered his head and said to himself, "Kill." At this moment, a series of battle cries, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, came from afar, quickly attracting everyone's attention. "Senior brother, run. You scum. No matter what, I won't give you the treasure map." With a furious roar, a group of people appeared on the horizon, staggering as they fled toward Wang Chong's group. From the way they ran, it was clear that they were all injured. Treasure map? Before Wang Chong's group could react, the formation elder stood up, his eyes bright. "Ha ha ha! 8 heroes of the Northern Pass, you can't run. Just obediently hand over the treasure map. Number 1 in the world. I advise you to stop dreaming. That's right. Hand over the treasure map, and we can spare your lives. Otherwise, the 8 heroes of the Northern Pass will all be buried here." Cold laughter rang out from behind. A group of fiendish-looking people chased after them relentlessly. Ah! With a scream, one of the fleeing martial artists was caught off guard and cut down by the men behind him. "Huogua, you bastards, I won't let you off. There will come a day when I'll kill all of you and make you pay the price." The man at the very front had bloodshot eyes. As the group fought, they got closer and closer to Wang Chong's group. A few moments later, they were only 50 to 60 meters from the stone formation where Wang Chong's group was. Bang! During the fight, A cultivator fleeing in front was caught off guard. He was sent flying and landed on the ground. His fingers loosened, and an item glittered with golden light. It immediately fell from his hand and landed not far from the stone formation. Treasure map. It really is the treasure map. The sight of the treasure map flying out of his hand finally made the formation elder unable to hold back any longer and charge out. H.A. Zhang Wenfu, Wang Chong, kid, what are you waiting for? Don't you want to open the Origin Immortal Treasury and get the Origin Immortal art? This is an opportunity that's been delivered to us. The formation elder had always been impatient, so he could no longer hold back. Wait a moment. Chapter 1452. When something abnormal happens, there must be a demon behind it. We found a secluded place, and while we were talking about the treasure map, a treasure map was delivered to our doorstep. Whether it's real or fake, I don't think this matter is that simple. As Wang Chong spoke, he glanced at the two groups outside. Brother Zhou, this is also what I wanted to say. Whether it's real or fake, let's wait and see. At this moment, a dignified and elderly voice came from behind him. The evil emperor had also spoken. Zhang Wenfu, you. The formation elder turned his head, and when he saw the master and disciple, he was instantly struck dumb. Brother Fong, do you also think so? The formation elder turned to the silent chief of Wushang. The Wushang village chief said nothing, only gave a slight nod. The formation elder was flabbergasted and speechless. Outside the stone array, the battle between the two groups of people had reached its most intense moment. 3 or 4 of the escaping people had already been stabbed down, and the remaining few were surrounded. They were all about to be killed. In the next moment, just as the last 2 people were surrounded and were about to be cut down, one without any warning, as if time had frozen, the 2 groups of people suddenly stopped moving, and no one moved in the slightest. Old Six, did you notice anything? A voice asked after a long while. It was none other than the 8 heroes of the Northern Pass. No, even after the treasure map was thrown to the ground, no one came to take it. I think that they shouldn't be here, so this area can basically be ruled out. Another voice spoke up. It was that fiendish Hua who had been pursuing them this entire time. At this moment, from the tone and demeanor of the two, there was no sign that they were being chased or being chased. There's no mistake. This area can be ruled out as a suspect. Let's look elsewhere. With these words, the 2 groups put their arms around each other's shoulders and put away their weapons. At the same time, the 8 heroes of the northern fortress, who had been chopped down on the ground, suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. One by one, they turned from dead to alive and stood up from the ground. Previously, they had been holding their breaths, but now that the performance was over, there was no need to do so. This is, within the stone formation, the formation elder's eyes were wide open, and he had long ago become speechless. These bastards are too shameless. The formation elder gnashed his teeth in fury, his face turning red. He had thought that he had picked up a great bargain. After all this time, it turned out that these fellows had joined hands to put on a show, deliberately luring them into the trap. Of the 4, he was the only one to take the bait. How could the formation elder maintain his composure in front of Wang Chong and the others? Bastard, bastard. These fellows are too despicable and shameless. The formation elder clenched his fists in fury. Outside the stone array, the 2 groups of people did not notice anything. They picked up the swords and sabers on the ground, tidied up their clothes, and quickly left. Senior Zhou, the matter of the Origin Immortal Treasury has caused quite a stir in the northwest. Everyone in the entire region has heard the news and is searching for us. At a time like this, we can't take any news related to the treasure map lightly. At the very least, we have to act cautiously until there's no doubt about it. Wang Chong smiled and comforted the formation elder. Wang Chong, kid, do you think I don't know? I was just saying that on purpose to see how you would react. The formation elder stammered. Wang Chong inwardly chuckled, but he did not expose him. There was silence all around. Screech! Not long after the two groups of people left, another sharp cry came from above their heads. Everyone raised their heads and saw a few large eagles flying above them. Their sharp eyes were constantly scanning the area below them like bolts of lightning. The four of them said nothing, only watched as the eagles circled in the sky and then flew off in another direction. The allure of the Origin Immortal Treasury is far too great. With so many martial artists working together, they'll probably dig us out even if they have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Chief Wushang sighed. The group that had played the trick of injuring themselves to gain their confidence was clearly another group that had sent out eagles to patrol and investigate. In just a few short moments, they had encountered 2 groups of people. Everyone vaguely felt a formless pressure. Although the northwestern region was huge, dealing with the search of so many cultivators was definitely not an easy task. Old Man Fong, there's no need to boost the morale of others and diminish your own. Even if you were standing outside my stone array, you wouldn't be able to see or hear anything. I don't believe that they have the ability to discover us. The Formation Elder finally found a chance to interject. Putting aside everything else, he was very confident in the formation he had laid down. At the very least, in this era where formations were on the verge of extinction, no one could compare to him. Didn't he manage to fool those 2 groups of people as well? The Formation Elder had absolute confidence in the formation he had laid down, and this was his pride. Buzz! Wang Chong was just about to speak when a deafening buzz came from the distance. The stone formation fell silent as Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, the Formation Elder, and the Wushang village chief all turned to the source of the voice. This is a swarm of bees. It's that fellow, the 5 Poisons Elder. With just a glance, the Formation Elder paled. And within the formation, Wang Chong and the others also turned grave. In the distance on the horizon, a dark cloud was moving towards them at an alarming speed. This black cloud was constantly changing, covering the sky and covering the earth, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. It was like an ocean wave, surging across the land, heading in the direction of the crowd. If one looked carefully, they would realize that this dark cloud was made up of countless wasps and bees. At a glance, there were more than 1 million of them. In the martial arts world, they could only think of one person who could control so many wasps, the 5 Poisons Elder. In terms of seniority, the 5 Poisons Elder was a martial arts expert of the same generation as Zhang Wenfu, and his reputation was so great that even someone like the Formation Elder, who paid little attention to the affairs of the martial arts world, had heard of him. This is troublesome. The Formation Elder's brow deeply creased, no longer as relaxed as before. The Formation Elder had set up could fool the eyes and conceal one's aura, but it was useless against the 5 Poisons Elder. The swarm of wasps only needed to ram into it, and the formation would be exposed. The wasps moved far faster than anyone had imagined, and it took only a few moments for the swarm to crash into the stone formation the Formation Elder had set up. Bang! It was like poking a hornet's nest. In a flash, all the wasps exploded, completely different from before. Beezy. A wave of wasps immediately split off and began to fly back in the direction they had come from. Strike! At the sight of this, all the hopes in everyone's hearts instantly vanished without a trace. Dish! Countless bits of dirt shot out of the ground, striking the wasps in the air like grains of sand. Almost at the same time, the air distorted as a mountain-sized stellar energy palm slammed into the ground. In an instant, the entire ground sank and countless poisonous wasps were smashed into dust by that huge palm. The chief of Wushang, the evil emperor, the Formation Elder, and even Wang Chong had all taken action. Swathes of wasps were pulverized. At the same time, the stone formation retreated, the Formation Elder taking the lead and leaping out. Behind him, the evil emperor, chief of Wushang, and Wang Chong also leaped out. Let's get out of here. This place is no longer safe. The Five Poisons Elder can control wasps and all kinds of insects and beasts. He's an extreme counter to my formation. We can no longer hide here." The Formation Elder anxiously said. Everything in the world had its counter, and the Formation Elder had laid down could deceive even top-class experts. But against the Five Poisons Elder's wasps, it was rendered useless. The Northwest was no longer safe for the Formation Elders group. The four of them had reacted very quickly, but they had still been too slow. "Ha ha ha, found you." At this moment, an elderly and sinister voice spoke. "Forget about everything else. Let's go." The evil emperor sternly said. As he flew into the distance, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and a majestic gang chi immediately shattered the remaining poisonous wasps. Their body fragments rained down from the sky. Countless martial artists and factions in the Northwest were searching for them. If they were exposed, the consequences could be easily imagined. Caw! Just as everyone was flying, a crow cawed loudly and suddenly flew over from the southwest, soaring over everyone's heads. A few moments later, there was a cacophony of caws. Wang Chong turned his head to take a look, and his expression immediately flickered. In the southwest direction, tens of thousands of crows were flying in their direction. Damn it, the Black Venom King has also come. The Formation Elder's eyes widened, and he paled as he saw those crows rapidly approaching. "Senior Zhou, who is the Black Venom King?" Wang Chong asked. The Black Venom King and the Five Poisons Elder are both old monsters of the martial arts world. Added together, the two of them are more than 100 years old, and the two of them are inseparable. The Five Poisons Elder is skilled at controlling wasps and small animals, while the Black Venom King is most skilled at controlling these black crows. Do you see the beaks of those crows? They're all black with a tinge of purple. Their beaks and claws are all dipped in poison. If you touch them, you'll immediately be poisoned, and you might even lose your life. Many martial artists of the martial arts world have died to his sneak attacks. The Formation Elder's voice was tinged with nervousness. Chapter 1453. Caw! The crows moved with incredible speed, and to everyone's dismay, more crows had appeared in other directions, their wings flapping as they flew toward the group. This meant that they had been surrounded by the crows. "Brother Winfu, let's work together to deal with these crows. No matter what, we can't let them land," the chief of Wushang said. He had little understanding of the affairs of the martial arts world, but the current situation was clearly extremely disadvantageous to them. It would have been fine if they were fighting face to face, but this strange method of fighting was impossible to guard against, and Wang Chong and the Formation Elder's situation made it very difficult for them to defend against this sort of attack. "Buzz!" The chief of Wushang raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand, stellar energy rumbling in his dantian. At the same time, the evil emperor stopped and looked at the sky, his eyes glimmering with a sharp light. Powerful waves of energy rippled through his body as he prepared to strike at any moment. Birds did not know fatigue, and simply fleeing like this was not a good idea. Cree! The black mass of crows blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. However, just as everyone was about to attack, an unexpected change occurred. A crow suddenly opened its beak and dropped a finger-sized black pill from midair. Then a second, a third. Tens of thousands of crows were dropping pills like rain. Everyone was greatly surprised by this sight. "Careful!" Out of caution, the chief of Wushang waved his sleeve and attacked. 5 dragons soar to the heavens. 5 majestic streams of stellar energy erupted from the chief of Wushang's body, transforming into dragons that soared into the sky. At almost the same moment, the evil emperor's eyes flashed with cold light as he also attacked. Spirit devours mountains and rivers. Bang, bang, bang. Huge waves of stellar energy struck the thousands of small pills in midair, and in an instant the black pills exploded one after another. Each pill turned into a dense black poisonous fog. The thousands of pills exploded, transforming into a black sea of smoke that engulfed the entire area. Bang, bang, bang. In other areas, some of the black pills fell to the ground and exploded, transforming into black poisonous smoke that rapidly spread across the ground. A few moments later, the four of them were completely shrouded in poisonous smoke. Caw! The cawing of the crows lingered in their ears, and one after another, small black pills fell from the sky, exploding around them. Careful! Wang Chong paled at the sight. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong flicked 3 antidote pills into the hands of his master, the chief of Wushang and the Formation Elder. Although ordinary poisons were useless against the cultivations of his master and the others, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, based on what the Formation Elder had said, neither the 5 Poisons Elder nor the Black Venom King were ordinary individuals. The poisons refined by such people were bound to be extraordinary. Caw! At this moment, the caw of a crow resounded in Wang Chong's ears. A crow behind Wang Chong folded its wings and shot down from the sky like an arrow. But before it could dive down, Wang Chong flicked his finger, sending a strand of sharp sword qi flying through the air, stabbing through its open beak and exiting through its back. Before the crow had even flown halfway, it dropped to the ground. But this was only the beginning. Under the cover of the poisonous smoke, the thousands of crows immediately changed their tactics and began to fly toward the 4 of them. Chonga, rest well. Don't recklessly use your energy. Leave these crows to me. At this moment, his master, the evil emperor, spoke. Bang! Without the slightest movement, a majestic stellar energy immediately spread out of his body, transforming into a dome that enveloped the group. Dish! The evil emperor casually pointed, and countless bolts of energy shot out of his finger toward the crows in the air. Caw! Unlike the swarm of bees, the moment the demonic emperor old man made a move, these crows seemed to sense something and immediately began to scatter. At this sight, the evil emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. From the behavior of these crows, it was clear that someone was controlling everything from behind the scenes. These crows were being controlled like a martial artist, and they were extremely nimble. Humph! The evil emperor coldly snorted, a cold light flashing in his eyes. No matter how the other party was controlling these crows, it was impossible for them to dodge his attack so easily. The next moment, pung-pung! Just as this thought flashed through his mind, countless crows began to fall from the sky like raindrops. Hiss! At this moment, an extremely faint sound entered his ears. It was not obvious at first, but in the blink of an eye it had reached a level that was hard to ignore. With a thought, the evil emperor waved his sleeve, and a burst of stellar energy immediately blasted a hole in the poisonous smoke. Looking through the hole, even the evil emperor's expression changed slightly when he saw the wriggling black shadows on the ground. A swarm of snakes, other than the swarm of bees and crows. There were also countless venomous snakes heading in their direction. Unlike the swarm of bees and crows, the number of venomous snakes was much greater. At first glance, there were all kinds of sand snakes, rock snakes, iron-line pythons, golden kite, silver kite. They were densely packed together, and their numbers were uncountable. At almost the same time, the situation within the stellar energy barrier was not as peaceful as it seemed. Rustle! A faint sound came from the depths of the ground. If it had been any other time, it would have been fine. But at a time like this, the slightest anomaly was enough to attract Wang Chong's attention. Wang Chong's mind moved, and a huge wave of psychic energy immediately broke out of his body and seeped into the ground. In the next moment, a scene completely different from the one on the ground leaped into Wang Chong's eyes. All he saw was a sea of venomous insects, big and small, burrowing through the ground and heading in Wang Chong's direction. These bastards! Wang Chong's pupils shrank and his expression changed. From the looks of it, even the ground beneath their feet was under their attack. But if he thought that this method would be enough to deal with them, then he would be making a grave mistake. Boom! In the next moment, Wang Chong stomped his foot, and a wave of majestic stellar energy blasted into the ground. In an instant, a series of squeaking sounds could be heard, and countless venomous insects that were sneaking up from the ground were immediately killed by Wang Chong's stellar energy. However, before Wang Chong could heave a sigh of relief, a yellow-green, poisonous gas immediately floated up from the ground. When this yellow-green, poisonous gas came into contact with the evil emperor's stellar energy, it actually began to seep into the stellar energy. Although the speed at which it seeped was not that fast, this fact alone was enough to shock everyone. These ghosts and rascals, the evil emperor's stellar energy had been enveloping everyone, and as soon as the poisonous gas emerged from the ground, the evil emperor immediately sensed it. Boom! In an instant, the evil emperor's stellar energy surged like the waves of the sea, shaking off the layer of stellar energy that had been seeped into by the poisonous gas. At the same time, the majestic force was like a giant palm that slammed into the ground several times, turning the originally soft ground into something as hard as steel. It's useless. I know that your cultivations are above average, so I've specially added a little something into the poisonous gas. Zhang Wenfu, you're powerful, and ordinary venomous creatures can't do anything to you. However, I'll do it layer by layer. I'd like to see how long your stellar energy can last. Another voice sounded in everyone's ears, sinister and indescribably treacherous. Is that so? The evil emperor sneered. However, the surroundings quickly fell silent. These people seemed to be using some kind of secret technique similar to thousandly sound transmission, but it seemed to be somewhat different. Brother Wenfu, the situation isn't looking good. The 5 Poisons Elder and the Black Venom King can't hide themselves, and they also have the ability to use venomous creatures as their eyes and ears. If we can't find their true bodies, then no matter how many crows or venomous creatures we kill, it'll be useless. This is because we don't know if the venomous creatures they've brought with them will be completely wiped out. At this moment, a voice sounded. It was the chief of Wushang. Although everyone had killed a large number of venomous creatures since the beginning, the chief of Wushang's heart was still heavy, and he couldn't bring himself to be happy at all. Their surroundings were shrouded in poisonous gas, and they couldn't see anything. However, the buzzing in their ears only increased, and even the cawing of the crows above them was louder than before. All sorts of strange cries rang out incessantly from all directions. Not only had the number of venomous creatures not decreased, there were even more of them. The 5 Poisons Elder, the Black Venom King, the 7 Fiends King, the Snake King, just how many venomous creatures have come from the northwest this time? If this continues, we won't be able to kill them all even after several days and nights. The Formation Elder suddenly said, his face ghastly pale. Brother Zhou, what do you mean by this? The chief of Wushang couldn't help but ask. Scorpions, venomous insects, venomous bees, venomous snakes, venomous crows. There's so many venomous creatures here. It's not something that the 5 Poisons Elder and the Black Venom King alone can control. Moreover, from that sound, there are probably millions of venomous creatures gathered here. This is already beyond the abilities of those 2 venomous creatures. And in the martial arts world, the most skilled in controlling venomous creatures are the Snake King and the 7 Fiends King. The allure of the Origin Immortal art is simply too great. I'm worried that there are more venomous creatures here. The current situation is extremely disadvantageous to us. The Formation Elder's eyes were brimming with concern. Earlier, his mastery of formations had allowed them to hide in a stone formation and easily deal with the venomous creatures. In truth, the fact that so many factions of the martial arts world had failed to find them after such a long time was proof enough. But now, in the face of so many venomous snakes, wasps, and crows, no matter where the Formation Elder hid or where he set up his concealment formation, it would be instantly broken. Chapter 1454. Senior Zhou, the situation isn't that serious. The 5 Poisons Elder, the Snake King, and the Black Venom King might be formidable, but they're not invincible. Wang Chong suddenly said. His head was slightly lowered, his eyes flashing as his mind raced. Everything has a flaw, and there's no way to kill all the snakes and wasps, but we don't need to kill all of them. We just need to find the person controlling them. Find the true bodies of the 5 Poisons Elder, the Snake King and the Black Venom King. Once we kill them, everything will fall apart. HAA, it's not that easy. The Formation Elder couldn't help but sigh at Wang Chong's words. Although what you say is true, if the 5 Poisons Elder and the others were that easy to deal with, they would have been killed long ago and wouldn't have lived until now. I'm sure your master knows this better than anyone else. The evil emperor did not deny this. He had been on guard against any changes in the outside world this entire time. With a flick of his finger, several thousand bolts of energy flew through the air and shot down the crows. But the demonic Emperor Old Man's face did not relax in the slightest. Rustling could be heard outside as countless venomous snakes were closing in from all directions. They were only several dozen zhang from the group. Hiss! Before these poisonous snakes even got close, they were already wriggling and raising their heads high as they spat out waves of poisonous fog, causing the range of the poisonous fog to expand even more, making it even more dangerous and fatal. At this moment, everyone felt their hearts sink. In the past, there were people who tried to kill them, but all of them died at their hands without exception. Even the Snake King, the 7 Fiends King, and the others haven't seen their true forms. They've only heard of their names. It's impossible to find their true bodies in a short time. The Formation Elder worriedly said, his brow creased. Not necessarily. Wang Chong said nothing, only imperceptibly shook his head. Before the first wave had even settled, another wave had risen. While Wang Chong's group was discussing how to deal with the 5 Poisons Elders group, another change occurred outside the demonic Emperor Old Man's stellar energy barrier. In the billowing poisonous smoke, the crows had their feet facing the sky. They were originally lifeless and scattered on the ground. But at this moment, these crows suddenly shook their legs, flapped their wings, and suddenly soared into the sky. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, all of the crows that had been killed by the evil emperor rose into the air. Many of them had vicious eyes, and with piercing screeches, they slammed into the evil emperor's stellar energy, like arrows. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the crows rammed against the stellar energy barrier, producing a dull metallic clang. However, the evil emperor's stellar energy barrier was not that easy to break through. One by one, the crows rammed against the fortress-like stellar energy barrier, producing crisp cracking sounds as their necks snapped. But these poisonous crows were completely unaffected. Some of the crows had even twisted their necks, but their wings were still beating. Even the demonic emperor couldn't help but grimace at this sight. Behind him, within the stellar energy barrier, the Formation Elder stood up in shock, and the chief of Wushang had a rather nasty grimace. What's going on here? Wang Chong's eyes were also filled with shock. This sort of situation was simply unimaginable, beyond the realm of the normal person's imagination. Life and death were part of the Tao. Any creature that died was dead, and it was impossible for it to come back to life. Not even in his 2 lives had Wang Chong ever encountered such a situation. The treacherous nature of the martial arts world had completely surpassed his imagination. It was simply inconceivable. The Goo Poison King. It's the Goo Poison King. I didn't think that even he would come. The Formation Elder had a nasty grimace. The 5 Poisons Elder's appearance had only been a hindrance to his formation, making him somewhat uneasy. But the Goo Poison King's appearance was a completely different matter. Goo Poison King, how dare you go against me? An enraged voice boomed through the skies. The evil emperor suddenly spoke. Before the crowd could react, a boundless energy burst forth from Wang Chong like a tempest, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The evil emperor's last bit of gentleness disappeared in an instant. As a legendary existence in the world of sex, the name demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu held absolute authority in the world of sections, although 2 years had changed the evil emperor a lot. However, the provocation of the 5 Poisons Elder and the others had also stimulated the demonic emperor's incomparably arrogant and tyrannical temperament, one that could slaughter all under the heavens and dictate everything under the heavens. In that instant, the aura that erupted from the evil emperor even caused the void to distort and burn like flames. Master! Wang Chong felt the overbearing aura on his master and couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. In all his time with his master, this was the first time he had seen his master so angry. Ha ha ha! Demonic Emperor, you rule your evil path while I rule my Miao territory. We've always minded our own business. This was the case even when you were at the peak of your reign. But if you want to blame someone, blame the temptation of the origin immortal art. We old scoundrels might be famous for our poison arts, but who could resist the temptation of becoming the world's #1? Moreover, the wheel of fortune has turned. You've ruled over the martial arts world for so many years, so it's about time for us to sit down. After a long time, a hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed in everyone's ears, drifting erratically from east to west, near to far, far away from them. Wang Chong had never heard such a strange voice before. It sounded like the plucking of a string, and there was no way to tell if it was male or female, old or young. But this cold and dangerous aura, like that of a corpse, was enough to leave a deep impression on anyone. Hand over the map to the origin immortal treasury, and that crucial treasure, and I can have the 5 Poisons Elder take away the treasure and let you live. The hoarse and unpleasant voice revealed its ultimate goal. Humph, shameless old poisons. You don't even dare to show your face. But you want to be the world's #1? The demonic emperor's expression was cold and his voice icy. I'll give you one last chance. If you retreat now, there's still time. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Is the origin immortal art something that old poisons like you can touch? Ha ha ha. Zhang Wenfu, you can't scare us. Right now, you're just a featherless phoenix. And you still want to deal with us? So what if you're the demonic emperor? At your peak, we didn't even fear you, much less now. Kiki, if you have the ability to deal with us little pets, then say that again. Sinister voices came from all around. The 5 Poisons Elder, the 7 Fiends King, the Black Venom King, the others also began to speak. Humph, Zhang Wenfu, do you hear that? I'm not the only one who won't agree. It's everyone else who won't agree. I know your martial arts are strong, but no matter how strong your martial arts are, it is useless against my goo poison. You have 5 minutes to think. Hand over those treasures. If you don't see those treasures in 5 minutes, you and your disciples can be prepared to die here. As soon as the goo poison king finished his sentence, the void fell silent and there was no longer any sound to be heard. The surroundings were sizzling and the crows in the sky cawed loudly, but they did not launch any further attacks. Within the stellar energy barrier, the 4 people frowned, a pensive look in their eyes. What are these scoundrels doing? In the current situation, they have no reason to stop attacking. Wang Chong suddenly said, It's not that they don't want to, but that they're afraid that we'll destroy the treasures. Everything else is fine, but the origin immortal treasury can definitely be destroyed. They're afraid that we'll be poisoned, so they might as well just destroy the treasure map. The Formation Elder sternly said, a worried look on his face. We can only think of a way to break out of the encirclement. We can't just sit here and wait for death. At this moment, the Wushang village chief spoke. It's not that simple. The Formation Elder shook his head, his brow tightly furrowed. Right now, the 4 of us are together so we can hold on for a while. If we split up, the flying goo will spread through the air, making it even easier for the goo poison king to take advantage of us. Moreover, everyone outside is looking for us. Even if we leave this place, we'll quickly be discovered. Although we're still trapped here, at the very least, those old monsters won't appear for the time being. Everyone fell silent. Everyone knew who the Formation Elder was speaking of. Song Yueni, the Black Een ancestor, the Myriad Ghost ancestor, and the other experts of the martial arts world. These people would probably be no easier to deal with than the Five Poisons Elders group. No matter what they did, the situation would not be good. The surroundings were quiet and no one spoke. Time ticked by in this silence. After some time, Wang Chang's body suddenly trembled as if he had noticed something, and a smile appeared on his lips. Perhaps the situation hasn't gotten that bad. Putting aside Song Yueni and the Black Een ancestor for now, it won't be that easy for those old poisons to deal with us. Ah. The Formation Elder raised his head in surprise and stared at Wang Chong, confused as to what he was saying. But at this moment, the evil emperor's voice resounded in his ears. Chong, you also noticed? The voice was extremely calm. They're just a bunch of jumping clowns. Do you really think we can't do anything to them? Seated cross-legged on the ground, Wang Chong raised his head and smiled. You've found their real bodies? The Formation Elder's body trembled as if he understood something, and his eyes widened in shock. The Five Poisons Elder and the Black Poison King had both relied on the Poison Tao to rise to power, so they would never engage in close combat. This meant that their real bodies would be very far away, and when they were on guard, it would be impossible to find their real bodies. But based on what the evil emperor and Wang Chong had said, they had found them. Chapter 1455. Let me go first. Wang Chong's body blurred as he leaped out of the stellar energy barrier and vanished. A moment later, several thousand zhang away, Wang Chong's body blurred as he reappeared. Boom! A majestic burst of stellar energy erupted. On the ground, the thousands of snakes had piled up into a small mountain, and upon taking the blow, they immediately exploded. Countless snakes were blown to bits and pieces, their severed limbs flying through the air. However, a figure suddenly appeared below the group of snakes that resembled a small mountain. This figure was lying in the midst of the snakes, his clothes made of the same material as the snake's skin, even the color. It was extremely difficult to notice him in the midst of the snakes. However, this person's wizened face and the snake scales on his wrists gave away his identity. The Snake King. No, this can't be. At this moment, the Snake King's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stared at Wang Chong's ghostly appearance. His great snake art was a powerful technique passed down from ancient times, refined by generations of Snake Kings. Once activated, it would not leak the slightest bit of its aura, making it difficult for even top-class experts to detect it. Moreover, the aura on his body would become like that of a snake. To outsiders, it would seem that he was just a bunch of snakes. The Snake King had been able to roam the world for several decades by relying on this strange and secretive technique, and no one had ever discovered its true form. And with his ability to control millions of snakes, there were few in the martial arts world who dared to offend him. The Snake King had never imagined that an 18 or 19-year-old youth would be able to see through his disguise. Wang Chong's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at the figure below. If he thought that a few snakes, bees, and crows would be enough to trap them, he had been far too naive. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, Yin Yang, Sun, and Moon appeared on Wang Chong's shoulders as he thrust a palm at the Snake King. An intense sense of danger surged through his heart. The Snake King straightened his body and spat out a black mist from his mouth, hoping to block the attack, but it was too late. With a loud bang, the battle ended. As soon as the Snake King leaped into the air, it collapsed to the ground, blood oozing out of its 7 orifices. His meridians and internal organs were all shattered. This kind of martial artist who mainly attacked like a poisonous snake, once his true body was discovered, especially against an expert of Wang Chong's level, there was basically only death awaiting him. Screech! Almost at the same time, the wind howled and the evil emperor leaped forward, passing through layers of space and appearing high up in the sky. Not good. Seeing the evil emperor, an old man with a hooked nose turned pale with fright. This old man had a sinister look in his eyes. He was riding on the back of a huge bird. This bird had a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters and a body length of 4 to 5 meters. Its entire body was muscular and extremely strong. The sinister-looking old man was riding on the back of the giant bird, hiding nearly 10,000 meters in the air, controlling the poisonous crows. "Let's go!" The Black Venom King urged the giant bird to flee into the distance. He did not expect the evil emperor to appear at such a high altitude. Dark clouds had always shrouded the sky, making it difficult to detect them. Not to mention, they were flying at a height that even a top-notch expert like Song Yuani would find difficult to reach. The Black Venom King had never imagined that someone could appear in front of him with their own strength. But the moment he saw Zhang Wenfu, the Black Venom King paled and deep fear surfaced in his eyes. "Do you think you can escape before this old man?" At this moment, in the sky, the evil emperor said coldly as he watched the Black Venom King's fleeing figure. It would have been fine if the evil emperor had not found his true body, but since he had, the only path left for him was death. Screech! The giant bird in the sky flew as fast as lightning, fleeing into the distance. However, it had only escaped for a few thousand feet when a sharp force, as sharp as a sword, instantly caught up to it from behind. It slanted and directly pierced through the Black Venom King, who was on its back, before violently exploding. "Damn it! Watch out! Zhang Wenfu, don't you dare! Run! Kill them!" In a short time, the Snake King and the Black Venom King had died in succession. Out of the 5 poison elders, 2 had been killed in an instant. This was something that no one had expected. Wang Chong and the evil emperor had attacked so quickly and so suddenly that no one had expected it. Following the death of the Snake King and the Black Venom King, the sky and earth were thrown into chaos. Hiss hiss! Thousands upon thousands of snakes wriggled as if marching to war, surrounding the group. But now, with the death of the Snake King, they were like dragons without a leader, slithering away in all directions. Some of the venomous snakes opened their mouths and bit the Snake King's body, fighting to be the first to devour the Snake King's corpse. Meanwhile, some of the venomous snakes that countered each other attacked and devoured each other, throwing the entire snake horde into chaos. Caw! Almost at the same time, accompanied by a caw, the crows in the sky that covered the sky seemed to have been startled awake. They suddenly scattered and flew in all directions. Without the Snake King and Black Venom King's control, the venomous snakes and crows immediately lost control and fled in all directions. However, although the poisonous snakes and crows had dispersed, the poisonous scorpions and poisonous insects' attacks became more and more ferocious. Accompanied by a rustling sound, countless poisonous insects of all sizes on the ground suddenly surged toward everyone from all directions. A few of the black-violet scorpions were particularly eye-catching. At the same time, buzz! With the flapping of membrane wings, an endless swarm of venomous wasps began to assail the group. "Brother Zhou, are you ready?" Chief Wushang suddenly asked. Once the evil emperor had taken action, he had taken over the Formation Elder's job. "Relax. Holding out for a while isn't a problem." The Formation Elder faintly smiled. In just a few moments, he had laid down a formation. Although it wasn't very powerful, it was more than enough to hold out for a while. Chief Wushang smiled and nodded. Boom! Like a cannonball, the Chief Wushang soared into the sky, stirring up massive waves in the air as vast stellar energy erupted from his body. Pa pa pa! Before the countless poisonous bees could even get close, they immediately fell from the sky like raindrops. These wasps were all jolted to death by the stellar energy around the Chief Wushang's body. Did you really think that hiding underground would be impossible to find? The Chief Wushang floated in the air, his voice neither loud nor soft. It was far less domineering than the evil emperor's mellow and gentle, but the Chief Wushang's appearance was completely different from his gentle appearance. Rumble. For a moment, the world fell silent. A moment later, a bolt of energy shot down from the sky like an arrow, instantly engulfing the Chief Wushang and stabbing into the ground. Not good. For to 500 meters below the surface, a grayish-black figure shuddered and opened his eyes. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this person was lying on the ground, held in the mouth of a lizard-like monster. The underground was a forbidden zone for martial artists. Even the most formidable martial artists couldn't travel as freely as they could on the ground or in the air. And this gray-black figure was being held in the monster's mouth, traveling 400 to 500 meters underground. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to notice it. But who could have expected that it would still be discovered by Wang Chang's group? How could this be? A hint of panic appeared in the Seven Fiends' king's eyes. His right hand subconsciously pushed back, but he had forgotten that he was 400 to 500 meters underground. Escaping was easier said than done. Rumble. It was also at this moment that a majestic white stream of stellar energy descended from the clouds like a giant sword, piercing through the ground 400 or 500 meters below ground. The sword pierced through the Seven Fiend King, who had been hiding underground, as well as the unknown lizard-like monster. Aya! There was a scream. The Seven Fiends King, famed throughout the martial arts world for his ability to control venomous insects and scorpions, but his true body was as indiscernible as a ghost, instantly bled from his 7 orifices as Chief Wushang stabbed through the chest and killed him. Whoosh! The swarm of venomous insects and scorpions tensometers from the formation Elder instantly stopped and began to attack and devour each other. The Snake King, the Black Venom King, and the Seven Fiends King had all fallen into chaos. Damn it, how could this be? Just how did they find me? At the same time, in the distance behind the mountains, a figure lifted the stone slab covering his body and suddenly fled, shooting into the distance like a bolt of lightning. As he flew, he was accompanied by countless buzzing golden wasps. This was naturally the 5 poisons Elder of the Poison Kings. At that moment, his face was ashen and flustered, and he fled without a care in the world. Dealing with Wang Chang's group should have been a cinch. No matter how formidable Wang Chang's group was, they would have been unable to deal with this endless horde of venomous snakes, wasps, crows, and insects. But now, 3 of them had died in a single clash. Although the 5 poisons Elder's true body had not been exposed, he had seen the abilities of Wang Chang's group and did not dare to take any risks. After all, those people's concealment techniques and abilities were far above his own. In the martial path, one did not necessarily have to be outstanding to be able to hide far away. Swish! Swish! The 5 poisons Elder's figure flickered as he vanished into the distance. A swarm of wasps was not enough to deal with Wang Chang's group, so he did not dare to linger in the northwest for even a moment longer. Zhang Wenfu, you and your disciple are too arrogant. Do you really think that I can't deal with you just like that? Chapter 1456. It's the Goo Poison Elder. The Formation Elder had been secretly delighted to see the bees scatter, believing that this trial had finally been resolved. But when he heard this voice, his body shivered. He knew that the most dangerous Goo Poison King had still not been eliminated. Buzz. At almost the same time, Wang Chong, the demonic emperor old man, and the Wushang village chief all shivered at the sound of this voice and warily looked around. Seal your pores and be careful of your surroundings. The evil emperor's voice rang out in Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang's ears. His eyes were like lightning bolts as he warily examined his surroundings. Although he had killed 3 of the old creatures, the evil emperor's expression had not relaxed in the slightest. On the contrary, it had become even more grave. The chief of Wushang and Wang Chong were not people of the martial arts world, so they did not know what was going on there, but the evil emperor and the Formation Elder did. Under their sudden and fierce attack, 3 of the 5 old poisonous creatures had died, and 1 had escaped. However, the remaining one was more terrifying than the others combined. Strictly speaking, the Gu Poison King was not a martial artist. This was because for martial artists, anyone who used any method other than stellar energy as their main attack could not be considered a true martial artist. This sort of person could only be considered eccentric, and the Gu Poison King from the Miao territory was one such person. Their attacks were far too bizarre. It was said that they used invisible flying insects that were difficult to see with the naked eye as their primary attack method. It was rumored that they could even slowly seep into a martial artist's stellar energy and burrow into their bodies. Their attacks were so bizarre, terrifying, and unfathomable that even when the demonic emperor ruled over the evil path, he rarely entered the Miao territory. He naturally did not have any conflicts with the Gu Poison King. Moreover, the Gu Poison King never appeared outside the Miao territory, making him an unfathomable existence. As a result, there had never been any conflicts between the two sides. But the appearance of the origin immortal art and the lure of the world's number one shattered this calm. For the first time, these two titans who had never clashed with each other. Zhang Wenfu, I gave you half a cup of tea's worth of time to hand over the treasures left behind by the origin immortal lord. But you used this chance to kill the 7 fiends kings. If this could be tolerated, what could not? You're simply going too far. Since that's the case, don't blame me for using Gu. That cold voice was filled with anger as it continued to ring in everyone's ears. The voice was filled with an extremely dangerous aura. Brother Wenfu, Brother Fong, coming quickly. Be careful of the Gu Poison King's flying Gu. On the ground, the formation elder anxiously called out. The Gu Poison King was someone that even he did not dare to provoke. The formless attack was simply too terrifying. The formation could only be used to defend, not to attack. Its attack methods were all different, and it could not be resisted by force. Brother Fong, Chong-er, quickly go back. The demonic emperor old man's sleeves fluttered in the wind as he slowly descended from the sky, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings with a wary expression. Wang Chong and the chief of Wushang had no experience in dealing with this sort of attack. Only the evil emperor could just barely protect himself. Master, be careful. Wang Chong had never seen his master so grave, so solemn and ready for battle. Knowing that the Gu Poison King was no trifling matter, Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. He immediately turned around and, together with the chief of Wushang, began to rush toward the formation elder. Whoosh! Just as the two of them were retreating, suddenly, without any warning, a gust of wind swept past from the southeast. The wind blew past the evil emperor, Wang Chong, and the chief of Wushang, and then it blew past the stone formation the formation elder had set up. Thud! In the stone formation, the formation elder's expression tightened, his teeth clenched, and then, like a wooden pillar, he was the first to fall to the ground. Not good. At almost the same time, the Wushang village chief grimaced and stumbled out of the sky, his body unsteady. What are you talking about? Wang Chong, watch out! The moment his feet touched the ground, the chief of Wushang's face turned purple. Without time to say anything, he immediately sat down cross-legged and circulated his stellar energy. Under his skin, it was as if there were countless worms swimming around, protruding from his skin. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Gu poison! Wang Chong was alarmed as he recalled that evil gust of wind. There was no doubt that the Gu Poison King had used his poison when that evil gust had begun, and had been mixed in with the wind. He knew how strong the chief of Wushang was, and this person was probably second only to his master. He hadn't expected him to fall for the poison so quickly. But as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Wang Chong staggered and his vision went dark. Without any warning, the stellar energy in his body was unable to connect, and he dropped to the ground. Not only that, Wang Chong had clearly closed off all his pores and acupoints, but at this moment, Wang Chong's psychic energy could clearly sense that unbelievably small things were entering his body through those pores and acupoints. Moreover, these things were truly as small as a strand of hair, but they were constantly moving about and burrowing into his body. They clearly possessed a life of their own. Some of them were so fast that they only needed a few seconds to pass through his pores and enter Wang Cheng's meridians. Just what are these things? Shocked, Wang Cheng hurriedly copied the chief of Wushan and sat cross-legged on the ground, circulating all his stellar energy to suppress them. But the stellar energy of a martial artist was not very effective against these hare-like creatures. Even when Wang Cheng mobilized the stellar energy in his body, he only managed to slow them down a little, but he was unable to stop these hare-like creatures. Cold sweat immediately trickled down Wang Cheng's back. He had never encountered such a ghostly attack method, and the attacks of martial artists seemed to have no effect on them at all. At this moment, only the evil emperor was in a slightly better situation. His face was pale, and tiny beads of sweat were seeping out of his forehead, but he still floated in the air and did not fall to the ground. Zhang Wenfu, this is what you get for opposing me. These hair goo are made from 49 of the most powerful goo poisons in Miaojiang. They devoured each other and refined them into the most powerful goo poisons in the entire Miaojiang. I know the characteristics of you martial artists, so when I was cultivating the goo poisons, I took them into my body and fed them with my own stellar energy. You're resisting with all your might now, but you're only delaying your deaths. No matter what you do, you're all going to die. The Goo Poison King's voice rang out in everyone's ears. All of you could have escaped death by handing over the Origin Immortal Lord's treasures, but now you dare to oppose me. You truly have only yourselves to blame. Once I kill you, those treasures will also fall into my hands. No one said a word. Wang Cheng, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushan all had their teeth tightly clenched, while the Formation Elder had long ago fallen unconscious. This was the terrifying aspect of the Goo Poison King's ability to kill invisibly. The Formation Elder was one thing, but Wang Cheng and the chief of Wushan were both top-class experts of the current era, and yet they had instantly fallen for the Goo Poison King's tricks. The Goo Poison King's hair goo was proof of this. Just what is this thing? Wang Cheng sat cross-legged on the ground, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. He had never thought that he would encounter such a terrifying crisis. He had powerful skills, but there was no place for him to use them. Old Senior Zhou is already unconscious, and Master and the chief of Wushan have also been affected. If this continues, all of us will die here. Wang Cheng's mind was in turmoil as he frantically tried to think of a countermeasure. But the Goo Poison King had dominated the Miao territory for many years, and not even the demonic emperor had been able to do anything to him. One could easily imagine how powerful he was, and he would not be so easily dealt with. But while Wang Cheng was panicking, the unexpected occurred. Warning: a tiny unknown intruder has been discovered attempting to invade the Stone of Destiny. This has been determined to be compatible with the Stone of Destiny's purgeability. Does user wish to activate this ability? The Stone of Destiny's cold and emotionless voice resounded in his mind. Wang Cheng was surprised by this voice. What's going on? This was definitely an unexpected discovery. Wang Cheng had been in contact with the Stone of Destiny for so long, but he had never known that the Stone of Destiny had a purgeability. Although he was surprised, Wang Cheng quickly understood. The hair goo must have entered my mind, followed my meridians, and entered the Stone of Destiny's area of influence. The Stone of Destiny judged it as an invasion, which triggered the Stone of Destiny's retaliation. Activate purgeability. Without any hesitation, Wang Cheng immediately activated the Stone of Destiny in his mind. Purgeability activated. User can freely purge all unknown intruders within an hour. The countdown begins now. The Stone of Destiny's voice resounded again. An hour. Hearing this voice, Wang Cheng was surprised. He originally thought that this ability could only be used on him, and it was passive. But now it seemed that the Stone of Destiny's purgeability could not only be used on him, but also on others. It was a very active ability. I understand. The hair goo can endlessly invade my body. Just purging the hair goo in my body is far from enough. This is why the Stone of Destiny gave me the purge ability. Wang Chang's reaction was very fast. In just a moment, he immediately understood the crux of the matter. And with this ability, Wang Chang's confidence soared. Activate, purge. With a thought, Wang Chong activated the Stone of Destiny's purge ability without hesitation. In the next moment, a formless ripple burst forth from Wang Chang's body. Different from other powers, this power came from within Wang Chang's mind, with the Stone of Destiny as the core. Chapter 1457. Now that he had rid his body of these tiny hair goo, Wang Chong felt his body lighten, his mind clear, and his stellar energy flowed much faster. Bang! After purging the hair goo from his body, Wang Chong pushed his palm against the ground and soared into the air. He appeared next to his master, the evil emperor, and pressed a palm against the demonic emperor's shoulder. "Master, I'll help you." Wang Chong immediately activated the Stone of Destiny's purging ability. That invisible energy passed through Wang Chong's palm and into the evil emperor's body. Bang! In just a few seconds, the hair goo in the demonic emperor old man's body melted away like snow. In a flash of light, Wang Chong appeared next to the chief of Wushang and the Formation Elder. A few moments later, Wang Chong had purged all the hair goo in their bodies. All that's left are the hair goo in the air. Wang Chong's robes flapped in the wind as he slowly descended to the ground. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the sky. The Goo Poison King's hair goo could fuse with the wind, invisible and terrifying to the extreme. Purging the hair goo in one's body was just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. If he wanted to neutralize the Goo Poison King's attack, he had to purge all the goo in the surroundings. Buzz! Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Chong extended his palm into the air and activated the Stone of Destiny's ability. Complete purge! A moment later, with Wang Chong's right palm as the center, an invisible ripple spread out in every direction. Although he couldn't see anything around him, in the world of psychic energy, he could see tens of thousands of hair goo in the air. With Wang Chong at the center, layer after layer, circle after circle, constantly being destroyed. Wherever that formless ripple passed, almost no hair goo could survive. When the Stone of Destiny's cleansing power ended, with Wang Chong as the center, the area within a radius of several dozen li instantly became lighter, and there was no longer any goo poison. Even the black poisonous gas in the void shook under the effect of this power and quickly dissipated. "No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible." A shocked voice came from the void. Wang Chong's attack method was the same as his goo poison, invisible and formless. Others might not be able to sense it, but how could the Goo Poison King not know? These were all cultivated with his blood, sweat, and tears. As a famous figure in the sect for decades, the Goo Poison King had never thought that his goo poison would be broken by a young man. Now, there's only one thing left. Wang Chong ignored the shocked voice in the air. His feet landed on the ground, his eyelids drooped, and he quickly closed his eyes. After the previous battle, Wang Chong deeply understood that whether it was the 5 Poisons Old Man, the Snake King, or the Black Venom King, they were only ordinary people. They weren't as divine as the legends made them out to be. The Snake King's true body was hidden among the snakes, but he cultivated a secret art that fused his aura with the snakes, making it difficult to discover him. The Black Venom King soared in the sky through the giant bird, controlling his poison crows. As for the 7 Fiends King, his true body was hidden 400 to 500 meters underground. None of these people had reached the level where they could control their goo poison from thousands of li away. Their true bodies had to be near the Goo Poison King, but because they were well hidden, ordinary people couldn't discover them. No matter how mysterious and terrifying the Goo Poison King was, he had to have a weakness. Wang Chong's psychic energy was boundless, spreading out in all directions, carpet-searching every corner. not leaving a single blind spot. A moment later, Wang Chong suddenly opened his eyes, and his lips curled up into a smile. Found it! Goo Poison King, it's impolite not to reciprocate. I'll also give you a gift. Wang Chong's eyes flashed like lightning, and he quickly turned his head to look at a withered tree several thousand zhang away in the northwest. This tree looked extremely inconspicuous, and even in the world of the source of energy, there were no special energy fluctuations. However, Wang Chong knew that this was the Goo Poison King's vital point. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong's body blurred, leaving behind a series of afterimages as he instantly appeared in front of the withered tree. The crisis is over. Now it's our turn to attack. Wang Chong smiled, and his fingers were like hooks as he forcefully grabbed. With a crack, a piece of withered tree bark was instantly torn off by Wang Chong. Without the cover of the tree bark, a huge blood cicada was immediately exposed in the trunk. This blood cicada was the size of a palm, and its body was transparent like agate or jade. The thin wings on its back were like crystals, shining brightly. No matter how one looked at it, this was not a normal creature of the natural world. This blood cicada had been hiding in the withered tree for who knew how long, and now that Wang Chong had torn off its bark, it was clearly panicking. Yes, panicking. If one did not see it with their own eyes, it would be very difficult to believe that an insect could have such human-like emotions. Wang Chong's attack had clearly disrupted its plans. It flapped its wings and subconsciously wanted to fly into the sky. But in front of Wang Chong, all of this was futile. Squeak! This blood cicada had only flown a few feet when it was immediately caught by Wang Chong with lightning speed. Goo Poison King, this is your origin, Soul Goo, right? Everything comes with a price. Don't tell me you think you can escape unscathed. Wang Chong looked down at the blood cicada in his hand and sneered. Brat, don't you dare! Almost at the same time, a furious voice rang out, but there was more panic and confusion. But Wang Chong ignored him. He clenched his fist, and the blood cicada the size of a palm was immediately crushed. Blood spurted out, and the creature died instantly. Almost at the same time that the blood cicada was crushed, a shrill scream came from dozens of miles away. The next moment, a figure leaped out from the yellow sand. While still in the air, he immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The figure flew all the way to the south, and as he fled, he kept shouting, "You're dead!" Impossible, this is impossible. No one can break my goo poison. This is impossible. Unlike the 5 Poisons Elder and the Snake King, the Goo Poison King's true body had been hiding in the distant Mohian desert. His aura was concealed, and his entire body was covered in yellow sand. At such a distance, even Wang Chong's mind power could not reach him. The Goo Poison King's true body was controlled from afar by the blood cicada, primordial soul goo. Almost all the hair goo in the air had been released by the blood cicada. There was a saying in Miaojiang that there was a mother of goo, and this blood cicada was the Goo Poison King's mother of goo. No matter how many hair goo Wang Chong killed, it didn't affect the Goo Poison King much. As long as he had the blood cicada, he could go back and nurture it, and it would return to normal. This was the Goo Poison King's terrifying strength. But the Goo Poison King had never imagined that Wang Chong would not only destroy his hair goo, but also find his blood cicada's true body. At the Goo Poison King's level of cultivation, the more powerful the mother of goo was, the more compatible it would be with the body's essence and soul. Wang Chong destroying his blood cicada was no different from dealing him a fatal blow. According to Miaojiang's tradition, the Goo Poison King had lost most of his life. Even if he returned to Miaojiang, he wouldn't live for more than 2 or 3 years. Demonic Emperor, I will not let you and your disciple go. The Goo Poison King's hateful voice resounded through the air, but he had already vanished. All the snakes, scorpions, poisonous fog, and poisonous insects in the surroundings scattered, and everything returned to normal. Just like that, An unprecedented crisis had been resolved. On the ground, the Formation Elder finally came to, and the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang landed on the ground, recovering. The blood cicada. This is the Gu Poison King's primordial soul goo. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen what the Gu Poison King's primordial soul goo looks like. The group gathered around Wang Chong, and the Formation Elder clicked his tongue in wonder as he stared at the crushed blood cicada. But while he was amazed, the Formation Elder couldn't help but feel some lingering fear. Wang Chong, kid, it was all thanks to you, or else we would have all been wiped out. Right? Just how did you get rid of this goo? These words immediately attracted the attention of Wang Chong's master, the evil emperor, and the chief of Wushang. Even now, the Gu Poison King's attacks appeared to be rather unsolvable. If not for Wang Chong, the consequences would have been unthinkable. It's a long story. After a few moments of thought, Wang Chong found an excuse to brush it all off, attributing it all to a fortuitous encounter. Fortunately, the evil emperor and the chief of Wushang only had questions and did not pursue the matter. Wang Chong had always been training outside and rarely appeared in front of the evil emperor, so the evil emperor rarely asked about what happened to Wang Chong. Thus, neither the chief of Wushang nor the evil emperor found Wang Chong's fortuitous encounter strange. Brother Wenfu, Brother Zhou, the Five Poisons Elder, the Gu Poison King, and the others' attacks have already attracted the attention of some people. The urgent task at hand is to leave this place as soon as possible. The chief of Wushang said as he looked up at the sky. All the venomous creatures had scattered. Although they had resolved a crisis, they had also lost a barrier, and an even greater danger was soon to strike. The group nodded and fled southwest. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Right now, the northwestern region was filled with trepidation for everyone. Wang Chong and the others had to leave this area that was the center of attention as soon as possible. However, the plans of the heavens were no match for the plans of man. They had not gotten far when a strange and sinister laugh suddenly came from the sky. Ha ha ha, evil emperor, I finally found you. The sky rumbled with thunder as this voice rang out. Wang Chong suddenly raised his head and saw black clouds roiling in front of him, blotting out the sky and surging toward them. And in the midst of the black clouds was a massive black dragon, its serpentine body extremely lifelike as it charged toward them. That mountain-like body, even from a distance, made people feel a strong sense of oppression. The Black Een Ancestor. Chapter 1458. Everyone had reacted very quickly, but they had still underestimated the desire of the martial arts world's martial artists for the origin immortal art. It was almost impossible to hide from a titan of the martial arts world like the Black Een Ancestor. At the very least, they could not leave before dealing with him. Seniors, be careful. If the Black Een Ancestor is here, the people of the Five Ancestor Alliance are probably not far away. Wang Chong looked at the Black Een Ancestor in the sky, alarms ringing in his mind. One Black Een Ancestor was not much of a threat to them. Both his master and the chief of Wushang were enough to deal with him. But if the Black Een Ancestor was here, it meant that the myriad ghost ancestor and the other experts of the Five Ancestor Alliance were also nearby. Dealing with him would not be easy. Luo Qin, a person should know their own limits. Do you also want to covet the origin immortal Lord's treasury in front of this old man? The evil emperor calmly looked up at the sky. Although the Black Een Ancestor was one of the titans of the martial arts world, there was still a significant gap between them. Ha ha ha, don't misunderstand. The Black Een Ancestor's resounding voice came from the sky. Dark clouds churned as the Black Een Ancestor's massive black dragon plummeted down from the sky like a meteor. With a boom, he crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ha ha, demonic emperor, I just want to make a deal with you. Zhang Wenfu, you're also an elder of the martial arts world, so you should know what's going on. Right now, almost all the factions of the martial arts world are looking for you. You don't think that you can still calmly escape and dig up some treasure, do you? Why don't you give me the treasures you obtained from the Origin Immortal Formation and the Origin Immortal Art Treasure Map? In exchange, I will give you some top-class techniques and treasures of the martial arts world. Of course, if you feel like you're losing out, I can also give you 30% of the Origin Immortal Lord's treasury besides the Origin Immortal Art. What do you think? The great Grandmaster of the mysterious dark sect was still in the form of a black dragon. His whiskers were shaking in the wind, which made him look mighty and lifelike. Great Black Dragon Divine Art. This was the great ancestor of the mysterious dark sect's most powerful fighting stance. Not even the Black Een ancestor dared to be careless in the face of the demonic emperor, the leader of the evil path who had massacred the entire martial arts world. He looked calm on the surface, but he was actually very tense on the inside. He had long since prepared himself for an intense battle with the demonic emperor. Humph, you aren't qualified enough. The evil emperor stared coldly at the huge black dragon not too far away. His every movement naturally exuded a domineering aura. From afar, although the size of the demonic emperor and the black dragon differed greatly in size, the actual situation was the exact opposite. The one who was truly at a disadvantage, or even fearful, was the larger black dragon. But upon hearing the demonic emperor's reply, the Black Een ancestor's black dragon form shook its head, a hint of anger appearing in its massive eyes. But before the Black Een ancestor could say anything, a cold and emotionless voice resounded in everyone's ears. "You're right. Since that's the case, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Whether you want to or not, you'll have to keep the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure." Whoosh! The wind howled, and in the next moment, without the slightest warning, black smoke billowed from the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles, and the turbid air between heaven and earth suddenly rose. Wang Chong could clearly sense that the stellar energy in his body had been disrupted, and it was no longer as smooth and unrestrained as before. The myriad ghost ancestor. As this thought flitted through Wang Chong's mind, he turned his gaze elsewhere. Probably only the myriad ghost ancestor, Pale Wan Chong, could control such a large area of foul energy and even affect the circulation of stellar energy in one's body. Although the Black Een ancestor's brilliance often surpassed Pale Wan Chong's, Wang Chong had never dared to underestimate the myriad ghost ancestor. Anyone who could become a top-class expert of the evil path and become the leader of the 5 Ancestor Alliance had never been a simple character. If they were, they would never have reached their current position. Moreover, Pale Wan Chong cultivated one of the 10 great arts of the world, the myriad ghosts' pilgrimage great Een art. A dog that bites doesn't bark. He clearly possessed a supreme art, but he had never revealed it, causing others to inadvertently forget about him. To Wang Chong, this sort of person was the most frightening of all. In Wang Chong's mind, the myriad ghost ancestor had always been a greater threat than the Black Een ancestor. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several hundred zhang behind the Black Een ancestor, a figure was moving along a zigzagging path, moving at a seemingly slow pace, but actually moving very quickly toward the group. His face was rigid and his entire body was unsmiling, as if he had been carved out of wood. Moreover, Wang Chong realized that the myriad ghost ancestor was not moving in a straight line. Instead, every time he moved, he would blend into the shadows of the surrounding rocks and trees, making it so that others would unwittingly overlook his existence. Earth shrank to inches. With just a few glances, Wang Chong's pupils constricted as he recognized this powerful technique. Earth shrink was not a legendary technique, but an extremely formidable technique of the martial arts world from the ancient era, one of the most difficult and top-class lightness arts to cultivate. Back then, Wang Chong had read extensively about this ancient technique, but at the time it was publicly acknowledged that earth shrink had been lost. Wang Chong hadn't expected to see it with his own eyes. But before he had time to think, a storm of powerful energy appeared in Wang Chong's perception. Evil energy roiled over the horizon as the 5 Ancestor Alliance's elders, protectors, and experts, several hundred in number, were rapidly moving in their direction. It was clear that the Black Een Ancestor and the 5 Ancestor Alliance had come prepared. Luo Qin, it seems like you're seeking death. The evil emperor stood in front of them, his robes flapping in the wind, his lofty figure as imposing as a mountain. Whether it was the Black Een Ancestor or the Myriad Ghost Ancestor, when he was in power, none of them dared to even breathe too loudly, only looking up to him. Even though the times had changed and he had retired for 2 years, the Black Een Ancestor was delusional to think that he could take the origin immortal treasury from him. Ha ha ha! Brother Zhang is truly a hero, no less than you were in the past. I heard that your Dantian was destroyed by that traitorous disciple, and everyone thought that you had retired and become a cripple. Only I didn't believe it. How could the mighty demonic emperor be that sort of person? As expected, in just 2 years, you've recovered your former cultivation. As expected of the demonic emperor. At this moment, a thunderous voice came from afar and resounded in the sky above the crowd. I just knew that one Luo Qin wouldn't be able to suppress you, and neither would the addition of Pale Wanchong. I just don't know if the addition of me, Wei Wuxia, will make a difference. Hong long long. Only the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. At first, the sound seemed to come from very far away, but in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared on the horizon, and in the blink of an eye it had already shortened the distance by half. In just a few blinks of an eye, that black figure was like a bolt of lightning. With a flash, it drew a beautiful arc in the sky like a large bird, and with a bang it landed on the ground. He stood next to Luo Qin and Pale Wanchong. Brother Zhang, it's been a long time. Along with this voice, the atmosphere instantly became tense, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Even Wang Chong's expression flickered. Wang Chong had little understanding of the people of the martial arts world, but Wang Chong could tell that this elder who called himself Wei Wuxia was undoubtedly a supreme expert on par with the Black Een Ancestor Luo Qin and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor Pale Wanchong. One Black Een Ancestor was easy to deal with, and the Myriad Ghost Ancestor was also easy to deal with, but with 3 titans of the evil path gathered together, the situation was completely different. Bone Devil Ancestor. The Formation Elder trembled in fear at the sight of the deathly pale elder behind Luo Qin and Pale Wanchong. The Bone Devil Ancestor, Wei Wuxia, had already been famous for more than 30 years. If one were to make a ranking of the evil path's villains, while Wei Wuxia might not have been number 1, he would have been in the top 3. Now that 3 demons of the evil path had gathered together, the group was in an extremely perilous situation. Wei Wuxia, it seems like you've grown stronger in these 2 years. You actually dare to threaten me. At this moment, the only person who could maintain their composure was Wang Chong's master, demonic emperor Zhang Wenfu. As the number 1 figure of the evil path, the demonic emperor possessed his own domineering and arrogance. Although the 3 demon ancestors of the evil path possessed extraordinary strength and held important positions in the evil path, there was still a significant gap between them and the demonic emperor when he was at his zenith. Ha! Brother Zhang, if it was in the past, with you here, we would definitely turn around and leave without a second word, without even asking for a reason. But if we wanted to blame someone, we could only blame the temptation of the origin immortal art. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, while birds die for food. Perhaps if we fight with Brother Zhang today, we'll be able to take away the treasures left behind by the origin immortal lord. Wei Wuxia stepped forward, his expression relaxed, and his eyes devoid of fear. Haha, Zhang Wenfu, don't try to be tough on the outside. You're probably the only one who can fight right now, but your Dantian is crippled. And as for that disciple of yours, he was able to take a blow from me and Song Yuani, so he hasn't tarnished your reputation. Alas, if I'm not wrong, your disciple has already suffered a cultivation defect. Although the great yin-yang heaven creation art is powerful, it's easy for one to suffer a cultivation defect. Once one's cultivation reaches a certain level, one's energy will immediately run amok. If my guess is correct, Demonic Emperor, you came to the Northwest in search of the origin immortal art for your disciple, right? Ha ha ha, Demonic Emperor, we know that you're powerful, and there are only a handful of people in the martial arts world that can defeat you. If we really did fight, we might not be able to beat you, but your disciple would be doomed. Chapter 1459. Despicable. The formation elder couldn't help but curse at these words. It was clear that the Black Yin Ancestors group wanted to use Wang Chong to threaten the evil emperor and seize the map to the origin immortal treasury and the energy condensation pearl. Humph. But both the Black Yin Ancestor and Wei Wuxia were focused on the evil emperor, completely ignoring everyone else. Hey, is that so? It seems like you've got me. At this moment, a voice rang out in everyone's ears. Wang Chong looked at the three patriarchs of the evil path and suddenly began to laugh. Black Yin Ancestor, since that's the case, let me have a go at you. Boom! Wang Chong's body swayed as he shot out from behind the evil emperor, leaving behind countless afterimages as he charged at the Black Yin Ancestor. He-hey! The three evil path ancestors were stunned by this sight, clearly not expecting Wang Chong to take the initiative to attack. But a moment later, the Black Yin Ancestor let out a sinister laugh and a mocking smile in his eyes as he shot forward like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. As everyone watched, Wang Chong and the Black Yin Ancestor collided. Majestic stellar energy exploded from their bodies, erupting like a fountain several dozen meters into the air. Great yin-yang heaven creation art. Great black dragon divine art. Under everyone's gaze, with just a flash, the two of them soared into the sky and displayed their strongest techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Boundless waves of energy swept through the air. Illusory images of the sun and moon flickered in and out of existence. All the air in a radius of several thousand meters transformed into streams of energy that rapidly revolved around a single figure in the air. Not only that, a dreadful attractive force erupted from the ground. Large chunks of rock and gravel, and even some of the corpses of the snakes, were sucked into the air and pulled toward Wang Chong. The myriad ghost ancestor and bone devil ancestor were both taken aback by such a great commotion. At this moment, Wang Chong had transformed into a dangerous storm. His body was surrounded by thick ripples of origin energy, so violent that it seemed capable of tearing everything to shreds. This was completely different from the energy Wang Chong had displayed a few days ago. It was like one had his hands and feet tied up while the other had his full power. Roar! Furious roars resounded through the air as the Black Yin Ancestor's black dragon gnashed its teeth, clawed its claws, and lashed out with its tail as it fiercely attacked Wang Chong. Every move of the Black Yin Ancestors' black dragon form possessed the power to topple mountains and rend the earth. Wang Chong's provocation infuriated the evil path ancestor. Brat, I'll tear you apart. The Black Yin Ancestors' roar resounded through the heavens. That'll depend on whether you have the ability or not. Wang Chong's icy voice gave tit for tat, not yielding in the slightest as it echoed through the air. The formless void seemed to transform into the world's most powerful weapon. Violent stellar energy collided again and again, repelling the Black Yin Ancestors' attacks. Wang Chong's black dragon and the Black Yin Ancestors' black dragon were as different as the heavens and the earth. But the truth of the matter was the exact opposite. Each of Wang Chong's attacks was imbued with the strength of 1,000 June. In terms of pure strength, he even surpassed the Black Yin Ancestor's black dragon form. And in his battle with the Black Yin Ancestor, Wang Chong had chosen to use his fists to meet the enemy head-on. Not only that, the great yin-yang heaven creation art was so profound that a significant portion of the Black Yin Ancestor's attacks would be repelled. Each clash between the Black Yin ancestor and Wang Chong left the Black Yin ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor trembling uncontrollably. On the ground, the myriad ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor were dumbfounded. They knew that Wang Chong was the demonic emperor's disciple and had seen Wang Chong withstand the attacks of Song Yuanyi and the Black Yin ancestor, but they had never imagined that Wang Chong would be so unstoppable, putting all of his strength into each of his attacks. The Black Yin ancestor was a top-class expert of the martial arts world, possessing an extraordinary cultivation technique and rich battle experience. But in this battle, the Black Yin ancestor was being suppressed by Wang Chong. This was simply inconceivable. How could this be? The 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples were stupefied by this sight, all of them staring at the sky, speechless. This kid, he's so powerful. Let alone the others, even the formation elder, who had taught him formations, was flabbergasted by the sight in the sky. It was one thing to know that Wang Chong was strong, but it was another to know that he was strong enough to suppress the Black Yin ancestor. Wang Chong's strength had completely surpassed his imagination. This kid isn't much weaker than his master. When he recalled that the evil emperor had said that he had taken Wang Chong as his disciple for less than 2 years, the formation elder was speechless. To be able to make a titan of the martial arts world like the Black Yin ancestor lower his head in just 2 years, just how talented was he? He suddenly understood why the demonic emperor valued this disciple so highly. Alas, if only he were my disciple! When he thought of this, the formation elder couldn't help but sigh. In the sky, the battle between Wang Chong and the Black Yin ancestor was intensifying. This old man is going to explode from anger. Die for this ancestor. The Black Yin ancestor was enraged, his body seething with black smoke as he unleashed all sorts of stellar energy attacks. Nonsense. Wang Chong was utterly disdainful of the Black Yin ancestor's rage. With the energy condensation pearl, Wang Chong had finally escaped the restraints of his cultivation defect and could use all his techniques. Since you're not convinced, I'll beat you into submission. As his icy voice resounded through the sky, Wang Chong immediately used the 3 killing techniques of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art. Great Yin-Yang art. In the sky, the 2 phantoms of the sun and moon suddenly fused into one and slammed into the mountainous black dragon's body. The terrifying energy made the black dragon tremble and instantly render it speechless. Vast heaven-earth art. The world spun, the winds howling, and sand and pebbles flew. Wang Chong's aura suddenly soared. An entire world seemed to turn gray and hazy. Wang Chong's attack caused the myriad ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor to grimace. There was practically no one in the martial arts world who did not know of these supreme techniques of demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu, and the myriad ghost ancestor and Bone Devil ancestor had both suffered at the hands of these techniques. Rumble. In front of everyone's eyes, the 2 auras collided heavily. The Black Yin ancestor's black dragon was as large as a mountain and incredibly powerful. But at this moment, Wang Chong's attack forced him back several dozen feet, his massive body trembling as if he had been dealt a heavy blow. But this was far from the end. After the vast heaven-earth art, Wang Chong's 3rd attack, the Great Destruction art, followed. Rumble. An earth-shattering explosion erupted, and the space within a radius of several thousand meters seemed to have shattered. A vast destructive energy erupted from Wang Chong's body and rumbled toward the black dragon in the sky. Great Destruction art. How could this be? For the first time, the Black Yin ancestors' eyes finally showed panic. Each of the 3 supreme techniques of the Great Yin-Yang Heaven Creation art was incredibly powerful. Demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu had relied on these techniques to slaughter his way through the martial arts world and defeat countless experts. These 3 techniques were extremely difficult to cultivate. One needed to have an extraordinary mastery of the use of energy, to be able to use it down to the finest detail. This was not something that could be achieved with mere strength. But no matter what the Black Een ancestor thought, it was already too late. Ea, with a heaven-shaking scream, the Black Een ancestor only had enough time to gather all the stellar energy in his body into his right claw and fiercely strike out. But then he was sent flying by the dreadful power of the claw. Damn it! As Wang Chong and the Black Een ancestor clashed in the air, not even the myriad ghost ancestor and the others could stop them in time. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, the myriad ghost ancestor shot into the air at Wang Chong. On the other side, the bone devil ancestor charged forward, his body erupting with energy as he faced off against Wang Chong. The fact that the three ancestors had dared to seek out the demonic Emperor Zhang Wenfu and demand the Origin Immortal Lord's treasure map and energy condensation pearl was because they had the advantage in numbers. As the saying went, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, and even a strong man was no match for numbers. No matter how formidable the demonic emperor was, he could not stop the combined might of these three, but their plan had been wrong from the start. Rumble! Even as the myriad ghost patriarch shot up into the sky, a white walking stick, as straight as a pole, lightly tapped the ground twice. The earth quaked as an enormous energy soared from behind the demonic emperor old man. If you want to harm that child Wang Chong, you'll have to get past this old man first. The chief of Wushang had been standing silently behind the evil emperor this entire time. Even the myriad ghost ancestor and the bone devil ancestor had inadvertently overlooked his existence. But now, the chief of Wushang had used his indisputable strength to change everyone's expectations. Rumble! Before the myriad ghost ancestor could even get close to Wang Chong, he was intercepted by the chief of Wushang. Their palms clashed, and a destructive energy swept out in all directions. The myriad ghost ancestor's energy was thrown into disarray as he dropped from the sky. The chief of Wushang also dropped to the ground, but his movements were much more relaxed. Thump, thump! At almost the same time, Wang Chong and the Black Een ancestor landed on the ground. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind, his expression relaxed and carefree, while the Black Een ancestor had dispersed his dragon form, a nasty grimace on his face. For a time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and the surroundings were deathly still. Whoosh! Gusts of wind blew between the two groups of people. The surrounding 5 Ancestor Alliance disciples didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, their eyes nervously staring forward. Chapter 1460. The difference in strength between the two sides in this battle was as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Wang Chong had clearly suffered a cultivation defect and was not suited for intense battle, but he seemed completely unaffected by the Black Een ancestor's battle. That was not to mention the unfathomably powerful chief of Wushang. For a moment, even the strongest of them, the Bone Devil ancestor, felt apprehensive and didn't dare to recklessly attack. Wei Wuxia, how do you want me to deal with you? At this moment, the evil emperor suddenly spoke up. His gaze slowly swept over the three, his expression icy. Such a simple sentence caused the expressions of the three of them to change slightly. They were even more apprehensive than before. Before his Dantian had been destroyed, the demonic emperor had been publicly acknowledged as the #1 figure of the evil path, and he knew the martial arts of all the titans of the evil path like the back of his hand. In one-on-one battles, the 3 evil path patriarchs had never been able to defeat the evil emperor. How could they not feel fear after decades of psychological trauma? But a moment later, a majestic blast of stellar energy exploded in the distance, sweeping through the world like a storm. At the same time, everyone could sense a massive aura rushing towards them like a vast, dark green ocean. This is... Wang Chong's brow creased as he raised his head and looked in the direction of the energy. Saint martial experts had extremely sharp senses, and Wang Chong sensed that this person was extremely powerful, probably on par with experts like the myriad ghost ancestor or Song Yuani. This person's energy was also extremely strange, making Wang Chong involuntarily think of the surging waters. as if this person's stellar energy contained the thick aura of the sea. It's him. The demonic emperor old man's brow rose as if he had thought of something, and he turned in the direction of that storm of energy. On the other side, the black Een ancestor, the bone devil ancestor, and the others all breathed sighs of relief. The sudden appearance of this energy greatly reduced the pressure on the three of them. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. The demonic emperor was feared by everyone in the martial arts world, and they all paled at the mere mention of his name. Other than his cultivation level, it was also because of his rich battle and killing experience, as well as his vicious style of doing things. Of the three, Bone Devil Patriarch was the toughest and most skilled in martial arts. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, even the Bone Devil ancestor wouldn't be willing to provoke someone as ferocious as the demonic emperor. Screech! The wind howled. The other party didn't seem to have any intention of hiding from the start. A series of ear-piercing whistles tore through the heavens and earth. Furthermore, it was heading in the direction of the two groups at an astonishing speed. In front of everyone's eyes, a ball of majestic energy was rushing over from afar like a meteor falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the enormous aura passed through layers of space and appeared less than 100 feet behind the Bone Devil Patriarch and the others. Rumble! The powerful aura, which seemed capable of devouring the heavens and devouring the seas, twisted in midair and then crashed to the ground. In the next moment, a silver-haired old man wearing a silver robe with wide sleeves immediately appeared in everyone's field of vision. The elder's eyes were sharp. Even though it was still early in the day, his eyes were as dazzling as the stars. However, the most eye-catching thing about the man was the emerald green hairpin on his head, as well as a pair of green, long-necked cranes on his robe and chest area. There were white cranes, red-crowned cranes, and black-necked cranes, but Wang Chong had never seen a green crane before. This elder who had suddenly appeared exuded an aura of mystery. What a lively scene! So many of our fellow Taoists have arrived. It seems that I've come just in time. The elder's face was unsmiling as he swept his gaze over the crowd. As he spoke, he slowly walked forward. As the elder walked, Wang Chang's eyes focused. He immediately noticed that the craggy gravel on the ground was suddenly covered in tiny droplets of water, like the dew of winter. Jili Laozu! It really is him. I didn't think that the origin immortal art would be able to attract this old monster. As Wang Chong was thinking, a soft voice came from behind him. It was the voice of the formation elder. With a thought, Wang Chong gathered his energy and sent a message. Senior Zhou, who is this Jili Laozu? His technique seems to be very unusual. Wang Chong whispered. The martial arts world has a saying about the 12 ancestors. They are the 12 strongest ancestors of the righteous and evil paths, ancestors that cannot be lightly provoked. This Jili Laozu is one of them. His territory is in the northeast Yuzhou region, and he never leaves it, nor does he set foot in the Central Plains. Thus, even when your master went on a rampage, he was able to stay out of it. He cultivates a water-based technique, and as long as there's water, his strength will be greatly boosted. It's said that he can even summon the water in the clouds, allowing him to summon the wind and rain. In this torrential rain, few people can fight against him, the formation elder said. Although he was devoted to the study of formations, the formation elder still had some understanding of the thunderous names of the martial arts world. In the end, he was still a member of the martial arts world, and there was probably no one in the martial arts world who did not know of Jili Laozu. Ah, summon the wind and rain. Wang Chong was flabbergasted by the formation elder's words. In both his last life and this one, he had never interacted much with the people of the martial arts world, so he had never known that the martial arts world had a supreme art that could summon the wind and rain. Moreover, there was no such art among the 10 supreme arts. However, Wang Chong was well aware that while the art was important, the most important was the person. There were some people who were gifted by the heavens. Even though they didn't have that kind of opportunity to learn the 10 great arts, They could rely on their own willpower and talent to cultivate the arts in their hands to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, turning the rotten into the miraculous, surpassing the shackles of the cultivation art itself. Although this kind of person didn't have the 10 great, unparalleled extraordinary arts, his strength was probably not inferior to anyone who cultivated the 10 great, unparalleled extraordinary arts. At this level, strength had nothing to do with the art. Strength depended solely on the martial artist's own strength. And this Jili Laozu was clearly this sort of person. Another one who covets the origin of mortal art. Perfect. I'll kill all of you one by one. The demonic emperor, Old Man, suddenly spoke. Killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in a radius of several dozen feet to twist as a new and intimidating energy erupted from his body. This energy was completely different from his usual energy, and even Wang Chong found it a little unfamiliar. On the other side, the Bone Devil Ancestor and the others instantly grimaced. Even Jili Laozu grimaced. In terms of savagery, the evil emperor was truly the world's number one. He had slaughtered countless experts of the righteous and evil path, and even someone like the Bone Devil Ancestor had suffered at his hands. Although the evil emperor's dantian had been destroyed, that familiar, ruthless energy still lingered on his body, and all of them felt a lingering fear and apprehension. It's here. It's in this direction. There can't be any mistake. That's where the battle took place. Look over there. There's so many people. Everyone follow. As the atmosphere became stifling and stifling, suddenly, a hubbub of voices came from the distance. From afar, countless people were rushing over. Wang Chong's group had been here for too long and had attracted too much attention. Countless martial artists were flocking to this place. Even Wang Chong's group was rather apprehensive of this unprecedented gathering of martial artists. Master! Wang Chong subconsciously turned to his master. The situation was extremely unfavorable to them. The longer they stayed here, the more they would attract the attention of the martial arts world's experts. Once a large number of martial artists gathered, it would be too late to leave. But before Wang Chong's group could decide whether to stay or leave, a thunderous howl came from the extreme north. In the next moment, a powerful aura rushed toward them like a storm. Before this figure arrived, the air seemed to be on fire, a scorching wave of heat coming from the distance. Good. Jili Laozu, the myriad ghost ancestor, the Black Een ancestor, all the top-class experts of the world have gathered here. How could this sovereign miss such a gathering? From afar, a figure riding on a war horse was approaching at lightning speed. Before this figure arrived, a tyrannical voice resounded in everyone's ears. Nay. The war horse whinnied as the figure became one with his horse. It was like he was riding on clouds, traveling with astonishing speed. It's the Four Ends martial lord. The formation elder stared at that figure, his lips trembling. 3 evil path ancestors and the lone silence ancestor were already very difficult to deal with, and now there was the domineering and masculine Four Ends martial lord. The situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Even worse, it seemed like they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. Wang Chong's robes fluttered in the wind as countless thoughts flitted through his mind. He had never heard of the Four Ends martial lord, but from the formation elder's reaction, he could tell that the Four Ends martial lord was a supreme expert on par with Jili Laozu and the myriad ghost ancestor. Moreover, his energy was like a blazing sun, so tyrannical that this was the first time Wang Chong had ever encountered one. It seems like we can only fight to the death. Wang Chong stroked the energy condensation pearl in his bosom, feeling much more at ease. A few moments later, the Four Ends martial lord appeared to the north of Wang Chong's group, stopping not far away. He was clad in golden armor, and waves of heat waves swept towards him. The monstrous warhorse beneath him made him look even taller and bigger.